Letter 1 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 1. Miss Howe, to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Wednesday night, July 12th. I write, my dearest creature, I cannot but write, to express my concern on your dejection. Let me beseech you, my charming excellence, let me beseech you not to give way to it. Comfort yourself, on the contrary, in the triumphs of a virtue unsullied, a will wholly faultless. Who could have withstood the trials you have surmounted? Your cousin Morden will soon come. He will see justice done you, I make no doubt, as well with regard to what concerns your person as your estate. And many happy days may you yet see, and much good may you still do, if you will not heighten unavoidable accidents into guilty despondency. But why? Why, my dear, this pining solicitude, continued after a reconciliation with relations as unworthy as implacable, whose wills are governed by an all-grasping brother, who finds his account in keeping the breach open? On this over-solicitude it is now plain to me that the vilest of men built all his schemes. He saw that you thirsted after it beyond all reason for hope. The view, the hope, I own, extremely desirable, had your family been Christians, or even had they been pagans who had had bowels. I shall send this short letter, I am obliged to make it a short one, by young Rogers, as we call him, the fellow I sent to you to Hampstead, an innocent, though pragmatical rustic. Admit him, I pray you, into your presence, that he may report to me how you look and how you are. Mr. Hickman should attend you, but I apprehend that all his motions, and mine own too, are watched by the execrable wretch. And indeed his are by an agent of mine. For I own, that I am so apprehensive of his plots and revenge, now I know that he has intercepted my vehement letters against him, that he is the subject of my dreams, as well as of my waking fears. My mother, at my earnest importunity, has just given me leave to write, and to receive your letters, but fasten this condition upon the concession, that yours must be under cover to Mr. Hickman. This is a view, I suppose, to give him consideration with me, and upon this further consideration, that she is to see all be right. When girls are set upon a point, she told one who told me again, it is better for a mother, if possible, to make herself of their party, than to oppose them, since there will be then hopes that she will still hold the reins in her own hands. Pray let me know what the people are with whom you lodge. Shall I send Mrs. Townsend to direct you to lodgings either more safe or more convenient for you? Be pleased to write to me by Rogers, who will wait on you for your answer at your own time. Adieu, my dearest creature. Comfort yourself, as you would in the like unhappy circumstances comfort your own Anna Howe. End of Letter 1. Letter 2 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 2. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday, July 13th. I am extremely concerned, my dear Miss Howe, for being primarily the occasion of the apprehensions you have of this wicked man's vindictive attempts. What a wide-spreading error is mine! If I find that he has set foot on any machination against you, or against Mr. Hickman, I do assure you I will consent to prosecute him, although I were sure I could not survive my first appearance at the bar he should be arraigned at. I own the justice of your mother's arguments on that subject, but must say that I think there are circumstances in my particular case which will excuse me, although on a slighter occasion than that you are apprehensive of, I should decline to appear against him. I have said, that I may one day enter more particularly into this argument. Your messenger has now indeed seen me. I talked with him on the cheat put upon him at Hampstead, and am sorry to have reason to say, that had not the poor young man been very simple, and very self-sufficient, he had not been so grossly deluded. Mrs. Bevis has the same plea to make for herself, a good-natured, thoughtless woman, not used to converse with so vile and so specious a deceiver as him, who made his advantage of both these shallow creatures. I think I cannot be more private than where I am. I hope I am safe. All the risk I run is in going out and returning from morning prayers, which I have 2 or 3 times ventured to do, once at Lincoln's Inn Chapel at 11, once at St. Dunstan's, Fleet Street, at 7 in the morning, in a chair both times, and twice at 6 in the morning, at the neighbouring church in Covent Garden. The wicked wretches I have escaped from will not, I hope, come to church to look for me, especially at so early prayers, and I have fixed upon the privatest pew in the latter church to hide myself in, and perhaps I may lay out a little matter in an ordinary gown, by way of disguise, my face half hid by my mob. I am very careless, my dear, of my appearance now. Neat and clean takes up the whole of my attention. The man's name at whose house I belong is Smith, a glove-maker as well as seller. His wife is the shopkeeper, a dealer also in stockings, ribbons, snuff, and perfumes, a matron-like woman, plain-hearted and prudent. The husband an honest, industrious man, and they live in good understanding with each other, a proof with me that their hearts are right. For where a married couple live together upon ill terms, it is a sign, I think, that each knows something amiss of the other, either with regard to temper or morals, which if the world knew as well as themselves, it would perhaps as little like them as such people like each other. Happy the marriage, where neither man nor wife has any wilful or premeditated evil in their general conduct to reproach the other with. For even persons who have bad hearts will have a veneration for those who have good ones. 2 neat rooms with plain but clean furniture on the first floor are mine, one they call the dining room. There is, up another pair of stairs, a very worthy widow lodger, Mrs. Lovick by name, who, although of low fortunes, is much respected, as Mrs. Smith assures me, by people of condition of her acquaintance, for her piety, prudence, and understanding. With her I propose to be well acquainted. I thank you, my dear, for your kind, your seasonable advice and consolation. I hope I shall have more grace given me than to despond, in the religious sense of the word, especially as I can apply to myself the comfort you give me, that neither my will nor my inconsiderateness has contributed to my calamity. But nevertheless, the irreconcilableness of my relations, whom I love with an unabated reverence, my apprehensions of fresh violences, this wicked man, I doubt, will not let me rest, my being destitute of protection, my youth, my sex, my unacquaintedness with the world, subjecting me to insults, my reflections on the scandal I have given, added to the sense of the indignities I have received from a man of whom I deserve not ill, altogether will undoubtedly bring on the effect that cannot be undesirable to me. The situation, and, as I presume to imagine, from principles which I hope will in due time, and by due reflection, set me above the sense of all worldly disappointments. At present my head is much disordered. I have not indeed enjoyed it with any degree of clearness, since the violence done to that, and to my heart too, by the wicked arts of the abandoned creatures I was cast among. I must have more conflicts. At times I find myself not subdued enough to my condition. I will welcome those conflicts as they come, as probationary ones. But yet my father's malediction, the temporary part so strangely and so literally completed. I cannot, however, think, when my mind is strongest, but what is the story of Isaac and Jacob and Esau, and of Rebekah's cheating the latter of the blessing designed for him in favour of Jacob, given us for in the 27th chapter of Genesis? My father used, I remember, to enforce the doctrine deducible from it on his children by many arguments. At least, therefore, he must believe there is great weight in the curse he has announced. And shall I not be solicitous to get it revoked, that he may not hereafter be grieved for my sake that he did not revoke it? All I will at present add are my thanks to your mother for her indulgence to us, due compliments to Mr. Hickman, and my request that you will believe me to be, to my last hour, and beyond it, if possible, my beloved friend, and my dearest self, for what is now myself, your obliged and affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 2. Letter 3 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 3. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Friday, July 7th. I have 3 of thy letters at once before me to answer, in each of which thou complainest of my silence. And in one of them tellest me that thou canst not live without I scribble to thee every day, or every other day at least. Why then die, Jack, if thou wilt. What heart, thinkest thou, can I have to write, when I have lost the only subject worth writing upon? Help me again to my angel, to my Clarissa, and thou shalt have a letter from me, or writing at least part of a letter, every hour. All that the charm of my heart shall say, that will I put down. Every motion, every air of her beloved person, every look will I try to describe. And when she is silent, I will endeavour to tell thee her thoughts, either what they are, or what I would have them to be, so that having her, I shall never want a subject. Having lost her, my whole soul is a blank. The whole creation round me, the elements above, beneath, and every thing I behold, for nothing can I enjoy, are a blank without her. Oh, return, return, thou only charmer of my soul, return to thy adoring Lovelace. What is the light, what the air, what the town, what the country, what's anything without thee? Light, air, joy, harmony, in my notion, are but parts of thee. And could they be all expressed in one word, that word would be Clarissa. O my beloved Clarissa, return thou then, once more return to bless thy Lovelace, who now, by the loss of thee, knows the value of the jewel he has slighted, and rises every morning but to curse the sun that shines upon every body but him. Well, but Jack, 'tis a surprising thing to me, that the dear fugitive cannot be met with, cannot be heard of. She is so poor a plotter, for plotting is not her talent, that I am confident, had I been at liberty, I should have found her out before now, although the different emissaries I have employed about town, round the adjacent villages, and in Miss Howe's vicinage, have hitherto failed of success. But my lord continues so weak and low-spirited, that there is no getting from him. I would not disoblige a man whom I think in danger still: for would his gout, now it has got him down, but give him like a fair boxer the rising blow, all would be over with him. And here, pox of his fondness for me, it happens at a very bad time. He makes me sit hours together entertaining him with my rogueries, a pretty amusement for a sick man. And yet, whenever he has the gout, he prays night and morning with his chaplain. But what must his notions of religion be, who, after he has nosed and mumbled over his responses, can give a sigh or groan of satisfaction, as if he thought he had made up with heaven, and return with a new appetite to my stories, encouraging them by shaking his sides with laughing at them, and calling me a sad fellow, in such an accent as shows he takes no small delight in his kinsman? The old peer has been a sinner in his day, and suffers for it now, a sneaking sinner, sliding, rather than rushing into vices, for fear of his reputation, paying for what he never had, and never daring to rise to the joy of an enterprise at first hand, which could bring him within view of a tilting, or of the honour of being considered as a principal man in a court of justice. To see such an old Trojan as this, just dropping into the grave, which I hoped ere this would have been dug and filled up with him, crying out with pain, and grunting with weakness, yet in the same moment crack his leathern face into an horrible laugh, and call a young sinner charming varlet, encoring him, as formerly he used to do to the Italian eunuchs, what a preposterous, what an unnatural adherence to old habits! My two cousins are generally present when I entertain, as the old peer calls it. Those stories must drag horribly, that have not more hearers and applauders than relators. Applauders! Ay, Belford, applauders, repeat I: for although these girls pretend to blame me sometimes for the facts, they praise my manner, my invention, my intrepidity. Besides, what other people call blame, that call I praise. I ever did. And so I very early discharged shame, that cold water damper to an enterprising spirit. These are smart girls. They have life and wit. And yesterday, upon Charlotte's raving against me upon a related enterprise, I told her, that I had had in debate several times, whether she were or were not too near of kin to me; and that it was once a moot point with me, whether I could not love her dearly for a month or so; and perhaps it was well for her, that another pretty little puss started up and diverted me, just as I was entering upon the course. They all three held up their hands and eyes at once. But I observed that, though the girls exclaimed against me, they were not so angry at this plain speaking as I found my beloved upon hints so dark, that I wondered at her quick apprehension. I told Charlotte that, grave as she pretended to be in her smiling resentments on this declaration, I was sure I should not have been put to the expense of above 2 or 3 stratagems, for nobody admired a good invention more than she, could I but have disentangled her conscience from the embarrasses of consanguinity. She pretended to be highly displeased. So did her sister for her. I told her, she seemed as much in earnest as if she had thought me so, and dared the trial. Plain words, I said, in these cases, were more shocking to their sex than gradatim actions; and I bid Patty not to be displeased at my distinguishing her sister, since I had a great respect for her likewise. An Italian air, in my usual careless way, a half-struggled for kiss from me, and a shrug of the shoulder, by way of admiration, from each pretty cousin, and sad, sad fellow from the old peer, attended with a side-shaking laugh, made us all friends. There, Jack, wilt thou or wilt thou not take this for a letter? There's quantity, I am sure. How have I filled a sheet, not a short-hand one indeed, without a subject? My fellow shall take this, for he is going to town. And if thou canst think tolerably of such execrable stuff, I will send thee another. End of Letter 3. Letter 4 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 4. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. 6, Saturday morning, July 8. Have I nothing new, nothing diverting in my whimsical way, thou askest, in one of thy 3 letters before me, to entertain thee with? And thou tellest me, that when I have least to narrate, to speak, in the Scottish phrase, I am most diverting. A pretty compliment, either to thyself or to me. To both, indeed. A sign that thou hast as frothy a heart as I a head. But canst thou suppose that this admirable woman is not all, is not every thing with me? Yet I dread to think of her too, for detection of all my contrivances, I doubt, must come next. The old peer is also full of Miss Harlowe, and so are my cousins. He hopes I will not be such a dog, there's a specimen of his peer-like dialect, as to think of doing dishonourably by a woman of so much merit, beauty, and fortune, and he says of so good a family. But I tell him, that this is a string he must not touch, that it is a very tender point, in short, is my sore place, and that I am afraid he would handle it too roughly, were I to put myself in the power of so ungentle an operator. He shakes his crazy head. He thinks all is not as it should be between us, longs to have me present her to him as my wife, and often tells me what great things he will do, additional to his former proposals, and what presents he will make on the birth of the first child. But I hope the whole of his estate will be in my hands before such an event takes place. No harm in hoping, Jack. Lord M. says, were it not for hope, the heart would break. 8 o'clock at midsummer. And these lazy varletesses, in full health, not come down yet to breakfast. What a confounded indecency in young ladies, to let a rake know that they love their beds so dearly, and at the same time where to have them. But I'll punish them. They shall breakfast with their old uncle, and yawn at one another as if for a wager, while I drive my phaeton to Colonel Ambrose's, who yesterday gave me an invitation both to breakfast and dine, on account of 2 Yorkshire nieces, celebrated toasts, who have been with him this fortnight past, and who, he says, want to see me. So, Jack, all women do not run away from me, thank Heaven. I wish I could have leave of my heart, since the dear fugitive is so ungrateful, to drive her out of it with another beauty. But who can supplant her? Who can be admitted to a place in it after Miss Clarissa Harlowe? At my return, if I can find a subject, I will scribble on to oblige thee. My phaeton's ready. My cousins send me word they are just coming down. So in spite, I'll be gone. Saturday afternoon. I did stay to dine with the Colonel and his lady and nieces, but I could not pass the afternoon with them for the heart of me. There was enough in the persons and faces of the 2 young ladies to set me upon comparisons. Particular features held my attention for a few moments, but these served but to whet my impatience to find the charmer of my soul, who for person, for air, for mind, never had any equal. My heart recoiled and sickened upon comparing minds and conversation. Pert wit, a too studied desire to please, each in high good humour with herself, an open-mouth affectation in both to show white teeth, as if the principal excellence, and to invite amorous familiarity by the promise of a sweet breath, at the same time reflecting tacitly upon breaths arrogantly implied to be less pure. Once I could have borne them. They seemed to be disappointed that I was so soon able to leave them. Yet have I not at present so much vanity, my Clarissa has cured me of my vanity, as to attribute their disappointment so much to particular liking of me, as to their own self-admiration. They looked upon me as a connoisseur in beauty. They would have been proud of engaging my attention as such, but so affected, so flimsy-witted, mere skin-deep beauties, they had looked no further into themselves than what their glasses were flattering glasses too. I thought them passive-faced and spiritless, with eyes, however, upon the hunt for conquests, and bespeaking the attention of others in order to countenance their own. I believe I could, with a little pains, have given them life and soul, and to every feature of their faces sparkling information. But my Clarissa, oh, Belford, my Clarissa has made me eyeless and senseless to every other beauty. Do thou find her for me, as a subject worthy of my pen, or this shall be the last from thy Lovelace. End of Letter 4. Letter 5 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. By Samuel Richardson. Letter 5. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Sunday night, July 9th. Now, Jack, have I a subject with a vengeance. I am in the very height of my trial for all my sins to my beloved fugitive. For here to-day, at about 5 o'clock, arrived Lady Sarah Sadleir and Lady Betty Lawrance, each in her chariot and 6. Dowagers love equipage, and these cannot travel 10 miles without a set, and half a dozen horsemen. My time had hung heavy upon my hands, and so I went to church after dinner. Why may not handsome fellows, thought I, like to be looked at as well as handsome wenches? I fell in, when service was over, with Major Warneton, and so came not home till after 6, and was surprised at entering the court-yard here to find it littered with equipages and servants. I was sure the owners of them came for no good to me. Lady Sarah, I soon found, was raised to this visit by Lady Betty, who has health enough to allow her to look out to herself, and out of her own affairs, for business. Yet congratulation to Lord M. on his amendment, spiteful devils on both accounts, was the avowed errand. But coming in my absence, I was their principal subject, and they had opportunity to set each other's heart against me. Simon Parsons hinted this to me as I passed by the steward's office, for it seems they talked loud, and he was making up some accounts with old Pritchard. However, I hastened to pay my duty to them. Other people not performing theirs is no excuse for the neglect of our own, you know. With horrible grave faces was I received. The two antiquities only bowed their tabby heads, making longer faces than ordinary, and all the old lines appearing strong in their furrowed foreheads and fallen cheeks. How do you, cousin? And how do you, Mr. Lovelace? Looking all round at one another, as who should say, do you speak first, and do you? For they seemed resolved to lose no time. I had nothing for it, but an air as manly as theirs was womanly. Your servant, madam, to Lady Betty, and your servant, madam. I am glad to see you abroad, to Lady Sarah. I took my seat. Lord M. looked horribly glum, his fingers clasped, and turning round and round, under and over, his but just disgouted thumb, his sallow face and goggling eyes on his two kinswomen by turns, but not once deigning to look upon me. Then I began to think of the laudanum and wet cloth I told thee of long ago, and to call myself in question for a tenderness of heart that will never do me good. At last, Mr. Lovelace, cousin Lovelace, I am sorry, very sorry, hesitated Lady Sarah, that there is no hope of your ever taking up. What's the matter now, madam? The matter now? Why, Lady Betty has 2 letters from Miss Harlowe, which have told us what's the matter. Are all women alike with you? Yes, I could have answered, bating the difference which pride makes. Then they all chorused upon me. Such a character as Miss Harlowe's, cried one. A lady of so much generosity and good sense. Another, how charmingly she writes. The 2 maiden monkeys looking at her fine handwriting. Her perfections, my crimes. What can you expect will be the end of these things? Cried Lady Sarah. Damned doings, vociferated the peer, shaking his loose-fleshed wobbling chaps, which hung on his shoulders like an old cow's dewlap. For my part, I hardly knew whether to sing or say what I had to reply to these all-at-once attacks upon me. Fair and softly, ladies, one at a time, I beseech you. I am not to be hunted down without being heard, I hope. Pray let me see these letters. I beg you will let me see them. There they are. That's the first. Read it out if you can. I opened a letter from my charmer, dated Thursday, June 29th, our wedding day that was to be, and written to Lady Betty Lawrance. By the contents, to my great joy, I find the dear creature is alive and well, and in charming spirits. But the direction where to send an answer to was so scratched out that I could not read it, which afflicted me much. She puts 3 questions in it to Lady Betty. First, about a letter of hers dated June 7th, congratulating me on my nuptials, and which I was so good as to save Lady Betty the trouble of writing. A very civil thing of me, I think. Again, whether she and one of her nieces Montague were to go to town on an old chancery suit, and whether they actually did go to town accordingly, and to Hampstead afterwards, and whether they brought to town from thence the young creature whom they visited, was the subject of the second and third questions. A little inquisitive, dear rogue, and what did she expect to be the better for these questions? But curiosity, damned curiosity, is the itch of the sex. Yet when didst thou know it turn to their benefit? For they seldom inquire but what they fear. And the proverb, as my lord has it, says, it comes with the fear. That is, I suppose, what they fear generally happens, because there is generally occasion for the fear. Curiosity indeed she avows to be her only motive for these interrogatories. For though she says her ladyship may suppose the questions are not asked for good to me, yet the answer can do me no harm, nor her good, only to give her to understand whether I have told her a parcel of damned lies. And that's the plain English of her enquiry. Well, madam, said I, with as much philosophy as I could assume, and may I ask, pray what was your ladyship's answer? There's a copy of it, tossing it to me very disrespectfully. This answer was dated July 1st. A very kind and complaisant one to the lady, but very so-so to her poor kinsman, that people can give up their own flesh and blood with so much ease. She tells her how proud all our family would be of an alliance with such an excellence. She does me justice in saying how much I adore her, as an angel of a woman, and begs of her, for I know not how many sakes, besides my soul's sake, that she will be so good as to have me for a husband, and answers, thou wilt guess how, to the lady's questions. Well, madam, and pray may I be favoured with the lady's other letter? I presume it is in reply to yours. It is, said the peer. But, sir, let me ask you a few questions before you read it. Give me the letter, Lady Betty. There it is, my lord. Then on went the spectacles, and his head moved to the lines. A charming pretty hand. I have often heard that this lady is a genius. And so, Jack, repeating my lord's wise comments and questions, will let thee into the contents of this merciless letter. Monday, July 3rd, reads my lord. Let me see. That was last Monday, no longer ago. Monday, July the 3rd. Madam, I cannot excuse myself. Humming inarticulately and skipping. I must own to you, madam, that the honour of being related. Off went the spectacles. Now tell me, sir, has not this lady lost all the friends she had in the world for your sake? She has very implacable friends, my lord, we all know that. But has she not lost them all for your sake? Tell me that. I believe so, my lord. Well then, I am glad thou art not so graceless as to deny that. On went the spectacles again. I must own to you, madam, that the honour of being related to ladies as eminent for their virtue as for their descent. Very pretty, truly, saith my lord, repeating. As eminent for their virtue as for their descent was, at first, no small inducement with me to lend an ear to Mr. Lovelace's address. There's dignity, born dignity in this lady, cried my lord. Lady Sarah. She would have been a grace to our family. Lady Betty. Indeed she would. Lovelace. To a royal family, I will venture to say. Lord M. Then what a devil Lovelace. Please to read on, my lord. It cannot be her letter, if it does not make you admire her more and more as you read. Cousin Charlotte, cousin Patty, pray attend. Read on, my lord. Miss Charlotte. Amazing fortitude. Miss Patty only lifted up her dove's eyes. Lord M. reading. And the rather as I was determined, had it come to effect, to do every thing in my power to deserve your favourable opinion. Then again they chorused upon me. A blessed time of it, poor I had nothing for it but impudence. Lovelace. Pray read on, my lord. I told you how you would all admire her. Or shall I read? Lord M. Damned assurance. Then reading. I had another motive, which I knew would of itself give me merit with your whole family. They were all ear. A presumptuous one, a punishably presumptuous one, as it has proved, in the hope that I might be an humble mean, in the hand of Providence, to reclaim a man who had, as I thought, good sense enough at bottom to be reclaimed, or at least gratitude enough to acknowledge the intended obligation, whether the generous hope were to succeed or not. Excellent young creature! Excellent young creature! Echoed the ladies, with their handkerchiefs at their eyes, attended with music. Lovelace. By the soul, Miss Patty, you weep in the wrong place. You shall never go with me to a tragedy. Lady Betty. Hardened wretch! His lordship had pulled off his spectacles to wipe them. His eyes were misty, and he thought the fault in his spectacles. I saw they were all cocked and primed. To be sure, that is a very pretty sentence, said I. That is the excellency of this lady, that in every line, as she writes on, she improves upon herself. Pray, my lord, proceed. I know her style. The next sentence will still rise upon us. Lord M. Damned fellow. Again saddling and reading. But I have been most egregiously mistaken in Mr. Lovelace. Then they all clamoured again. The only man, I persuade myself. Lovelace. Ladies may persuade themselves to any thing. But how can she answer for what other men would or would not have done in the same circumstances? I was forced to say any thing to stifle their outcries. Pox take ye altogether, thought I. As if I had not vexation enough in losing her. Lord M. reading. The only man, I persuade myself, pretending to be a gentleman, in whom I could have been so much mistaken. They were all beginning again. Pray, my lord, proceed. Here, here, pray, ladies, here. Now, my lord, be pleased to proceed. The ladies are silent. So they were. Lost in admiration of me, hands and eyes uplifted. Lord M. I will to thy confusion. For he had looked over the next sentence. What wretches, Belford! What spiteful wretches are poor mortals! So rejoiced to sting one another, to see each other stung. Lord M. reading. For while I was endeavouring to save a drowning wretch, I have been, not accidentally, but premeditatedly, and of set purpose, drawn in after him. What say you to that, sir? Lady S. I, sir, what say you to this? Lady B. Lovelace. Say! Why, I say it is a very pretty metaphor, if it would but hold. But if you please, my lord, read on. Let me hear what is further said, and I will speak to it altogether. Lord M. I will. And he has had the glory to add to the list of those he has ruined a name that, I will be bold to say, would not have disparaged his own. They all looked at me, as expecting me to speak. Lovelace. Be pleased to proceed, my lord. I will speak to this by and by. How came she to know I kept a list? I will speak to this by and by. Lord M. reading on. And this, madam, by means that would shock humanity to be made acquainted with. Then again in a hurry off went the spectacles. This was a plaguy stroke upon me. I thought myself an oak in impudence, but by my troth this almost felled me. Lord M. What say you to this, Sir? Remember, Jack, to read all their sirs in this dialogue with the double r. Sir, denoting indignation rather than respect. They all looked at me as if to see if I could blush. Lovelace. Eyes off, my lord. Eyes off, ladies. Looking bashfully, I believe. What say I to this, my lord? Why, I say that this lady has a strong manner of expressing herself. That's all. There are many things that pass among lovers, which a man cannot explain himself upon before grave people. Lady Betty. Among lovers, sir? But, Mr. Lovelace, can you say that this lady behaved either like a weak or a credulous person? Can you say Lovelace. I am ready to do the lady all manner of justice. But pray now, ladies, if I am to be thus interrogated, let me know the contents of the rest of the letter, that I may be prepared for my defence, as you are all for my arraignment. For to be required to answer piecemeal thus, without knowing what is to follow, is a cursed and snaring way of proceeding. They gave me the letter, I read it through to myself, and by the repetition of what I said, thou wilt guess at the remaining contents. You shall find, ladies, you shall find, my lord, that I will not spare myself. Then holding the letter in my hand, and looking upon it, as a lawyer upon his brief, Miss Harlowe says, that when your ladyship, turning to Lady Betty, shall know that, in the progress to her ruin, wilful falsehoods, repeated forgeries, and numberless perjuries, were not the least of my crimes, you will judge that she can have no principles that will make her worthy of an alliance with ladies of yours, and your noble sister's character, if she could not from her soul declare, that such an alliance can never now take place. Surely, ladies, this is passion. This is not reason. If our family would not think themselves dishonoured by my marrying a person whom I had so treated, but, on the contrary, would rejoice that I did her this justice, and if she has come up pure gold from the assay, and has nothing to reproach herself with, why should it be an impeachment of her principles to consent that such an alliance take place? She cannot think herself the worse, justly she cannot, for what was done against her will. Their countenances menaced a general uproar, but I proceeded. Your lordship read to us that she had an hope, a presumptuous one, nay, a punishably presumptuous one, she calls it, that she might be a mean in the hand of Providence to reclaim me, and that this, she knew, if effected, would give her a merit with you all. But from what would she reclaim me? She had heard, you'll say. But she had only heard, at the time she entertained that hope, that, to express myself in the women's dialect, I was a very wicked fellow. Well, and what then? Why, truly, the very moment she was convinced, by her own experience, that the charge against me was more than hearsay, and that, of consequence, I was a fit subject for her generous endeavours to work upon, she would needs give me up. Accordingly, she flies out and declares, that the ceremony which would repair all shall never take place. Can this be from any other motive than female resentment? This brought them all upon me, as I intended it should. It was as a tub to a whale. And after I had let them play with it a while, I claimed their attention, and, knowing that they always loved to hear me prate, went on. The lady, it is plain, thought that the reclaiming of a man from bad habits was a much easier task than, in the nature of things, it can be. She writes, as your lordship has read, that in endeavouring to save a drowning wretch, she had been, not accidentally, but premeditatedly, and of set purpose, drawn in after him. But how is this, ladies? You see by her own words, that I am still far from being out of danger myself. Had she found me in a quagmire, suppose, and had I got out of it by her means, and left her to perish in it, that would have been a crime indeed. But is not the fact quite otherwise? Has she not, if her allegory prove what she would have it prove, got out herself, and left me floundering still deeper and deeper in? What she should have done, had she been in earnest to save me, was, to join her hand with mine, that so we might by our united strength help one another out. I held out my hand to her, and besought her to give me hers. But no, truly, she was determined to get out herself as fast as she could, let me sink or swim, refusing her assistance, against her own principles, because she saw I wanted it. You see, ladies, you see, my lord, how pretty tinkling words run away with ears inclined to be musical. They were all ready to exclaim again. I went on, proleptically, as a rhetorician would say, before their voices would break out into words. But my fair accuser says that I have added to the list of those I have ruined a name that would not have disparaged my own. It is true, I have been gay and enterprising. It is in my constitution to be so. I know not how I came by such a constitution, but I was never accustomed to check or control. That you all know. When a man finds himself hurried by passion into a slight offence, which however slight will not be forgiven, he may be made desperate, as a thief, who only intends a robbery, is often by resistance and for self-preservation drawn in to commit murder. I was a strange, a horrid wretch with every one. But he must be a silly fellow who has not something to say for himself, when every cause has its black and its white side. Westminster Hall, Jack, affords every day as confident defences as mine. But what right, proceeded I, has this lady to complain of me, when she as good as says, here, Lovelace, you have acted the part of a villain by me. You would repair your fault, but I won't let you, that I may have the satisfaction of exposing you, and the pride of refusing you. But was that the case? Was that the case? Would I pretend to say I would now marry the lady if she would have me? Lovel. You find she renounces Lady Betty's mediation. Lord M. interrupting me. Words are wind, but deeds are mind. What signifies your cursed quibbling, Bob? Say plainly if she will have you. Will you have her? Answer me, yes or no, and lead us not a wild goose chase after your meaning. Lovel. She knows I would. But here, my lord, if she thus goes on to expose herself and me, she will make it a dishonour to us both to marry. Charlotte. But how must she have been treated? Lovelace (interrupting her). Why now, cousin Charlotte, chucking her under the chin, would you have me tell you all that has passed between the lady and me? Would you care, had you a bold and enterprising lover, that proclamation should be made of every little piece of amorous roguery that he offered to you? Charlotte reddened. They all began to exclaim. But I proceeded. The lady says, she has been dishonoured. Devil take me if I spare myself. By means that would shock humanity to be made acquainted with them. She is a very innocent lady, and may not be a judge of the means she hints at. Over niceness may be under niceness. Have you not such a proverb, my lord? Tantamount to one extreme produces another. Such a lady as this may possibly think her case more extraordinary than it is. This I will take upon me to say, that if she has met with the only man in the world who would have treated her, as she says, I have treated her, I have met in her with the only woman in the world who would have made such a rout about a case that is uncommon only from the circumstances that attend it. This brought them all upon me, hands, eyes, voices, all lifted at once. But my Lord M., who has in his head the last seat of retreating lewdness, as much wickedness as I have in my heart, was forced, upon the air I spoke this with, and Charlotte's and all the rest reddening, to make a mouth that was big enough to swallow up the other half of his face, crying out, to avoid laughing, Oh! Oh! as if under the power of a gouty twinge. Hadst thou seen how the two tabbies and the young Grimmelkins looked at one another, at my lord, and at me, by turns, thou would have been ready to split thy ugly face just in the middle. Thy mouth hath already done half the work. And after all, I have found not seldom in this conversation, that my humorous undaunted airs forced a smile into my service from the prim mouths of the young ladies. They perhaps, had they met with such another intrepid fellow as myself, who had first gained upon their affections, would not have made such a rout as my beloved has done, about such an affair as that we were assembled upon. Young ladies, as I have observed on 100 occasions, fear not half so much for themselves as their mothers do for them. But here the girls were forced to put on grave airs, and to seem angry, because the antiques made the matter of such high importance. Yet so lightly sat anger and fellow feeling at their hearts, that they were forced to purse in their mouths, to suppress the smiles I now and then laid out for; while the elders, having had roses, that is to say daughters, of their own, and knowing how fond men are of a trifle, would have been very loath to have had them nipped in the bud, without saying to the mother of them, By your leave, Mrs. Rosebush. The next article of my indictment was for forgery, and for personating of Lady Betty and my cousin Charlotte. Two shocking charges, thou'lt say, and so they were. The peer was outrageous upon the forgery charge. The ladies vowed never to forgive the personating part. Not a peacemaker among them. So we all turned women and scolded. My lord told me, that he believed in his conscience there was not a viler fellow upon God's earth than me. What signifies mincing the matter, said he, and that it was not the first time I had forged his hand. To this I answered, that I supposed, when the statute of scandalum magnatum was framed, there were a good many in the peerage who knew they deserved hard names, and that that law therefore was rather made to privilege their qualities than to whiten their characters. He called upon me to explain myself with a Sir, so pronounced, as to show that one of the most ignominious words in our language was in his head. People, I said, that were fenced in by their quality and by their years, should not take freedoms that a man of spirit could not put up with, unless he were able heartily to despise the insulter. This set him in a violent passion. He would send for Pritchard instantly. Let Pritchard be called. He would alter his will, and all he could leave from me he would. Do, my lord, said I. I always valued my own pleasure above your estate. But I'll let Pritchard know, that if he draws, he shall sign and seal. Why, what would I do to Pritchard? Shaking his easy head at me. Only what he or any man else writes with his pen, to despoil me of what I think my right, he shall seal with his ears. That's all, my lord. Then the two ladies interposed. Lady Sarah told me, that I carried things a great way, and that neither Lord M. nor any of them deserved the treatment I gave them. I said, I could not bear to be used ill by my lord, for two reasons. First, because I respected his lordship above any man living; and next, because it looked as if I were induced by selfish considerations to take that from him, which nobody else would offer to me. And what, returned he, shall be my inducement to take what I do at your hands? Hey, Sir? Indeed, cousin Lovelace, said Lady Betty, with great gravity, we do not any of us, as Lady Sarah says, deserve at your hands the treatment you give us: and let me tell you, that I don't think my character and your cousin Charlotte's ought to be prostituted in order to ruin an innocent lady. She must have known early the good opinion we all have of her, and how much we wished her to be your wife. This good opinion of ours has been an inducement to her, you see she says so, to listen to your address; and this, with her friend's folly, has helped to throw her into your power. How you have requited her is too apparent. It becomes the character we all bear to disclaim your actions by her: and let me tell you, that to have her abused by wicked people raised up to personate us, or any of us, makes a double call upon us to disclaim them. Lovel. Why, this is talking somewhat like. I would have you all disclaim my actions. I own I have done very vilely by this lady. One step led to another. I am cursed with an enterprising spirit. I hate to be foiled. Foiled! Interrupted Lady Sarah. What a shame to talk at this rate! Did the lady set up a contention with you? All nobly sincere and plain hearted have I heard Miss Clarissa Harlowe is. Above art, above disguise, neither the coquette nor the prude. Poor lady! She deserved a better fare from the man for whom she took the step which she so freely blames. This above half affected me. Had this dispute been so handled by every one, I had been ashamed to look up. I began to be bashful. Charlotte asked, if I did not still seem inclinable to do the lady justice, if she would accept of me? It would be, she dared to say, the greatest felicity the family could know, she would answer for one, that this fine lady were of it. They all declared to the same effect, and Lady Sarah put the matter home to me. But my Lord Marplot would have it that I could not be serious for 6 minutes together. I told his lordship that he was mistaken. Light as he thought I made of his subject, I never knew any that went so near my heart. Miss Patty said she was glad to hear that, and her soft eyes glistened with pleasure. Lord M. called her sweet soul, and was ready to cry. Not from humanity neither, Jack. This peer has no bowels, as thou mayest observe by this treatment of me. But when people's minds are weakened by a sense of their own infirmities, and when they are drawing on to their latter ends, they will be moved on the slightest occasions, whether those offer from within or without them. And this frequently the unpenetrating world calls humanity, when all the time, in compassionating the miseries of human nature, they are but pitying themselves, and were they in strong health and spirits, would care as little for any body else as thou or I do. Here broke they off my trial for this sitting. Lady Sarah was much fatigued. It was agreed to pursue the subject in the morning. They all, however, retired together, and went into private conference. End of Letter V. Letter VI of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter VI. Mr. Lovelace, in continuation. The ladies, instead of taking up the subject where we had laid it down, must needs touch upon passage in my fair accuser's letter, which I was in hopes they would have let rest, as we were in a tolerable way. But truly they must hear all they could hear of our story, and what I had to say to those passages, that they might be better enabled to mediate between us, if I were really and indeed inclined to do her the hoped-for justice. These passages were, first, that after I had compulsorily tricked her into the act of going off with me, I carried her to one of the worst houses in London. Second, that I had made a wicked attempt upon her, in resentment of which she fled to Hampstead privately. Thirdly, came the forgery and personating charges again, and we were upon the point of renewing our quarrel before we could get to the next charge, which was still worse. For that fourthly was, that having betrayed her back to the vile house, I first robbed her of her senses, and then her honour, detaining her afterwards a prisoner there. Were I to tell thee the glosses I put upon these heavy charges, what would it be, but repeat many of the extenuating arguments I have used in my letters to thee? Suffice it therefore to say, that I insisted much, by way of palliation, on the lady's extreme niceness, on her diffidence in my honour, on Miss Howe's contriving spirit, plots on their parts begetting plots on mine, on the high passions of the sex. I asserted that my whole view, in gently restraining her, was to oblige her to forgive me, and to marry me, and this for the honour of both families. I boasted of my own good qualities, some of which none that knew me deny, and to which few libertines can lay claim. They then fell into warm admirations and praise of the lady, all of them preparatory, as I knew, to the grand question. And thus it was introduced by Lady Sarah. We have said as much as I think we can say upon these letters of the poor lady. To dwell upon the mischiefs that may ensue from the abuse of a person of her rank, if all the reparation be not made that now can be made, would perhaps be to little purpose. But you seem, Sir, still to have a just opinion of her, as well as affection for her. Her virtue is not in the least questionable. She could not resent as she does, had she any thing to reproach herself with. She is, by every body's account, a fine woman, has a good estate in her own right, is of no contemptible family, though I think, with regard to her, they have acted as imprudently as unworthily. For the excellency of her mind, for good economy, the common speech of her, as the worthy Dr. Lewen once told me, is that her prudence would enrich a poor man, and her piety reclaim a licentious one. I, who have not been abroad twice this 12-month, came hither purposely, so did Lady Betty, to see if justice may not be done her, and also whether we and my Lord M., your nearest relation, Sir, have or have not any influence over you. And for my own part, as your determination shall be in this article, such shall be mine with regard to the disposition of all that is within my power. Lady Betty. And mine. And mine, said my Lord, and valiantly he swore to it. Lovelace. Far be it from me to think slightly of favours you may any of you be glad I would deserve. But as far be it from me to enter into conditions against my own liking, with sordid views. As to future mischiefs, let them come. I have not done with the Harlowes yet. They were the aggressors; and I should be glad they would let me hear from them, in the way they should hear from me in the like case. Perhaps I should not be sorry to be found, rather than be obliged to seek on this occasion. Miss Charlotte, reddening, spoke like a man of violence, rather than a man of reason. I hope you'll allow that, cousin. Lady Sarah. Well, but since what is done, and cannot be undone, let us think of the next best. Have you any objection against marrying Miss Harlowe, if she will have you? Lovelace. There can possibly be but one. That she is to every body, no doubt, as well as to Lady Betty, pursuing that maxim peculiar to herself, and let me tell you, so it ought to be, that what she cannot conceal from herself, she will publish to the world. Miss Patty. The lady, to be sure, writes this in the bitterness of her grief, and in despair. Lovelace. And so when her grief is allayed, when her despairing fit is over, and this from you, cousin Patty, sweet girl! And would you, my dear, in the like case, whispering her, have yielded to entreaty? Would you have meant no more by the like exclamations? I had a rap with her fan, and blush, and from Lord M. a reflection, that I turned into jest every thing they said. I asked if they thought the Harlowes deserved any consideration from me, and whether that family would not exult over me, were I to marry their daughter, as if I dared not to do otherwise. Lady Sarah. Once I was angry with that family, as we all were. But now I pity them, and think that you have but too well justified the worst treatment they gave you. Lord M. Their family is of standing, all gentlemen of it, and rich and reputable. Let me tell you that many of our coronets would be glad they could derive their descents from no worse a stem than theirs. Lovelace. The Harlowes are a narrow-souled and implacable family. I hate them, and though I revere the ladies, scorn all relation to them. Lady Betty. I wish no worse could be said of him who is such a scorner of common failings in others. Lord M. How would my sister Lovelace have reproached herself for all her indulgent folly to this favourite boy of hers, had she lived till now, and been present on this occasion? Lady Sarah. Well, but, begging your Lordship's pardon, let us see if any thing can be done for this poor lady. Miss Charlotte. If Mr. Lovelace has nothing to object against the lady's character, and I presume to think he is not ashamed to do her justice, though it may make against himself, I cannot but see her honour and generosity will compel from him all that we expect. If there be any levities, any weaknesses to be charged upon the lady, I should not open my lips in her favour, though in private I would pity her, and deplore her hard hap. And yet even then there might not want arguments, from honour to gratitude, in so particular a case, to engage you, Sir, to make good the vows it is plain you have broken. Lady Betty. My niece Charlotte has called upon you so justly, and has put the question to you so properly, that I cannot but wish you would speak to it directly, and without evasion. All in a breath then bespoke my seriousness, and my justice, and in this manner I delivered myself, assuming an air sincerely solemn. I am very sensible that the performance of the task you have put me upon will leave me without excuse, but I will not have recourse either to evasion or palliation. As my cousin Charlotte has severely observed, I am not ashamed to do justice to Miss Harlowe's merit. I own to you all, and what is more, with high regret, if not with shame, cousin Charlotte, that I have a great deal to answer for in my usage of this lady. The sex has not a nobler mind, nor a lovelier person of it; and for virtue I could not have believed, excuse me, ladies, that there ever was a woman who gave, or could have given, such illustrious, such uniform proofs of it: for, in her whole conduct, she has shown herself to be equally above temptation and art, and I had almost said human frailty. The step she so freely blames herself for taking was truly what she calls compulsatory: for though she was provoked to think of going off with me, she intended it not, nor was provided to do so. Neither would she ever have had the thought of it, had her relations left her free, upon her offered composition to renounce the man she did not hate, in order to avoid the man she did. It piqued my pride, I own, that I could so little depend upon the force of those impressions which I had the vanity to hope I had made in a heart so delicate; and, in my worst devices against her, I encouraged myself that I abused no confidence, for none had she in my honour. The evils she has suffered, it would have been more than a miracle had she avoided. Her watchfulness rendered more plots abortive than those which contributed to her fall; and they were many and various; and all her greater trials and hardships were owing to her noble resistance and just resentment. I know, proceeded I, how much I condemn myself in the justice I am doing to this excellent creature: but yet I will do her justice, and cannot help it if I would: and I hope this shows that I am not so totally abandoned as I have been thought to be. Indeed, with me, she has done more honour to her sex in her fall, if it be to be called a fall, in truth it ought not, than ever any other could do in her standing. When at length I had given her watchful virtue cause of suspicion, I was then indeed obliged to make use of power and art, to prevent her escaping from me. She then formed contrivances to elude mine; but all hers were such as strict truth and punctilious honour would justify. She could not stoop to deceit and falsehood; no, not to save herself. More than once justly did she tell me, fired by conscious worthiness, that her soul was my soul's superior. Forgive me, Ladies, for saying that till I knew her, I questioned a soul in a sex created, as I was willing to suppose, only for temporary purposes. It is not to be imagined into what absurdities men of free principle run, in order to justify to themselves their free practices, and to make a religion to their minds: and yet in this respect I have not been so faulty as some others. No wonder that such a noble creature as this looked upon every studied artifice as a degree of baseness not to be forgiven. No wonder that she could so easily become averse to the man, though once she beheld him with an eye not wholly indifferent, whom she thought capable of premeditated guilt. Nor, give me leave, on the other hand, to say, is it to be wondered at, that the man who found it so difficult to be forgiven for the slighter offences, and who had not the grace to recede or repent, made desperate, should be hurried on to the commission of the greater. In short, Ladies, in a word, my Lord, Miss Clarissa Harlowe is an angel, if ever there was or could be one in human nature; and is, and ever was, as pure as an angel in her will: and this justice I must do her, although the question, I see by every glistening eye, is ready to be asked, What then, Lovelace, art thou? Lord M. A devil! A damn'd devil! I must answer: and may the curse of God follow you in all you undertake, if you do not make her the best amends now in your power to make her. Lovel. From you, my Lord, I could expect no other: but from the ladies I hope for less violence from the ingenuousness of my confession. The ladies, elder and younger, had their handkerchiefs to their eyes, at the just testimony which I bore to the merits of this exalted creature, and which I would make no scruple to bear at the bar of a court of justice, were I to be called to it. Lady Betty. Well, Sir, this is a noble character. If you think as you speak, surely you cannot refuse to do the lady all the justice now in your power to do her. They all joined in this demand. I pleaded, that I was sure she would not have me: that, when she had taken a resolution, she was not to be moved. Unpersuadableness was an Harlowe's sin: that, and her name, I told them, were all she had of theirs. All were of opinion that she might, in her present desolate circumstances, be brought to forgive me. Lady Sarah said, that Lady Betty and she would endeavour to find out the noble sufferer, as they justly called her, and would take her into their protection, and be guarantees of the justice that I would do her, as well after marriage as before. It was some pleasure to me to observe the placability of these ladies of my own family, had they, any or either of them, met with a Lovelace. But 'twould be hard upon us honest fellows, Jack, if all women were Clarissas. Here I am obliged to break off. End of Letter VI. Letter VII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter VII. Mr. Lovelace, in continuation. It is much better, Jack, to tell your own story, when it must be known, than to have an adversary tell it for you. Conscious of this, I gave them a particular account how urgent I had been with her to fix upon the Thursday after I left her, it being her uncle Harlowe's anniversary birthday, and named to oblige her, for the private celebration, having some days before actually procured a license, which still remained with her; that, not being able to prevail upon her to promise anything, while under supposed restraint, I offered to leave her at full liberty, if she would give me the least hope for that day; but neither did this offer avail me. That this inflexibleness making me desperate, I resolved to add to my former fault, by giving directions that she should not either go or correspond out of the house, till I returned from M. Hall, well knowing, that if she were at full liberty, I must for ever lose her. That this constraint had so much incensed her, that although I wrote no less than 4 different letters, I could not procure a single word in answer, though I pressed her but for 4 words to signify the day and the church. I referred to my 2 cousins to vouch for me the extraordinary methods I took to send messengers to town, though they knew not the occasion, which now I told them was this. I acquainted them, that I even had wrote to you, Jack, and to another gentleman of whom I thought she had a good opinion, to attend her, in order to press for her compliance, holding myself in readiness the last day at Salt Hill, to meet the messenger they should send, and proceed to London, if his message were favourable; but that, before they could attend her, she had found means to fly away once more, and is now, said I, perched perhaps somewhere under Lady Betty's window at Glenham Hall, and there, like the sweet Philomela, a thorn in her breast, warbles forth her melancholy complaint against her barbarous Tereus. Lady Betty declared that she was not with her, nor did she know where she was. She should be, she added, the most welcome guest to her that she ever received. In truth, I had a suspicion that she was already in their knowledge, and taken into their protection; for Lady Sarah I imagined incapable of being roused to this spirit by a letter only from Miss Harlowe, and that not directed to herself, she being a very indolent and melancholy woman. But her sister, I find, had wrought her up to it; for Lady Betty is as officious and managing a woman as Mrs. Howe, but of a much more generous and noble disposition. She is my aunt, Jack. I supposed, I said, that her ladyship might have a private direction where to send to her. I spoke as I wished. I would have given the world to have heard that she was inclined to cultivate the interest of any of my family. Lady Betty answered that she had no direction but what was in the letter, which she had scratched out, and which it was probable was only a temporary one, in order to avoid me; otherwise she would hardly have directed an answer to be left at an inn; and she was of opinion that to apply to Miss Howe would be the only certain way to succeed in any application for forgiveness, would I enable that young lady to interest herself in procuring it. Miss Charlotte. Permit me to make a proposal. Since we are all of one mind, in relation due to Miss Harlowe, if Mr. Lovelace will oblige himself to marry her, I will make Miss Howe a visit, little as I am acquainted with her, and endeavour to engage her interest to forward the desired reconciliation. And if this can be done, I make no question, but all may be happily accommodated; for every body knows the love there is between Miss Harlowe and Miss Howe. Marriage with these women, thou seest, Jack, is an atonement for all we can do to them. A true dramatic recompense. This motion was highly approved of, and I gave my honour as desired in the fullest manner they could wish. Lady Sarah. Well then, cousin Charlotte, begin your treaty with Miss Howe out of hand. Lady Betty. Pray do. And let Miss Harlowe be told, that I am ready to receive her as the most welcome of guests, and I will not have her out of my sight till the knot is tied. Lady Sarah. Tell her from me, that she shall be my daughter instead of my poor Betsy, and shed a tear in remembrance of her lost daughter. Lord M. What say you, Sir, to this? Lovelace. Content, my lord, I speak in the language of your house. Lord M. We are not to be fooled, nephew. No quibbling. We will have no slur put upon us. Lovelace. You shall not. And yet I did not intend to marry, if she exceeded the appointed Thursday. But I think, according to her own notions, that I have injured her beyond reparation, although I were to make her the best of husbands, as I am resolved to be, if she will condescend, as I will call it, to have me. And be this, cousin Charlotte, my part of your commission to say. This pleased them all. Lord M. Give me thy hand, Bob. Thou talkest like a man of honour at last. I hope you may depend upon what thou sayest. The lady's eyes put the same question to me. Lovelace. You may, my lord. You may, ladies. Absolutely you may. Then was the personal character of the lady, as well as her more extraordinary talents and endowments, again expatiated upon; and Miss Patty, who had once seen her, launched out more than all the rest in her praise. These were followed by such inquiries as are never forgotten to be made in marriage treaties, and which generally are the principal motives, with the sages of a family, though the least to be mentioned by the parties themselves, and yet even by them perhaps the first thought of, that is to say, inquisition into the lady's fortune, into the particulars of the grandfather's estate, and what her father and her single-souled uncles will probably do for her, if a reconciliation be effected, as by their means they make no doubt but it will be between both families, if it be not my fault. The two venerables, no longer tabbies with me now, hinted at rich presents on their own parts, and my lord declared that he would make such overtures in my behalf as should render my marriage with Miss Harlowe the best day's work I ever made, and what, he doubted not, would be as agreeable to that family as to myself. Thus at present, by a single hair, hangs over my head the matrimonial sword, and thus ended my trial. And thus are we all friends, and cousin, and nephew, at every word. Did ever comedy end more happily than this long trial? End of Letter 7. Letter 8 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 8. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Wednesday, July 12th. So, Jack, they think they have gained a mighty point. But were I to change my mind, were I to repent, I fancy I am safe. And yet this very moment it rises to my mind, that 'tis hard trusting too: for surely there must be some embers, where there was fire so lately, that may be stirred up to give a blaze to combustibles strewed lightly upon them. Love, like some self-propagating plants, or roots, which have taken strong hold in the earth, when once got deep into the heart, is hardly ever totally extirpated, except by matrimony indeed, which is the grave of love, because it allows of the end of love. And these ladies, all advocates for herself, with herself, Miss Howe at their head perhaps, not in favour to me, I don't expect that from Miss Howe, but perhaps in favour to herself, for Miss Howe has reason to apprehend vengeance from me, I ween. Her Hickman will be safe too, as she may think, if I marry her beloved friend, for he has been a busy fellow, and I have long wished to have a slap at him. The lady's case desperate with her friends too, and likely to be so while single, and her character exposed to censure. A husband is a charming cloak, a fig-leaved apron for a wife, and for a lady to be protected in liberties, in diversions, which her heart pants after, and all her faults, even the most criminal, were she to be detected, to be thrown upon the husband, and the ridicule too, a charming privilege for a wife. But I shall have one comfort if I marry, which pleases me not a little. If a man's wife has a dear friend of her sex, 100 liberties may be taken with that friend, which could not be taken, if the single lady, knowing what a title to freedoms marriage had given him with her friend, was not less scrupulous with him than she ought to be as to herself. Then there are broad freedoms, shall I call them, that may be taken by the husband with his wife, that may not be quite shocking, which if the wife bears before her friends, will serve for a lesson to that friend. And if that friend bears to be present at them without check or bashfulness, will show a sagacious fellow that she can bear as much herself, at proper time and place. Chastity, Jack, like piety, is an uniform thing. If in look, if in speech, a girl give way to undue levity, depend upon it, the devil has got one of his cloven feet in her heart already. So, Hickman, take care of thyself, I advise thee, whether I marry or not. Thus, Jack, have I at once reconciled myself to all my relations; and if the lady refuses me, thrown the fault upon her. This I knew would be in my power to do at any time, and I was the more arrogant to them in order to heighten the merit of my compliance. But after all, it would be very whimsical, would it not, if all my plots and contrivances should end in wedlock? What a punishment should this come out to be upon myself too, that all this while I have been plundering my own treasury? Can there be so much harm done, if it can be so easily repaired by a few magical words as I, Robert, take thee, Clarissa, and I, Clarissa, take thee, Robert, with the rest of the for better and for worse legerdemain, which will hocus pocus all the wrongs, the crying wrongs, that I have done to Miss Harlowe, into acts of kindness and benevolence to Mrs. Lovelace? But, Jack, two things I must insist upon with thee, if this to be the case. Having put secrets of so high a nature between me and my spouse into thy power, I must, for my own honour, and for the honour of my wife and illustrious progeny, first oblige thee to give up the letters I have so profusely scribbled to thee, and, in the next place, do by thee, as I have heard whispered in France was done by the true father of a certain monarch, that is to say, cut thy throat, to prevent thy telling of tales. I have found means to heighten the kind opinion my friends here have begun to have of me, by communicating to them the contents of the 4 last letters which I wrote to press my elected spouse to solemnize. My Lord repeated one of his phrases in my favour, that he hopes it will come out, that the devil is not quite so black as he is painted. Now prithee, dear Jack, since so many good consequences are to flow from these our nuptials, one of which to thyself, since the sooner thou diest, the less thou wilt have to answer for, and that I now and then am apt to believe there may be something in the old fellow's notion, who once told us, that he who kills a man has all that man's sins to answer for, as well as his own, because he gave him not the time to repent of them, that Heaven designed to allow him, a fine thing for thee if thou consentest to be knocked off the head, but a cursed one for the manslayer. And since there may be room to fear that Miss Howe will not give us her help, prithee now exert thyself to find out my Clarissa Harlowe, that I may make a Lovelace of her. Set all the city bellmen and the country criers for 10 miles round the metropolis at work, with their oyez, and if any man, woman, or child can give tale or tidings. Advertise her in all the newspapers, and let her know that if she will repair to Lady Betty Lawrance, or to Miss Charlotte Montague, she may hear of something greatly to her advantage. My 2 cousins Montague are actually to set out to morrow to Mrs. Howe's, to engage her vixen daughter's interest with her friend. They will flaunt it away in a chariot and 6, for the greatest state and significance. Confounded mortification to be reduced this low! My pride hardly knows how to brook it. Lord M. has engaged the 2 venerables to stay here to attend the issue; and I, standing very high at present in their good graces, am to gallant them to Oxford, to Blenheim, and to several other places. End of Letter VIII. Letter IX. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter IX. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Thursday night, July 13th. Collins sets not out to-morrow. Some domestic occasion hinders him. Rogers is but now returned from you, and cannot be well spared. Mr. Hickman is gone upon an affair of my mother's, and has taken both his servants with him, to do credit to his employer, so I am forced to venture this by post, directed by your assumed name. I am to acquaint you that I have been favoured with a visit from Miss Montague and her sister, in Lord M.'s chariot and 6. My Lord's gentleman rode here yesterday, with a request that I would receive a visit from the 2 young ladies, on a very particular occasion, the greater favour, if it might be, the next day. As I had so little personal knowledge of either, I doubted not but it must be in relation to the interests of my dear friend; and so, consulting with my mother, I sent them an invitation to favour me, because of the distance, with their company at dinner, which they kindly accepted. I hope, my dear, since things have been so very bad, that their errand to me will be as agreeable to you as any thing that can now happen. They came in the name of Lord M. and Lady Sarah and Lady Betty, his 2 sisters, to desire my interest to engage you to put yourself into the protection of Lady Betty, who will not part with you till she sees all the justice done you that now can be done. Lady Sarah had not stirred out for a 12-month before, never since she lost her agreeable daughter whom you and I saw at Mrs. Benson's, but was induced to take this journey by Lady Betty, purely to procure you reparation, if possible; and their joint strength, united with Lord M.'s, has so far succeeded, that the wretch has bound himself to them, and to these young ladies, in the solemnest manner, to wed you in their presence, if they can prevail upon you to give him your hand. This consolation you may take to yourself, that all this honourable family have a due, that is, the highest, sense of your merit, and greatly admire you. The horrid creature has not spared himself in doing justice to your virtue; and the young ladies give us such an account of his confessions and self-condemnation, that my mother was quite charmed with you, and we all 4 shed tears of joy, that there is one of our sex, I, that one is my dearest friend, who has done so much honour to it, as to deserve the exalted praises given you by a wretch so self-conceited, though pity for the excellent creature mixed with our joy. He promises by them to make the best of husbands; and my Lord and Lady Sarah and Lady Betty are all 3 to be guarantees that he will be so. Noble settlements, noble presents, they talked of. They say they left Lord M. and his 2 sisters talking of nothing else, but of those presents and settlements, how most to do you honour, the great in proportion for the indignities you have suffered; and of changing of names by Act of Parliament, preparative to the interest they will all join to make, to get the titles to go where the bulk of the estate must go, at my Lord's death, which they apprehend to be nearer than they wish. Nor doubt they of a thorough reformation in his morals, from your example and influence over him. I made a great many objections for you; all, I believe, that you could have made yourself, had you been present. But I have no doubt to advise you, my dear, and so does my mother, instantly to put yourself into Lady Betty's protection, with a resolution to take the wretch for your husband. All his future grandeur (he wants not pride) depends upon his sincerity to you, and the young ladies vouch for the depth of his concern for the wrongs he has done you. All his apprehension is, in your readiness to communicate to every one, as he fears, the evils you have suffered, which he thinks will expose you both. But had you not revealed them to Lady Betty, you had not had so warm a friend, since it is owing to 2 letters you wrote to her that all this good, as I hope it will prove, was brought about. But I advise you to be more sparing in exposing what is past, whether you have thoughts of accepting him or not. For what, my dear, can that avail now, but to give a handle to vile wretches to triumph over your friends, since every one will not know how much to your honour your very sufferings have been? Your melancholy letter brought by Rogers, with his account of your indifferent health, confirmed to him by the woman of the house, as well as by your looks and by your faintness while you talked with him, would have given me inexpressible affliction, had I not been cheered by this agreeable visit from the young ladies. I hope you will be equally so on my imparting the subject of it to you. Indeed, my dear, you must not hesitate. You must oblige them. The alliance is splendid and honourable. Very few will know any thing of his brutal baseness to you. All must end, in a little while, in a general reconciliation, and you will be able to resume your course of doing the good to every deserving object, which procured you blessings wherever you set your foot. I am concerned to find, that your father's inhuman curse affects you so much as it does. Yet you are a noble creature to put it, as you put it. I hope you are indeed more solicitous to get it revoked for their sakes than for your own. It is for them to be penitent, who hurried you into evils you could not well avoid. You are apt to judge by the unhappy event, rather than upon the true merits of your case. Upon my honour, I think you faultless almost in every step you have taken. What has not that vilely insolent and ambitious yet stupid brother of yours to answer for? That spiteful thing your sister too. But come, since what is past cannot be helped, let us look forward. You have now happy prospects opening to you. A family already noble, prepared to receive you with open arms and joyful heart, and who by their love to you will teach another family, who know not what an excellence they have confederated to persecute, how to value you. Your prudence, your piety will crown all. You will reclaim a wretch that, for 100 sakes more than for his own, one would wish to be reclaimed. Like a traveller who has been put out of his way by the overflowing of some rapid stream, you have only had the foreright path you were in overwhelmed. A few miles about, a day or two only lost, as I may say, and you are in a way to recover it, and by quickening your speed will get up the lost time. The hurry upon your spirits, meantime, will be all your inconvenience, for it was not your fault you were stopped in your progress. Think of this, my dear, and improve upon the allegory as you know how. If you can, without impeding your progress, be the means of assuaging the inundation, of bounding the waters within their natural channel, and thereby of recovering the overwhelmed part for the sake of future passengers who travel the same way, what a merit will yours be! I shall impatiently expect your next letter. The young ladies propose that you should put yourself, if in town, or near it, into the Reading stage coach, which inns somewhere in Fleet street; and if you give notice of the day, you will be met on the road, and that pretty early in your journey, by some of both sexes, one of whom you won't be sorry to see. Mr. Hickman shall attend you at Slough, and Lady Betty herself, and one of the Miss Montagues, with proper equipages, will be at Reading to receive you, and carry you directly to the seat of the former; for I have expressly stipulated that the wretch himself shall not come into your presence till your nuptials are to be solemnized, unless you give leave. Adieu, my dearest friend. Be happy, and hundreds will then be happy of consequence. Inexpressibly so, I am sure, will then be your ever affectionate Anna Howe. End of Letter IX. Letter X. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter X. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Sunday night, July 16th. My dearest friend, why should you permit a mind, so much devoted to your service, to labour under such an impatience, as you must know it would labour under, for want of an answer to a letter of such consequence to you, and therefore to me, as was mine of Thursday night? Rogers told me on Thursday you were so ill, your letter sent by him was so melancholy. Yet you must be ill indeed, if you could not write something to such a letter, were it but a line to say you would write as soon as you could. Sure you have received it. The master of your nearest post office will pawn his reputation that it went safe. I gave him particular charge of it. God send me good news of your health, of your ability to write, and then I will chide you, indeed I will, as I never yet did chide you. I suppose your excuse will be, that the subject required consideration. Lord, my dear, so it might. But you have so right a mind, and the matter in question is so obvious, that you could not want half an hour to determine. Then you intended probably to wait Collins's call for your letter, as on to morrow. Suppose something were to happen, as it did on Friday, that he should not be able to go to town to morrow? How, child, could you serve me so? I know not how to leave off scolding you. Dear honest Collins, make haste. He will, he will. He sets out, and travels all night: for I have told him, that the dearest friend I have in the world has it in her own choice to be happy, and to make me so; and that the letter he will bring from her will assure it to me. I have ordered him to go directly, without stopping at the Saracen's Head Inn, to you at your lodgings. Matters are now in so good a way that he safely may. Your expected letter is ready written, I hope. If it can be not, he will call for it at your hour. You can't be so happy as you deserve to be: but I doubt not that you will be as happy as you can. That is, that you will choose to put yourself instantly into Lady Betty's protection. If you would not have the wretch for your own sake, have him you must for mine, for your family's, for your honour's sake. Dear honest Collins, make haste, and relieve the impatient heart of my beloved's ever faithful, ever affectionate Anna Howe. End of Letter X. Letter XI. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XI. Miss Howard to Miss Charlotte Montague, Tuesday morning, July 18. Madam, I take the liberty to write to you by this special messenger. In the frenzy of my soul, I write to you, to demand of you, and of any of your family who can tell news of my beloved friend, who, I doubt, has been spirited away by the base arts of one of the blackest, oh help me to a name black enough to call him by. Her piety is proof against self-attempts. It must be he, the only wretch, who could injure such an innocent. And now, who knows what he has done with her? If I have patience, I will give you the occasion of this distracted vehemence. I wrote to her the very moment you and your sister left me; but being unable to procure a special messenger as I intended, was forced to send by the post. I urged her, you know I promised that I would, I urged her with earnestness to comply with the desires of all your family. Having no answer, I wrote again on Sunday night, and sent it by a particular hand, who travelled all night, chiding her for keeping a heart so impatient as mine in such cruel suspense, upon a matter of so much importance to her, and therefore to me; and very angry I was with her in my mind. But judge my astonishment, my distraction, when last night the messenger, returning post haste, brought me word, that she had not been heard of since Friday morning, and that a letter lay for her at her lodgings, which came by the post, and must be mine. She went out about 6 that morning, only intending, as they believe, to go to morning prayers at Covent Garden Church, just by her lodgings, as she had done divers times before, went on foot, left word she should be back in an hour, very poorly in health. Lord have mercy upon me! What shall I do? I was a distracted creature all last night. O Madam, you know not how I love her. My own soul is not dearer to me than my Clarissa Harlowe. Nay, she is my soul; for I now have none, only a miserable one, however: for she was the joy, the stay, the prop of my life. Never woman loved woman as we love one another. It is impossible to tell you half her excellencies. It was my glory and my pride, that I was capable of so fervent a love of so pure and matchless a creature. But now, who knows, whether the dear injured has not all her woes, her undeserved woes, completed in death, or is not reserved for a worse fate? This I leave to your inquiry: for your, shall I call the man your relation, I understand is still with you. Surely, my good ladies, you were well authorized in the proposals you made in presence of my mother. Surely he dare not abuse your confidence, and the confidence of your noble relations. I make no apology for giving you this trouble, nor for desiring you to favour with a line, by this messenger, your almost distracted Anna Howe. End of Letter XI. Letter XII. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XII. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. M. Hall, Saturday night, June 15th. All undone! Undone, by Jupiter! Zounds, Jack! What shall I do now? A curse upon all my plots and contrivances! But I have it! In the very heart and soul of me, I have it! Thou toldest me that my punishments were but beginning. Canst thou, O fatal prognosticator, Canst thou tell me where they will end? Thy assistance I bespeak. The moment thou receivest this, I bespeak thy assistance. This messenger rides for life and death; and I hope he'll find you at your town lodgings, if he meet not with you at Edgware, where, being Sunday, he will call first. This cursed woman, on Friday, dispatched man and horse with the joyful news, as she thought it would be to me, in an exulting letter from Sally Martin, that she had found out my angel as on Wednesday last; and on Friday morning, after she had been at prayers at Covent Garden Church, praying for my reformation perhaps, and got her arrested by 2 sheriff's officers, as she was returning to her lodgings, who, villains, put her into a chair they had in readiness, and carried her to one of the cursed fellows' houses. She has arrested her for £150, pretendedly due for board and lodging, a sum, besides the low villany of the proceeding, which the dear soul could not possibly raise; all her clothes and effects, except what she had on and with her when she went away, being at the old devil's. And here, for an aggravation, has the dear creature lain already 2 days; for I must be gallanting my 2 aunts and my 2 cousins, and giving Lord M. an airing after his lying in (pox upon the whole family of us!) and returned not till within this hour; and now returned to my distraction, on receiving the cursed tidings, and the exulting letter. Hasten, hasten, dear Jack! For the love of God, hasten to the injured charmer! My heart bleeds for her! She deserved not this! I dare not stir! It will be thought done by my contrivance; and if I am absent from this place, that will confirm the suspicion. Damnation seize quick this accursed woman! Yet she thinks she has made no small merit with me. Unhappy, thrice unhappy circumstances! At a time, too, when better prospects were opening for the sweet creature! Hasten to her! Clear me of this cursed job! Most sincerely, by all that's sacred, I swear you may. Yet have I been such a villanous plotter, that the charming sufferer will hardly believe it, although the proceeding be so dirtily low. Set her free the moment you see her, without conditioning, free, on your knees, for me, beg her pardon, and assure her that wherever she goes I will not molest her. No, nor come near her without her leave; and be sure allow not any of the damned crew to go near her. Only let her permit you to receive her commands from time to time. You have always been her friend and advocate. What would I now give, had I permitted you to have been a successful one? Let her have all her clothes and effects sent her instantly, as a small proof of my sincerity; and force upon the dear creature, who must be moneyless, what sums you can get her to take. Let me know how she has been treated. If roughly, woe be to the guilty. Take thy watch in thy hand, after thou hast freed her; and damn the whole brood, dragon and serpents, by the hour, till thou art tired; and tell them I bid thee do so for their cursed officiousness. They had nothing to do, when they had found her, but to wait my orders how to proceed. The great devil fly away with them all, one by one, through the roof of their own cursed house, and dash them to pieces against the tops of chimneys as he flies, and let the lesser devils collect the scattered scraps, and bag them up, in order to put them together again in their allotted place in the element of fire, with cements of molten lead. A line! A line! A kingdom for a line! With tolerable news the first moment thou canst write. This fellow waits to bring it. End of Letter XII. Letter XIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XIII. Miss Charlotte Montague to Miss Howe, M. Hall, Tuesday afternoon. Dear Miss Howe, your letter has infinitely disturbed us all. This wretched man has been half distracted ever since Saturday night. We knew not what ailed him till your letter was brought. Vile wretch as he is however innocent of this new evil. Indeed he must be, as I shall more at large acquaint you. But will not now detain your messenger; only to satisfy your just impatience by telling you, that the dear young lady is safe, and we hope well. A horrid mistake of his general orders has subjected her to the terror and disgrace of an arrest. Poor dear Miss Harlowe! Her sufferings have endeared her to us almost as much as her excellencies can have endeared her to you. But she must now be quite at liberty. He has been a distracted man ever since the news was brought him, and we knew not what ailed him. But that I said before. My Lord M., my Lady Sarah Sadleir, and my Lady Betty Lawrance, will all write to you this very afternoon, and so will the wretch himself, and send it by a servant of their own, not to detain yours. I know not what I write. But you shall have all the particulars, just and true and fair, from, dear Madam, your most faithful and obedient servant, Charlotte Montague. End of Letter XIII. Letter XIV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 14. Miss Montague to Miss Howe, M. Hall, July 18th. Dear Madam, in pursuance of my promise, I will minutely inform you of every thing we know relating to this shocking transaction. When we returned from you on Thursday night, and made our report of the kind reception both we and our message met with, in that you had been so good as to promise to use your interest with your dear friend, it put us all into such good humour with one another, and with my cousin Lovelace, that we resolved upon a little tour of 2 days, the Friday and Saturday, in order to give an airing to my Lord and Lady Sarah, both having been long confined, one by illness, the other by melancholy. My Lord, Lady Sarah, Lady Betty, and myself were in the coach, and all our talk was of dear Miss Harlowe, and of our future happiness with her. Mr. Lovelace and my sister, who is his favourite, as he is hers, were in his phaeton, and whenever we joined company, that was still the subject. As to him, never man praised woman as he did her. Never man gave greater hopes, and made better resolutions. He is none of those that are governed by interest. He is too proud for that. But most sincerely delighted was he in talking of her, and of his hopes of her returning favour. He said, however, more than once, that he feared she would not forgive him; for from his heart he must say he deserved not her forgiveness; and often, that there was not such a woman in the world. This I mention to show you, Madam, that he could not at this time be privy to such a barbarous and disgraceful treatment of her. We returned not till Saturday night, all in as good humour with one another as we went out. We never had such pleasure in his company before. If he would be good, and as he ought to be, no man would be better beloved by relations than he. But never was there a greater alteration in man when he came home, and received a letter from a messenger, who, it seems, had been flattering himself in hopes of a reward, and had been waiting for his return from the night before. In such a fury! The man fared but badly. He instantly shut himself up to write, and ordered man and horse to be ready to set out before daylight the next morning, to carry the letter to a friend in London. He would not see us all that night, neither breakfast nor dine with us next day. He ought, he said, never to see the light, and bid my sister, whom he called an innocent, and who was very desirous to know the occasion of all this, shun him, saying he was a wretch, and made so by his own inventions, and the consequences of them. None of us could get out of him what so disturbed him. We should too soon hear, he said, to the utter dissipation of all his hopes, and of all ours. We could easily suppose that all was not right with regard to the worthy young lady and him. He went out each day, and said he wanted to run away from himself. Late on Monday night he received a letter from Mr. Belford, his most favoured friend, by his own messenger, who came back in a foam, man and horse. Whatever were the contents, he was not easier, but like a madman rather, but still would not let us know the occasion. But to my sister he said, nobody, my dear Patsy, who can think but of half the plagues that pursue an intriguing spirit, would ever quit the foreright path. He was out when your messenger came, but soon came in, and bad enough was his reception from us all. And he said, that his own torments were greater than ours, than Miss Harlowe's or yours, Madam, all put together. He would see your letter. He always carries every thing before him; and said, when he had read it, that he thanked God he was not such a villain as you, with too great an appearance of reason, thought him. Thus then he owned the matter to be. He had left general instructions to the people of the lodgings the dear lady went from, to find out where she was gone to, if possible, that he might have an opportunity to importune her to be his, before their difference was public. The wicked people, officious at least, if not wicked, discovered where she was on Wednesday, and for fear she should remove before they could have his orders, they put her under a gentle restraint, as they call it, and dispatched away a messenger to acquaint him with it, and to take his orders. This messenger arrived Friday afternoon, and stayed here till we returned on Saturday night. And when he read the letter he brought, I have told you, Madam, what a fury he was in. The letter he retired to write, in which he dispatched away so early on Sunday morning, was to conjure his friend Mr. Belford, on receipt of it, to fly to the lady and set her free, and to order all her things to be sent to her, and to clear him of so black and villanous a fact, as he justly called it. And by this time he doubts not that all is happily over, and the beloved of his soul, as he calls her at every word, in an easier and happier way than she was before the horrid fact. And now he owns that the reason why Mr. Belford's letter set him into stronger ravings was, because of his keeping him wilfully, and on purpose to torment him, in suspense, and reflecting very heavily upon him: for Mr. Belford, he says, was ever the lady's friend and advocate, and only mentioning that he had waited upon her, referring to his next for further particulars, which Mr. Belford could have told him at the time. He declares, and we can vouch for him, that he has been, ever since last Saturday night, the most miserable of men. He forbore going up himself, that it might not be imagined he was guilty of so black a contrivance, and that he went up to complete any base views in consequence of it. Believe us all, dear Miss Howe, under the deepest concern at this unhappy accident, which will, we fear, exasperate the charming sufferer, not too much for the occasion, but too much for our hopes. O what wretches are these free-living men, who love to tread in intricate paths, and when once they err, know not how far out of the way their headstrong course may lead them! My sister joins her thanks with mine to your good mother and self, for the favours you heaped upon us last Thursday. We beseech your continued interest as to the subject of our visit. It shall be all our studies to oblige and recompense the dear lady to the utmost of our power, and for what she has suffered from the unhappy man. We are, dear Madam, your obliged and faithful servants, Charlotte Montague, Martha. Dear Miss Howe, we join in the above request of Miss Charlotte and Miss Patty Montague for your favour and interest. Being convinced that the accident was an accident, and no plot or contrivance of a wretch too full of them, we are, Madam, your most obedient humble servants, Mrs. Sarah Sadleir, Eliza Lawrance. Dear Miss Howe, after what is written above, by names and characters of unquestionable honour, I might have been excused signing a name almost as hateful to myself as I know it is to you. But the above will have it so. Since therefore I must write, it shall be the truth, which is, that if I may be once more admitted to pay my duty to the most deserving and most injured of her sex, I will be content to do it with a halter about my neck, and attended by a parson on my right hand, and the hangman on my left, be doomed at her will, either to the church or the gallows. Your most humble servant, Robert Lovelace. Tuesday, July 18th. End of Letter XIV. Letter XV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 15. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Sunday night, July 16th. What a cursed piece of work hast thou made of it, with the most excellent of women! Thou mayest be in earnest or in jest, as thou wilt, but the poor lady will not be long either thy sport or the sport of fortune. I will give thee an account of a scene that wants but her affecting pen to represent it justly, and it would wring all the black blood out of thy callous heart. Thou only, who art the author of her calamities, shouldst have attended her in her prison. I am unequal to such a task, nor know I any other man but would. This last act, however unintended by thee, yet a consequence of thy general orders, and too likely to be thought agreeable to thee by those who know thy other villanies by her, has finished thy barbarous work; and I advise thee to trumpet forth every where how much in earnest thou art to marry her, whether true or not. Thou mayest safely do it. She will not live to put thee to the trial; and it will a little palliate for thy enormous usage of her, and be a mean to make mankind, who know not what I know of the matter, herd a little longer with thee, and forbear to hunt thee to thy fellow savages in the Libyan wilds and deserts. Your messenger found me at Edgware, expecting to dinner with me several friends, whom I had invited 3 days before. I sent apologies to them, as in a case of life and death, and speeded to town to the woman's. For how knew I but shocking attempts might be made upon her by the cursed wretches, perhaps by your connivance, in order to mortify her into your measures? Little knows the public what villanies are committed by vile wretches in these abominable houses upon innocent creatures drawn into their snares. Finding the lady not there, I posted away to the officer's, although Sally told me that she had but just come from thence, and that she had refused to see her, or, as she sent down word, any body else, being resolved to have the remainder of that Sunday to herself, as it might, perhaps, be the last she should ever see. I had the same thing told me when I got thither. I sent up to let her know that I came with a commission to set her at liberty. I was afraid of sending up the name of a man known to be a friend. She absolutely refused to see any man, however, for that day, or to answer further to any thing said from me. Having therefore informed myself of all that the officer and his wife and servant could acquaint me with, as well in relation to the horrid arrest as to her behaviour, and the women's to her, and her ill state of health, I went back to Sinclair's, as I will still call her, and heard the 3 women's story. From all which I am enabled to give you the following shocking particulars, which may serve till I can see the unhappy lady herself to-morrow, if then I gain admittance to her. You will find that I have been very minute in my inquiries. Your villain it was that set the poor lady, and had the impudence to appear, and abet the sheriff's officers in the cursed transaction. He thought, no doubt, that he was doing the most acceptable service to his blessed master. They had got a chair, the head ready up, as soon as service was over; and as she came out of the church, at the door fronting Bedford street, the officers, stepping up to her, whispered that they had an action against her. She was terrified, trembled, and turned pale. Action, said she, what is that? I have committed no bad action. Lord bless me! Men, what mean you? That you are a prisoner, madam. Prisoner, sirs! What? How? Why? What have I done? You must go with us. Be pleased, madam, to step into this chair. With you? With men? Must go with men? I am not used to go with strange men. Indeed, you must excuse me. We can't excuse you. We are sheriff's officers. We have a writ against you. You must go with us, and you shall know at whose suit. Suit? Said the charming innocent. I don't know what you mean. Pray, men, don't lay hands upon me. They offering to put her into the chair. I am not used to be thus treated. I have done nothing to deserve it. She then spied thy villain. O thou wretch, said she, where is thy vile master? Am I again to be his prisoner? Help, good people! A crowd had begun to gather. My master is in the country, madam, many miles off. If you please to go with these men, they will treat you civilly. The people were most of them struck with compassion. A fine young creature! 1,000 pities, cried some, while some few threw out vile and shocking reflections. But a gentleman interposed, and demanded to see the fellow's authority. They showed it. Is your name Clarissa Harlowe, madam? Said he. Yes, yes, indeed. Ready to sink. My name was Clarissa Harlowe, but it is now wretchedness. Lord be merciful to me! What is to come next? You must go with these men, madam, said the gentleman. They have authority for what they do. He pitied her, and retired. Indeed you must, said one chairman. Indeed you must, said the other. Can nobody, joined in another gentleman, be applied to, who will see that so fine a creature is not ill used? Thy villain answered, orders were given particularly for that. She had rich relations. She need but ask and have. She would only be carried to the officer's house till matters could be made up. The people she had lodged with loved her, but she had left her lodgings privately. Oh, had she those tricks already? Cried one or two. She heard not this, but said, Well, if I must go, I must. I cannot resist. But I will not be carried to the woman's. I will rather die at your feet than be carried to the woman's. You won't be carried there, madam, cried thy fellow. Only to my house, madam, said one of the officers. Where is that? In High Holborn, madam. I know not where High Holborn is, but any where except to the woman's. But am I to go with men only? Looking about her, and seeing the 3 passages, to wit, that leading to Henrietta Street, that to King Street, and the 4 one to Bedford Street crowded, she started. Anywhere, said she, but to the woman's. And stepping into the chair, threw herself on the seat, in the utmost distress and confusion. Carry me out of sight. Cover me up for ever, were her words. Thy villain drew the curtain. She had not power. And they went away with her through a vast crowd of people. Here I must rest. I can write no more at present. Only, Lovelace, remember, all this was to a Clarissa. The unhappy lady fainted away when she was taken out of the chair at the officer's house. Several people followed the chair to the very house, which is in a wretched court. Sally was there, and satisfied some of the inquirers that the young gentlewoman would be exceedingly well used, and they soon dispersed. Dorcas was also there, but came not in her sight. Sally, as a favour, offered to carry her to her former lodgings, but she declared they should carry her thither a corpse, if they did. Very gentle usage the women boast of, so would a vulture, could it speak, with the entrails of its prey upon its rapacious talons. Of this you'll judge from what I have to recite. She asked what was meant by this usage of her. People told me, said she, that I must go with the men, that they had authority to take me. So I submitted. But now, what is to be the end of this disgraceful violence? The end, said the vile Sally Martin, is for honest people to come at their own. Bless me, have I taken away any thing that belongs to those who have obtained the power over me? I have left very valuable things behind me, but have taken away that is not my own. And who do you think, Miss Harlowe, for I understand, said the cursed creature, you are not married, who do you think is to pay for your board and your lodgings? Such handsome lodgings, for so long a time as you were at Mrs. Sinclair's. Lord have mercy upon me! Miss Martin! I think you are Miss Martin? And is this the cause of such a disgraceful insult upon me in the open streets? And cause enough, Miss Harlowe, fond of gratifying her jealous revenge by calling her Miss. 150 guineas or pounds is no small sum to lose, and by a young creature who would have built her lodgings. You amaze me, Miss Martin. What language do you talk in? Bilk my lodgings? What is that? She stood astonished and silent for a few moments. But recovering herself, and turning from her to the window, she wrung her hands. The cursed Sally showed me how. And lifting them up, Now, Lovelace, now indeed do I think I ought to forgive thee. But who shall forgive Clarissa Harlowe? O my sister! O my brother! Tender mercies were your cruelties to this. After a pause, her handkerchief drying up her falling tears, she turned to Sally. Now have I nothing to do but acquiesce. Only let me say, that if this aunt of yours, this Mrs. Sinclair, or this man, this Mr. Lovelace, come near me, or if I am carried to the horrid house, for that I suppose is the design of this new outrage, God be merciful to the poor Clarissa Harlowe! Look to the consequence. Look, I charge you, to the consequence. The vile wretch told her it was not designed to carry her any where against her will: but if it were, they should take care not to be frighted again by a penknife. She cast up her eyes to heaven, and was silent, and went to the furthest corner of the room, and, sitting down, threw her handkerchief over her face. Sally asked her several questions, but not answering her, she told her she would wait upon her by and by, when she had found her speech. She ordered the people to press her to eat and drink. She must be fasting: nothing but her prayers and tears, poor thing, were the merciless devil's words, as she owned to me. Dost think I did not curse her? She went away, and after her own dinner returned. The unhappy lady, by this devil's account of her, then seemed either mortified into meekness, or to have made a resolution not to be provoked by the insults of this cursed creature. Sally inquired in her presence whether she had eat or drank any thing; and being told by the woman that she could not prevail upon her to taste a morsel or drink a drop, she said, This is wrong, Miss Harlowe, very wrong. Your religion, I think, should teach you that starving yourself is self-murder. She answered not. The wretch owned she was resolved to make her speak. She asked if Mabell should attend her, till it was seen what her friends would do for her in discharge of the debt. Mabell, said she, had not yet earned the clothes you were so good as to give her. Am I not worthy an answer, Miss Harlowe? I would answer you, said the sweet sufferer, without any emotion, if I knew how. I have ordered pen, ink, and paper to be brought you, Miss Harlowe. There they are. I know you love writing. You may write to whom you please. Your friend Miss Howe will expect to hear from you. I have no friends, said she. I deserve none. Rowland, for that's the officer's name, told her, she had friends enow to pay the debt, if she would write. She would trouble nobody, she had no friends, was all they could get from her, while Sally stayed, but yet spoken with a patience of spirit, as if she enjoyed her griefs. The insolent creature went away, ordering them, in the lady's hearing, to be very civil to her, and to let her want for nothing. Now had she owned, the triumph of her heart over this haughty beauty, who kept them all at such a distance in their own house. What thinkest thou, Lovelace, of this? This wretch's triumph was over a Clarissa. About 6 in the evening, Rowland's wife pressed her to drink tea. She said she had rather have a glass of water, for her tongue was ready to cleave to the roof of her mouth. The woman brought her a glass and some bread and butter. She tried to taste the latter, but could not swallow it, but eagerly drank the water, lifting up her eyes in thankfulness for that. The divine Clarissa, Lovelace, reduced to rejoice for a cup of cold water! By whom reduced? About 9 o'clock she asked if any body were to be her bedfellow. Their maid, if she pleased, or, as she was so weak and ill, the girl should sit up with her, if she chose she should. She chose to be alone both night and day, she said. But might she not be trusted with the key of the room where she was to lie down? For she should not put off her clothes. That, they told her, could not be. She was afraid not, she said: but indeed she would not get away if she could. They told me that they had but one bed, besides that they lay in themselves, which they would fain have had her accept of; and besides that their maid lay in a garret, which they called a hole of a garret; and that one bed was the prisoner's bed, which they made several apologies to me about. I suppose it is shocking enough. That the lady would not lie in theirs. Was she not a prisoner, she said? Let her have the prisoner's room. Yet they owned that she started when she was conducted thither; but recovering herself, Very well, said she, why should not all be of a piece? Why should not my wretchedness be complete? She found fault that all the fastenings were on the outside, and none within, and said, she could not trust herself in a room where others could come in at their pleasure, and she not go out. She had not been used to it. Dear, dear soul! My tears flow as I write. Indeed, Lovelace, she had not been used to such treatment. They assured her, that it was as much their duty to protect her from other persons' insults, as from escaping herself. Then they were people of more honour, she said, than she had been of late used to. She asked if they knew Mr. Lovelace. No, was their answer. Have you heard of him? No. Well, then, you may be good sort of folks in your way. Pause here for a moment, Lovelace, and reflect. I must. Again they asked her if they should send any word to her lodgings. These are my lodgings now, are they not? Was all her answer. She sat up in a chair all night, the back against the door, having, it seems, thrust a piece of a poker through the staples, where a bolt had been on the inside. Next morning Sally and Polly both went to visit her. She had begged of Sally the day before, that she might not see Mrs. Sinclair, nor Dorcas, nor the broken-toothed servant called William. Polly would have ingratiated herself with her, and pretended to be concerned for her misfortunes. But she took no more notice of her than of the other. They asked if she had any commands. If she had, she only need to mention what they were, and she should be obeyed. None at all, she said. How did she like the people of the house? Were they civil to her? Pretty well, considering she had no money to give them. Would she accept of any money? They could put it to her account. She would contract no debts. Had she any money about her? She meekly put her hand in her pocket, and pulled out half a guinea, and a little silver. Yes, I have a little. But here should be fees paid, I believe. Should there not? I have heard of entrance money to compound for not being stripped. But these people are very civil people, I fancy, for they have not offered to take away my clothes. They have orders to be civil to you. It is very kind. But we two will bail you, miss, if you'll go back with us to Mrs. Sinclair's. Not for the world. Hers are very handsome apartments, the fitter for those who own them. These are very sad ones, the fitter for me. You may be happy yet, miss, if you will. I hope I shall. If you refuse to eat or drink, we will give bail and take you with us. Then I will try to eat and drink, anything but go with you. Will you not send to your new lodgings? The people will be frighted. So they will if I send. So they will if they know where I am. But have you no things to send for from thence? There is what will pay for their lodgings and trouble. I shall not lessen their security. But perhaps letters or messages may be left for you there. I have very few friends, and to those I have, I will spare the mortification of knowing what has befallen me. We are surprised at your indifference, Miss Harlowe. Will you not write to any of your friends? No. Why, you don't think of tarrying here always? I shall not live always. Do you think you are to stay here as long as you live? That's as it shall please God, and those who have brought me hither. Should you like to be at liberty? I am miserable. What is liberty to the miserable, but to be more miserable? How miserable, miss? You may make yourself as happy as you please. I hope you are both happy. We are. May you be more and more happy. But we wish you to be so too. I shall never be of your opinion, I believe, as to what happiness is. What do you take our opinion of happiness to be? To live at Mrs. Sinclair's? Perhaps, said Sally, we were once as squeamish and narrow-minded as you. How came it over with you? Because we saw the ridiculousness of prudery? Do you come hither to persuade me to hate prudery, as you call it, as much as you do? We came to offer our service to you. It is out of your power to serve me. Perhaps not. It is not in my inclination to trouble you. You may be worse offered. Perhaps I may. You are mighty short, miss. As I wish your visit to be, ladies. They owned to me that they cracked their fans and laughed. Adieu, perverse beauty. Your servant, ladies. Adieu, haughty airs. You see me humbled. As you deserve, Miss Harlowe, pride will have a fall. Better fall with what you call pride, than stand with meanness. Who does? I had once a better opinion of you, Miss Horton. Indeed, you should not insult the miserable. Neither should the miserable, said Sally, insult people for their civility. I should be sorry if I did. Mrs. Sinclair shall attend you by and by to know if you have any commands for her. I have no wish for any liberty but that of refusing to see her and one more person. What we came for was to know if you had any proposals to make for your enlargement. Then it seems the officer put in, You have very good friends, madam, I understand. Is it not better that you make it up? Charges will run high. 150 guineas are easier paid than 200. Let these ladies bail you and go along with them, or write to your friends to make it up. Sally said, There's a gentleman who saw you taken, and was so much moved for you, Miss Harlowe, that he would gladly advance the money for you, and leave you to pay it when you can. See, Lovelace, what cursed devils these are. This is the way we know that many an innocent heart is thrown upon keeping, and then upon the town. But for these wretches thus to go to work with such an angel as this, how glad would have been the devilish Sally to have had the least handle to report to their listening ear, or patient spirit, upon this hint. Sir, said she, with high indignation, to the officer, did not you say last night that it was as much your business to protect me from the insults of others as from escaping? Cannot I be permitted to see whom I please, and to refuse admittance to those I like not? Your creditors, madam, will expect to see you. Not if I declare I will not treat with them. Then, madam, you will be sent to prison. Prison, friend? What dost thou call thy house? Not a prison, madam. Why these iron-barred windows, then? Why these double locks and bolts all on the outside, none on the in? And down she dropt into her chair, and they could not get another word from her. She threw her handkerchief over her face, as one before, which was soon wet with tears, and grievously, they own, she sobbed. Gentle treatment, Lovelace! Perhaps thou, as well as these wretches, will think it so. Sally then ordered a dinner, and said they would soon be back again, and see that she eat and drank, as a good Christian should, comporting herself to her condition, and making the best of it. What has not this charming creature suffered? What has she not gone through in these last 3 months that I know of? Who would think such a delicately framed person could have sustained what she has sustained? We sometimes talk of bravery, of courage, of fortitude. Here they are in perfection. Such bravos as thou and I should never have been able to support ourselves under half the persecutions, the disappointments, and contumelies that she has met with, but like cowards should have slid out of the world, basely, by some back door, that is to say, by a sword, by a pistol, by a halter or knife. But here is a fine principled woman, who by dint of this noble consideration, as I imagine, what else can support her? That she has not deserved the evil she contends with, and that this world is designed but as a transitory state of the probation, and that she is travelling to another and better, puts up with all the hardships of the journey, and is not to be diverted from her course by the attacks of thieves and robbers, or any other terrors and difficulties, being assured of an ample reward at the end of it. If thou thinkest this reflection uncharacteristic from a companion and friend of thine, Imaginest thou that I profited nothing by my long attendance on my uncle in his dying state, and from the pious reflections of the good clergyman who day by day, at the poor man's own request, visited and prayed by him? And could I have another such instance as this to bring all these reflections home to me? Then who can write of good persons and of good subjects, and be capable of admiring them, and not be made serious for the time? And hence may we gather what a benefit to the morals of men the keeping of good company must be, while those who keep only bad must necessarily more and more harden, and be hardened. This 12 of the clock, Sunday night, I can think of nothing but this excellent creature. Her distresses fill my head and my heart. I was drowsy for 1/4 but the fit is gone off, and I will continue the melancholy subject from the information of these wretches. Enough, I dare say, will arise in the visit I shall make, if admitted to morrow, to send by thy servant, as to the way I am likely to find her in. After the women had left her, she complained of her head and her heart, and seemed terrified with apprehensions of being carried once more to Sinclair's. Refusing any thing for breakfast, Mrs. Rowland came up to her, and told her, as these wretches owned they had ordered her, for fear she should starve herself, that she must and should have tea and bread and butter; and that, as she had friends who could support her, if she wrote to them, it was a wrong thing, both for herself and them, to starve herself thus. If it be for your own sake, said she, that is another thing. Let coffee, or tea, or chocolate, or what you will, be got; and put down a chicken to my account every day, if you please, and eat it yourselves. I will taste it if I can. I would do nothing to hinder you. I have friends will pay you liberally, when they know I am gone. They wondered, they told her, at her strange composure in such distresses. They were nothing, she said, to what she had suffered already from the vilest of all men. The disgrace of seizing her in the street, multitudes of people about her, shocking imputations wounding her ears, had indeed been very affecting to her: but that was over. Every thing soon would. And she should be still more composed, were it not for the apprehensions of seeing one man and one woman, and being tricked or forced back to the vilest house in the world. Then were it not better to give way to the 2 gentlewomen's offer to bail her? They could tell her it was a very kind proffer, and what was not to be met every day. She believed so. The ladies might possibly dispense with her going back to the house to which she had such an antipathy. Then the compassionate gentleman was inclined to make it up with her creditors on her own bond. It was very strange to them she hearkened not to so generous a proposal. Did the 2 ladies tell you who the gentleman was? Or did they say any more on the subject? Yes, they did, and hinted to me, said the woman. Nothing to do but to receive a visit from the gentleman, and the money, they believed, would be laid down on your own bond or note. She was startled. I charge you, said she, as you will answer it one day to my friends, I charge you don't. If you do, you know not what may be the consequence. They apprehended no bad consequence, they said, in doing their duty; and if she knew not her own good, her friends would thank them for taking any innocent steps to serve her, though against her will. Don't push me upon extremities, man. Don't make me desperate, woman. I have no small difficulty, notwithstanding the seeming composure you just now took notice of, to bear, as I ought to bear, the evils I suffer. But if you bring a man or men to me, be the pretence what it will. She stopped there, and looked so earnestly, and so wildly, they said, that they did not know but she would do some harm to herself, if they disobeyed her; and that would be a sad thing in their house, and might be their ruin. They therefore promised, that no man should be brought to her but by her own consent. Mrs. Rowland prevailed on her to drink a dish of tea, and taste some bread and butter, about 11 on Saturday morning, which she probably did to have an excuse not to dine with the women when they returned. But she would not quit her prison room, as she called it, to go into their parlour. Unbarred windows, and a light summer apartment, she said, had too cheerful an appearance for her mind. A shower falling as she spoke, What, said she, looking up, do the elements weep for me? At another time, the light of the sun was irksome to her. The sun seemed to shine in to mock her woes. Methought, added she, the sun darting in and gilding these iron bars, plays upon me like the 2 women who came to insult my haggard looks by the word beauty, and my dejected heart by the word haughty airs. Sally came again at dinner time, to see how she fared, as she told her, and that she did not starve herself; and as she wanted to have some talk with her, if she gave her leave, she would dine with her. I cannot eat. You must try, Miss Harlowe. And dinner being ready just then, she offered her hand, and desired her to walk down. No, she would not stir out of her prison room. These sullen airs won't do, Miss Harlowe. Indeed they won't. She was silent. You will have harder usage than any you have ever yet known, I can tell you, if you come not into some humour to make matters up. She was still silent. Come, Miss, walk down to dinner. Let me entreat you, do. Miss Horton is below. She was once your favourite. She waited for an answer, but received none. We came to make some proposals to you for your good, though you affronted us so lately; and we would not let Mrs. Sinclair come in person, because we thought to oblige you. This is indeed obliging. Come, give me your hand. Miss Harlowe, you are obliged to me, I can tell you that. And let us go down to Miss Horton. Excuse me, I will not stir out of this room. Would you have me and Miss Horton dine in this filthy bedroom? It is not a bedroom to me. I have not been in bed, nor will, while I am here. and yet you care not, as I see, to leave the house. And so you won't go down, Miss Harlowe? I won't, except I am forced to it. Well, well, let it alone. I shan't ask Miss Horton to dine in this room, I assure you. I will send up a plate. And away the little saucy toad fluttered down. When they had dined, up they came together. Well, Miss, you would not eat any thing, it seems. Very pretty sullen airs these. No wonder the honest gentleman had such a hand with you. She only held up her hands and eyes, the tears trickling down her cheeks. Insolent devils! How much more cruel and insulting are bad women even than bad men! Methinks, Miss, said Sally, you are a little soilly to what we have seen you. Pity such a nice lady should not have changes of apparel. Why won't you send to your lodgings for linen, at least? I am not nice now. Miss looks well and clean in any thing, said Polly. But, dear Madam, why won't you send to your lodgings? Were it but in kindness to the people, they must have a concern about you, and your Miss Howe will wonder what's become of you, for no doubt you correspond. She turned from them, and to herself said, Too much, too much. She tossed her handkerchief, wet before with her tears, from her, and held her apron to her eyes. Don't weep, Miss, said the vile Polly. Yet do, cried the viler Sally. It will be a relief. Nothing, as Mr. Lovelace once told me, dries sooner than tears. For once I too wept mightily. I could not bear the recital of this with patience. Yet I cursed them not so much as I should have done, had I not had a mind to get from them all the particulars of their gentle treatment. And this for two reasons: the one, that I might stab thee to the heart with the repetition; and the other, that I might know upon what terms I am likely to see the unhappy lady to morrow. Well, but Miss Harlowe, cried Sally, do you think these forlorn airs pretty? You are a good Christian child. Mrs. Rowland tells me she has got you a Bible book. Oh, there it lies. I make no doubt but you have doubled down the useful places, as honest Matt Prior says. Then rising and taking it up, Ay, so you have, the book of Job. One opens naturally here, I see. My mamma made me a fine Bible scholar. You see, Miss Horton, I know something of the book. They proposed once more to bail her, and to go home with them; a motion which she received with the same indignation as before. Sally told her, that she had written in a very favourable manner in her behalf to you, and that she every hour expected an answer; and made no doubt that you would come up with a messenger, and generously pay the whole debt, and ask her pardon for neglecting it. This disturbed her so much, that they feared she would have fallen into fits. She could not bear your name, she said. She hoped she should never see you more; and were you to intrude yourself, dreadful consequences might follow. Surely, they said, she would be glad to be released from her confinement. Indeed she should, now they had begun to alarm her with his name, who was the author of all her woes, and who, she now saw plainly, gave way to this new outrage, in order to bring her to his own infamous terms. Why then, they asked, would she not write to her friends to pay Mrs. Sinclair's demand? Because she hoped she should not trouble any body, and because she knew that the payment of the money, if she should be able to pay it, was not what was aimed at. Sally owned that she told her, that truly she had thought herself as well descended, and as well educated as herself, though not entitled to such considerable fortunes, and had the impudence to insist upon it to me to be truth. She had the insolence to add to the lady, that she had as much reason as she to expect Mr. Lovelace would marry her, he having contracted to do so before he knew Miss Clarissa Harlowe, and that she had it under his hand and seal too, or else he had not obtained his end. Therefore it was not likely she should be so officious as to do his work against herself, if she thought Mr. Lovelace had designs upon her, like what she presumed him to hint at; that for her part, her only view was, to procure liberty to a young gentlewoman, who made those things grievous to her, which would not be made such a rout about by any body else; and to procure the payment of a just debt to her friend Mrs. Sinclair. She besought them to leave her. She wanted not these instances, she said, to convince her of the company she was in; and told them, that to get rid of such visitors, and of the still worse she was apprehensive of, she would write to one friend to raise the money for her, though it would be death for her to do so, because that friend could not do it without her mother, in whose eye it would give a selfish appearance to a friendship that was above all sordid alloys. They advised her to write out of hand. But how much must I write for? What is the sum? Should I not have had a bill delivered me? God knows I took not your lodgings; but he that could treat me as he has done, could do this. Don't speak against Mr. Lovelace, Miss Harlowe. He is a man I greatly esteem. Cursed toad! And bating that he will take his advantage where he can of us silly credulous women, he is a man of honour. She lifted up her hands and eyes, instead of speaking; and well she might, for any words she could have used could not have expressed the anguish she must feel on being comprehended in the us. She must write for 150 guineas at least. 200, if she was short of more money, might well be written for. Mrs. Sinclair, she said, had all her clothes. Let them be sold, fairly sold, and the money go as far as it would go. She had also a few other valuables, but no money, none at all, but the poor half guinea, and the little silver they had seen. She would give bond to pay all that her apparel, and the other matter she had, would fall short of. She had great effects belonging to her of right. Her bond would and must be paid, were it for 1,000£. But her clothes she should never want. she believed, if not too much undervalued, those, and her few valuables, would answer every thing. She wished for no surplus but to discharge the last expenses, and 40 shillings would do as well for those as 40 pounds. Let my ruin, said she, lifting up her eyes, be large. Let it be complete in this life. For composition, let it be complete. And there she stopped. The wretches could not help wishing to me for the opportunity of making such a purchase for their own wear. How I cursed them! And in my heart thee. But too probable, thought I, that this vile Sally Martin may hope, though thou art incapable of it, that her Lovelace, as she has the assurance behind thy back to call thee, may present her with some of the poor lady's spoils. Will not Mrs. Sinclair, proceeded she, think my clothes a security till they can be sold? They are very good clothes. A suit or two but just put on, as it were, never worn. They cost much more than it demanded of me. My father loved to see me fine. All shall go. But let me have the particulars of her demand. I suppose I must pay for my destroyer, that was her well adapted word, and his servants, as well as for myself. I am content to do so. I am above wishing that any body, who could thus act, should be so much as expostulated with, as to the justice and equity of this payment. If I have but enough to pay the demand, I shall be satisfied, and will leave the baseness of such an action as this, as an aggravation of a guilt which I thought could not be aggravated. I own, Lovelace, I have malice in this particularity, in order to sting thee on the heart. And let me ask thee, what now thou canst think of thy barbarity, thy unprecedented barbarity, in having reduced a person of her rank, fortune, talents, and virtue, so low? The wretched women, it must be owned, act but in their profession, a profession thou hast been the principal means of reducing these two to act in, and they know what thy designs have been, and how far prosecuted. It is, in their opinions, using her gently, that they have forborne to bring her to the woman so justly odious to her, and that they have not threatened her with the introducing to her strange men, nor yet brought into her company their spirit-breakers and humbling drones, fellows not allowed to carry stings, to trace and force her back to their detested house, and when there, into all their measures. Till I came, they thought thou wouldst not be displeased at any thing she suffered, that could help to mortify her into a state of shame and disgrace, and bring her to comply with thy views, when thou shouldst come to release her from these wretches, as from a greater evil than cohabiting with thee. When thou considerest these things, thou wilt make no difficulty of believing, that this their own account of their behaviour to this admirable woman has been far short of their insults, and the less when I tell thee, that altogether their usage had such effect upon her, that they left her in violent hysterics, ordering an apothecary to be sent for, if she should continue in them, and be worse, and particularly, as they had done from the first, that they kept out of her way any edged or pointed instrument, especially a penknife, which, pretending to mend a pen, they said, she might ask for. At 12 Saturday night, Rowland sent to tell them that she was so ill that he knew not what might be the issue, and wished her out of his house. And this made them as heartily wish to hear from you; for their messenger, to their great surprise, was not then returned from M. Hall, and they were sure he must have reached that place by Friday night. Early on Sunday morning, both devils went to see how she did. They had such an account of her lowness, weakness, and anguish, that they forbore, out of compassion, they said, finding their visits so disagreeable to her, to see her. But their apprehension of what might be the issue was, no doubt, their principal consideration. Nothing else could have softened such flinty bosoms. They sent for the apothecary Rowland had had to her, and gave him, and Rowland, and his wife and maid, strict orders, many times repeated, for the utmost care to be taken of her, no doubt with an Old Bailey forecast. And they sent up to let her know what orders they had given, but that, understanding she had taken something to compose herself, they would not disturb her. She had scrupled, it seems, to admit the apothecary's visit over night, because he was a man, nor could she be prevailed upon to see him, till they pleaded their own safety to her. They went again from church. Lord, Bob, these creatures go to church! But she sent them down word that she must have all the remainder of the day to herself. When I first came, and told them of thy execrations for what they had done, and joined my own to them, they were astonished. The mother said, she had thought she had known Mr. Lovelace better, and expected thanks, and not curses. While I was with them, came back halting and cursing most horribly their messenger, by reason of the ill usage he had received from you, instead of the reward he had been taught to expect, for the supposed good news that he carried down. A pretty fellow art thou not, to abuse people for the consequences of thy own faults! Dorcas, whose acquaintance this fellow is, and who recommended him for the journey, had conditioned with him, it seems, for a share in the expected bounty from you. Had she been to have had her share made good, I wish thou hadst broken every bone in his skin. Under what shocking disadvantages, and with this addition to them, that I am thy friend and intimate, am I to make a visit to this unhappy lady to morrow morning? In thy name too! Enough to be refused, that I am of a sex to which, for thy sake, she has so justifiable an aversion; nor, having such a tyrant of a father, and such an implacable brother, has she the reason to make an exception in favour of any of it on their accounts. It is 3 o'clock. I will close here, and take a little rest. What I have written will be a proper preparative for what shall offer by and by. Thy servant is not to return without a letter, he tells me; and that thou expectest him back in the morning. Thou hast fellows enough, where thou art, at thy command. If I find any difficulty in seeing the lady, thy messenger shall post away with this. Let him look to broken bones, and other consequences, if what he carries answer not thy expectation. But if I am admitted, thou shalt have this, and the result of my audience both together. In the former case, thou mayest send another servant to wait the next advices from J. Belford. End of Letter XV. Letter XVI of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XVI. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Monday, July 17th. About 6 this morning I went to Rowland's. Mrs. Sinclair was to follow me, in order to dismiss the action, but not to come in sight. Rowland, upon inquiry, told me that the lady was extremely ill, and that she had desired that no one but his wife or maid should come near her. I said I must see her. I had told him my business overnight, and I must see her. His wife went up, but returned presently, saying she could not get her to speak to her, yet that her eyelids moved, though she either would not or could not open them to look up at her. Oons, woman, said I, the lady may be in a fit. The lady may be dying. Let me go up. Show me the way. A horrid hole of a house, in an alley they call a court. Stairs wretchedly narrow, even to the first floor rooms, and into a den they led me, with broken walls, which had been papered, as I saw, by a multitude of tacks, and some torn bits held on by the rusty heads. The floor indeed was clean, but the ceiling was smoked with variety of figures, and initials of names, that had been the woeful employment of wretches who had no other way to amuse themselves. A bed at one corner, with coarse curtains tacked up at the feet to the ceiling, because the curtain rings were broken off, but a coverlid upon it with a cleanish look, though plaguily in tatters, and the corners tied up in tassels, that the rents in it might go no further. The windows dark and double barred, the tops boarded up to save mending, and only a little four-paned eyelet hole of a casement to let in air, more, however, coming in at broken panes than could come in at that. 4 old turkey-work chairs, bursten-bottomed, the stuffing stirring out. An old tottering worm-eaten table, that had more nails bestowed in mending it to make it stand, than the table cost 50 years ago when new. On the mantelpiece was an iron shove-up candlestick, with a lighted candle in it. Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. 4 of them, I suppose, for a penny. Near that, on the same shelf, was an old looking-glass, cracked through the middle, breaking out into 1,000 points. The crack given it, perhaps, in a rage by some poor creature, to whom it gave the representation of his heart's woes in his face. The chimney had 2 half-towers in it on one side, and 1 whole one on the other, which showed it had been in better plight. But now the very mortar had followed the rest of the tiles in every other place, and left the bricks bare. An old half-barred stove grate was in the chimney, and in that a large stone bottle without a neck, filled with baleful yew, as an evergreen withered southern wood, dead sweetbriar, and sprigs of rue in flower. To finish the shocking description, in a dark nook stood an old broken-bottomed cane couch, without a squab or coverlid, sunk at one corner, and unmorticed by the failing of one of its worm-eaten legs, which lay in 2 pieces under the wretched piece of furniture it could no longer support. And this, thou horrid Lovelace, was the bedchamber of the divine Clarissa. I had leisure to cast my eye on these things, for going up softly, the poor lady turned not about at our entrance, nor till I spoke moved her head. She was kneeling in a corner of the room, near the dismal window, against the table, on an old bolster, as it seemed to be, of the cane couch, half covered with her handkerchief, her back to the door, which was only shut to, no need of fastenings, her arms crossed upon the table, the forefinger of her right hand in her Bible. She had perhaps been reading in it, and could read no longer. Paper, pens, ink, lay by her book on the table. Her dress was white damask, exceeding neat, but her stays seemed not tight-laced. I was told afterwards that her laces had been cut when she fainted away at her entrance into this cursed place, and she had not been solicitous enough about her dress to send for others. Her head-dress was a little discomposed, her charming hair in natural ringlets, as you have heretofore described it, but a little tangled, as if not lately combed, irregularly shading one side of the loveliest neck in the world, as her disordered rumpled handkerchief did the other. Her face, oh how altered from what I had seen it, yet lovely in spite of all her griefs and sufferings, was reclined when we entered upon her crossed arms, but so as not more than one side of it could be hid. When I surveyed the room around, and the kneeling lady, sunk with majesty too in her white flowing robes, for she had not on a hoop, spreading the dark, though not dirty floor, and illuminating that horrid corner, her linen beyond imagination white, considering that she had not been undressed ever since she had been here, I thought my concern would have choked me. Something rose in my throat, I know not what, which made me, for a moment guggle, as it were, for speech, which at last forcing its way, Confound you both, said I, to the man and woman, is this an apartment for such a lady? And could the cursed devils of her own sex, who visited this suffering angel, see her, and leave her in so damned a nook? Sir, we would have had the lady to accept of our own bedchamber, but she refused it. We are poor people, and we expect nobody will stay with us longer than they can help it. You are people chosen purposely, I doubt not, by the damned woman who has employed you, and if your usage of this lady has been but half as bad as your house, you had better never to have seen the light. Up then raised the charming sufferer her lovely face, but with such a significance of woe overspreading it, that I could not for the soul of me help being visibly affected. She waved her hand 2 or 3 times towards the door, as if commanding me to withdraw, and displeased at my intrusion, but did not speak. Permit me, madam, not approach one step further without your leave. Permit me for one moment the favour of your ear. No, no, go, man, with an emphasis, and would have said more, but, as if struggling in vain for words, she seemed to give up speech for lost, and dropped her head down once more, with a deep sigh, upon her left arm, her right, as if she had not the use of it, numbed, I suppose, self-moved, dropping on her side. O that thou hadst been there, and in my place! But by what I then felt in myself, I am convinced, that a capacity of being moved by the distresses of our fellow creatures is far from being disgraceful to a manly heart. With what pleasure, at that moment, could I have given up my own life, could I but first have avenged this charming creature, and cut the throat of her destroyer, as she emphatically calls thee, though the friend that I best love. And yet, at the same time, my heart and my eyes gave way to a softness, of which, though not so hardened a wretch as thou, they were never before so susceptible. I dare not approach you, dearest lady, without your leave, but on my knees I beseech you to permit me to release you from this damned house, and out of the power of the cursed woman who was the occasion of your being here. She lifted up her sweet face once more, and beheld me on my knees. Never knew I before what it was to pray so heartily. Are you not Mr. Belford, sir? I think your name is Belford? It is, madam, and I ever was a worshipper of your virtues, and an advocate for you, and I come to release you from the hands you are in. And in whose to place me? Oh, leave me, leave me! Let me never rise from this spot. Let me never, never more believe in man. This moment, dearest lady, this very moment, if you please, you may depart whithersoever you think fit. You are absolutely free, and your own mistress. I had now as lief die here in this place as anywhere. I will owe no obligation to any friend of him in whose company you have seen me. So pray, sir, withdraw. Then turning to the officer, Mr. Rowland, I think your name is. I am better reconciled to your house than I was at first. If you can but engage that I shall have nobody come near me but your wife, no man, and neither of those women who have sported with my calamities, I will die with you, and in this very corner, and you shall be well satisfied for the trouble you have had with me. I have value enough for that, for see, I have a diamond ring, taking it out of her bosom, and I have friends will redeem it at a high price when I am gone. But for you, sir, looking at me, I beg you to withdraw. If you mean well by me, God, I hope, will reward you for your good meaning. But to the friend of my destroyer will I not owe an obligation. You will owe no obligation to me nor to anybody. You have been detained for a debt you do not owe. The action is dismissed, and you will only be so good as to give me your hand into the coach, which stands as near to this house as it could draw up, and I will either leave you at the coach door, or attend you whithersoever you please, till I see you safe where you would wish to be. Will you then, sir, compel me to be beholden to you? You will inexpressibly oblige me, madam, to command me to do you either service or pleasure. Why then, sir, looking at me, but why do you mock me in that humble posture? Rise, sir. I cannot speak to you else. I rose. Only, sir, take this ring. I have a sister who will be glad to have it, at the price it shall be valued at, for the former owner's sake. Out of the money she gives, let this man be paid, handsomely paid, and I have a few valuables more at my lodging. Dorcas or the man William can tell where that is. Let them, and my clothes at the wicked woman's, where you have seen me, be sold for the payment of my lodging first, and next of your friend's debts that I have been arrested for, as far as they will go. Only reserving enough to put me into the ground, anywhere, or anyhow, no matter. Tell your friend, I wish it may be enough to satisfy the whole demand. But if it be not, he must make it up himself. Or if he think fit to draw for it on Miss Howe, she will repay it, and with interest, if he insist upon it. And this, sir, if you promise to perform, you will do me, as you offer, both pleasure and service. And say you will, and take the ring, and withdraw. If I want to say any thing more to you, you seem to be an humane man, I will let you know. And so, sir, God bless you. I approached her, and was going to speak. Don't speak, sir. Here's the ring. I stood off. And won't you take it? Won't you do this last office for me? I have no other person to ask it of, else, believe me, I would not request it of you. But take it or not, laying it upon the table. You must withdraw, sir. I am very ill. I would fain get a little rest if I could. I find I am going to be bad again. And offering to rise, she sunk down through excess of weakness and grief, in a fainting fit. Why, Lovelace, wast thou not present thyself? Why dost thou commit such villanies as even thou art afraid to appear in, and yet puttest a weaker heart and head upon encountering with them? The maid coming in just then, the woman and she lifted her up on a decrepit couch, and I withdrew with this Rowland, who wept like a child, and said, he never in his life was so moved. Yet so hardened a wretch art thou, that I question whether thou wilt shed a tear at my relation. They recovered her by hartshorn and water. I went down meanwhile, for the detestable woman had been below some time. Oh, how I did curse her! I never before was so fluent in curses. She tried to wheedle me, but I renounced her, and after she had dismissed the action, sent her away crying, or pretending to cry, because of my behaviour to her. You will observe that I did not mention one word to the lady about you. I was afraid to do it, for 'twas plain that she could not bear your name. Your friend, and the company you have seen me in, were the words nearest to naming you she could speak. And yet I wanted to clear your intention of this brutal, this sordid-looking villany. I sent up again by Rowland's wife, when I heard that the lady was recovered, beseeching her to quit that devilish place; and the woman assured her that she was at liberty to do so, for that the action was dismissed. But she cared not to answer her, and was so weak and low, that it was almost as much out of her power as inclination, the woman told me, to speak. I would have hastened away for my friend Dr. H., but the house is such a den, and the room she was in such a hole, that I was ashamed to be seen in it by a man of his reputation, especially with a woman of such an appearance, and in such uncommon distress; and I found there was no prevailing upon her to quit it for the people's bedroom, which was neat and lightsome. The strong room she was in, the wretches told me, should have been in better order, but that it was but the very morning that she was brought in, that an unhappy man had quitted it, for a more eligible prison, no doubt, since there could hardly be a worse. Being told that she desired not to be disturbed, and seemed inclined to doze, I took this opportunity to go to her lodgings in Covent Garden, to which Dorcas, who first discovered her there, as Will was the setter from church, had before given me a direction. The man's name is Smith, a dealer in gloves, snuff, and such petty merchandise; his wife the shopkeeper; he a maker of the gloves they sell. Honest people, it seems. I thought to have got the woman with me to the lady, but she was not within. I talked with the man, and told him what had befallen the lady, owing, as I said, to a mistake of orders, and gave her the character she deserved, and desired him to send his wife the moment she came in to the lady, directing him whither, not doubting that her attendance would be very welcome to her, which he promised. He told me that a letter was left for her there on Saturday, and about half an hour before I came, another, superscribed by the same hand, the first by the post, the other by a countryman, who, having been informed of her absence, and of all the circumstances they could tell him of it, posted away full of concern, saying that the lady he was sent from would be ready to break her heart at the tidings. I thought it right to take the 2 letters back with me, and dismissing my coach, took a chair, as a more proper vehicle for the lady, if I, the friend of her destroyer, could prevail upon her to leave Rowland's. And here being obliged to give way to an indispensable avocation, I will make thee taste a little in thy turn of the plague of suspense, and break off, without giving thee the least hint of the issue of my further proceedings. I know that those least bear disappointment, who love most to give it. In 20 instances hast thou afforded me proof of the truth of this observation, and I matter not thy raving. Another letter, however, shall be ready. Send for it as soon as thou wilt. But were it not, have I not written enough to convince thee that I am thy ready and obliging friend, J. Belford. End of Letter XVI. Letter XVII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 17. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Monday, July 17th, 11 at night. Curse upon thy hard heart, thou vile caitiff! How hast thou tortured me by thy designed abruption! 'Tis impossible that Miss Harlowe should have ever suffered as thou hast made me suffer, and as I now suffer. That sex is made to bear pain. It is a curse that the first of it entailed upon all her daughters, when she brought the curse upon us all. And they love those best, whether man or child, who give them most. But to stretch upon thy damned tenter-hooks such a spirit as mine! No rack, no torture can equal my torture. And must I still wait the return of another messenger? Confound thee for a malicious devil! I wish thou wert a post horse, and I upon the back of thee. How would I whip and spur and harrow up thy clumsy sides, till I made thee a ready roasted, ready flayed mess of dog's meat, all the hounds in the country howling after thee, as I drove thee to wait my dismounting, in order to devour thee piecemeal, life still throbbing in each churned mouthful! Give this fellow the sequel of thy tormenting scribble. Dispatch him away with it. Thou hast promised it shall be ready. Every cushion or chair I shall sit upon, the bed I shall lie down upon, if I go to bed, till he return, will be stuffed with bolt upright awls, bodkins, corking pins, and packing needles. Already I can fancy that, to pink my body like my mind, I need only to be put into a hogshead stuck full of steel pointed spikes, and rolled down a hill 3 times as high as the monument. But I lose time, yet know not how to employ it till this fellow returns with the sequel of thy soul harrowing intelligence. End of Letter XVII. Letter XVIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XVIII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Monday night, July 17th. On my return to Rowland's, I found that the apothecary was just gone up. Mrs. Rowland being above with him, I made the less scruple to go up too, as it was probable that to ask for leave would be to ask to be denied, hoping also that the letters had with me would be a good excuse. She was sitting on the side of the broken couch, extremely weak and low, and I observed cared not to speak to the man, and no wonder, for I never saw a more shocking fellow, of a profession tolerably genteel, nor heard a more illiterate one prate, physician in ordinary to this house and others like it, I suppose. He put me in mind of Otway's apothecary in his Caius Marius, as borrowed from the immortal Shakespeare. Meagre and very rueful were his looks, sharp misery had borne him to the bones, famine in his cheeks, need and oppression staring in his eyes, contempt and beggary hanging on his back, the world no friend of his, nor the world's law. As I am in black, he took me at my entrance, I believe, to be a doctor, and slunk behind me with his hat upon his 2 thumbs, and looked as if he expected the oracle to open and give him orders. The lady looked displeased, as well at me as at Rowland, who followed me, and at the apothecary. It was not, she said, the least of her present misfortunes, that she could not be left to her own sex, and to her option to see whom she pleased. I besought her excuse, and winking for the apothecary to withdraw, which he did, told her that I had been at her new lodgings, to order every thing to be got ready for reception, presuming she would choose to go thither; that I had a chair at the door; that Mr. Smith and his wife, I named their names, that she should not have room for the least fear of Sinclair's, had been full of apprehensions for her safety; that I had brought 2 letters which were left there for her, the one by the post, the other that very morning. This took her attention. She held out her charming hand for them, took them, and pressing them to her lips, "From the only friend I have in the world," said she, kissing them again, and looking at the seals, as if to see whether they had been opened. "I can't read them," said she, "my eyes are too dim," and put them into her bosom. I besought her to think of quitting that wretched hole. Whither could she go, she asked, to be safe and uninterrupted for the short remainder of her life, and to avoid being again visited by the creatures who had insulted her before? I gave her the solemnest assurances that she should not be invaded in her new lodgings by any body, and said that I would particularly engage my honour that the person who had most offended her should not come near her without her own consent. Your honour, Sir! Are you not that man's friend? I am not a friend, Madam, to his vile actions, to the most excellent of women. Do you flatter me, Sir? Then you are a man. But, oh, Sir, your friend, holding her face forward with great earnestness, your barbarous friend, what has he not to answer for? There she stopped, her heart full, and putting her hand over her eyes and forehead, the tears trickled through her fingers, resenting thy barbarity, it seemed, as Caesar did the stab from his distinguished Brutus. Though she was so very much disordered, I thought I would not lose this opportunity to assert your innocence of this villanous arrest. There is no defending the unhappy man in any of his vile actions by you, Madam. But of this last outrage, by all that's good and sacred, he is innocent. O wretches! What a sex is yours! Have you all one dialect? Good and sacred! If, Sir, you can find an oath or a vow or an adjuration that my ears have not been 20 times a day wounded with, then speak it, and I may again believe a man. I was excessively touched at these words, knowing thy baseness, and the reason she had for them. But say you, Sir, for I would not, methinks, have the wretch capable of this sordid baseness, say you that he is innocent of this last wickedness? Can you truly say that he is? By the great God of Heaven! Nay, Sir, if you swear, I must doubt you. If you yourself think your word insufficient, what reliance can I have on your oath? Oh, that this my experience had not cost me so dear! But were I to love 1,000 years, I would always suspect the veracity of a swearer. Excuse me, Sir, but is it likely that he who makes so free with his God will scruple any thing that may serve his turn with his fellow creature? This was a most affecting reprimand. Madam, said I have a regard a gentleman ought to have to my word, and whenever I forfeit it to you. Nay, Sir, don't be angry with me. It is grievous to me to question a gentleman's veracity. But your friend calls himself a gentleman. You know not what I have suffered by a gentleman. And then again she wept. I would give you, Madam, demonstration, if your grief and your weakness would permit it, that he has no hand in this barbarous baseness, and that he resents it as it ought to be resented. Well, well, Sir, with quickness. He will have his account to make up somewhere else, not to me. I should not be sorry to find him able to acquit his intention on this occasion. Let him know, Sir, only one thing, that when you heard me in the bitterness of my spirit most vehemently exclaim against the undeserved usage I have met with from him, that even then, in that passionate moment, I was able to say, and never did I see such an earnest and affecting exaltation of hands and eyes, give him, good God, repentance and amendment, that I may be the last poor creature who shall be ruined by him, and in thine own good time receive to thy mercy the poor wretch who had none on me. By my soul, I could not speak. She had not her Bible before her for nothing. I was forced to turn my head away, and to take out my handkerchief. What an angel is this! Even the jailor and his wife and maid wept. Again I wish thou hadst been there, that thou mightest have sunk down at her feet, and begun that moment to reap the effect of her generous wishes for thee, undeserving as thou art of any thing but perdition. I represented to her that she would be less free where she was from visits she liked not than at her own lodgings. I told her that it would probably bring her in particular one visitor, who otherwise I would engage, but I durst not swear again, after the severe reprimand she had just given me, should not come near her without her consent. And I expressed my surprise that she should be unwilling to quit such a place as this, when it was more than probable that some of her friends, when it was known how bad she was, would visit her. She said the place, when she was first brought into it, was indeed very shocking to her; but that she had found herself so weak and ill, and her griefs had so sunk her, that she did not expect to have lived till now; that therefore all places had been alike to her, for to die in a prison was to die, and equally eligible as to die in a palace. Palaces, she said, could have no attractions for a dying person; but that, since she feared she was not so soon to be released as she had hoped, since she was suffered to be so little mistress of herself here, and since she might, by removal, be in the way of her dear friend's letters, she would hope that she might depend upon the assurances I gave her of being at liberty to return to her last lodgings. Otherwise she would provide herself with new ones out of my knowledge as well as yours; and that I was too much of a gentleman to be concerned in carrying her back to the house she had so much reason to abhor, and to which she had been once before most vilely betrayed to her ruin. I assured her, in the strongest terms, but swore not, that you were resolved not to molest her; and, as a proof of the sincerity of my professions, besought her to give me directions, in pursuance of my friend's express desire, about sending all her apparel, and whatever belonged to her, to her new lodgings. She seemed pleased, and gave me instantly out of her pocket her keys, asking me, if Mrs. Smith, whom I had not named, might not attend me, and she would give her further directions; to which I cheerfully assented, and then she told me that she would accept of the chair I had offered her. I withdrew, and took the opportunity to be civil to Rowland and his maid; for she found no fault with their behaviour for what they were, and the fellow seems to be miserably poor. I sent also for the apothecary, who is as poor as the officer, and still poorer, I dare say, as to the skill required in his business, and satisfied him beyond his hopes. The lady, after I had withdrawn, attempted to read the letters I had brought her; but she could read but a little way in one of them, and had great emotions upon it. She told the woman she would take a speedy opportunity to acknowledge her civilities and her husband's, and to satisfy the apothecary, who might send her his bill to her lodgings. She gave the maid something, probably the only half-guinea she had; and then, with difficulty, her limbs trembling under her, and supported by Mrs. Rowland, got down stairs. I offered my arm. She was pleased to lean upon it. I doubt, Sir, said she, as she moved, I have behaved rudely to you; but if you knew all, you would forgive me. I know enough, Madam, to convince me, that there is not such purity and honour in any woman upon earth, nor any one that has been so barbarously treated. She looked at me very earnestly. What she thought I cannot say; but in general I never saw so much soul in a woman's eyes as in hers. I ordered my servant, whose mourning made him less observable as such, and who had not been in the lady's eye, to keep the chair in view, and to bring me word how she did when set down. The fellow had the thought to step into the shop, just before the chair entered it, under pretence of buying snuff, and so enabled himself to give me an account that she was received with great joy by the good woman of the house, who told her she was but just come in, and was preparing to attend her in High Holborn. O Mrs. Smith, said she, as soon as she saw her, did you not think I was run away? You don't know what I have suffered since I saw you. I have been in a prison, arrested for debts I owe not; but, thank God, I am here. Will your maid, I have forgot her name already, Catherine, Madam, will you let Catherine assist me to bed? I have not had my clothes off since Thursday night. What she further said the fellow heard not, she leaning upon the maid and going up stairs. But dost thou not observe what a strange, what an uncommon openness of heart reigns in this lady? She had been in a prison, she said, before a stranger in the shop, and before the maid-servant. And so, probably, she would have said, had there been 20 people in the shop. The disgrace she cannot hide from herself, as she says in her letter to Lady Betty, she is not solicitous to conceal from the world. But this makes it evident to me, that she is resolved to keep no terms with thee, and yet to be able to put up such a prayer for thee as she did in her prison. I will often mention the prison room to tease thee. Does this not show that revenge has very little sway in her mind, though she can retain so much proper resentment? And this is another excellence in this admirable woman's character, for whom before her have we met with in the whole sex, or in ours either, that knew how, in practice, to distinguish between revenge and resentment for base and ungrateful treatment? 'Tis a cursed thing, after all, that such a woman as this should be treated as she has been treated. Hadst thou been a king, and done as thou hast done by such a meritorious innocent, I believe in my heart it would have been adjudged to be a national sin, and the sword, the pestilence, or famine must have atoned for it. But as thou art a private man, thou wilt certainly meet with thy punishment, besides what thou mayest expect from the justice of the country, and the vengeance of her friends, as she will her reward hereafter. It must be so, if there be really such a thing as future remuneration, as now I am more and more convinced there must. Else what a hard fate is hers, whose punishment, to all appearance, had so much exceeded her fault! And as to thine, how can temporary burnings, wert thou by some accident to be consumed in thy bed, expiate for thy abominable vileness to her, in breach of all obligations moral and divine? I was resolved to lose no time in having every thing which belonged to the lady at the cursed woman's sent her. Accordingly I took coach to Smith's, and procured the lady, to whom I sent up my compliments, and inquiries how she bore her removal, ill as she sent down word she was, to give proper direction to Mrs. Smith, whom I took with me to Sinclair's, and who saw every thing looked out, and put into the trunks and boxes they were first brought in, and carried away in 2 coaches. Had I not been there, Sally and Polly would each of them have taken to herself something of the poor lady's spoils. This they declared; and I had some difficulty to get from Sally a fine Brussels lace head, which she had the confidence to say she would wear for Miss Harlowe's sake; nor should either I or Mrs. Smith have known she had got it, had she not been in search of the ruffles belonging to it. My resentment on this occasion, and the conversation which Mrs. Smith and I had, in which I not only expatiated on the merits of the lady, but expressed my concern for her sufferings, though I left her room to suppose her married, yet without avowing it, gave me high credit with the good woman; so that we are perfectly well acquainted already, by which means I shall be enabled to give you accounts from time to time of all that passes; and which I will be very industrious to do, provided I may depend upon the solemn promises I have given the lady in your name, as well as in my own, that she shall be free from all personal molestation from you. And thus shall I have it in my power to return in kind your writing favours, and preserve my shorthand besides, which, till this correspondence was opened, I had pretty much neglected. I ordered the abandoned women to make out your account. They answered, that they would do it with a vengeance. Indeed they breathed nothing but vengeance. For now, they say, you will assuredly marry, and your example will be followed by all your friends and companions, as the old one says, to the utter ruin of her poor house. End of Letter 18. Letter 19 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 19. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Tuesday morning, July 18th, 6 o'clock. Having sat up so late to finish and seal in readiness my letter to the above period, I am disturbed before I wish to have risen, by the arrival of thy second fellow, man and horse in a foam. Well, he bates, I will write a few lines, most heartily to congratulate thee on thy expected rage and impatience, and on thy recovery of mental feeling. How much does the idea thou givest me of thy deserved torments, by thy upright awls, bodkins, pins, and packing needles, by thy rolling hogshead with iron spikes, and by thy macerated sides, delight me! I will, upon every occasion that offers, drive more spikes into thy hogshead, and roll thee down hill and up, as thou recoverest to sense, or rather returnest back to senselessness. Thou knowest therefore the terms on which thou art to enjoy my correspondence. Am not I, who have all along, and in time, protested against thy barbarous and ungrateful perfidies to a woman so noble, entitled to drive remorse, if possible, into thy hitherto callous heart? Only let me repeat one thing, which perhaps I mentioned too slightly before, that the lady was determined to remove to new lodgings, where neither you nor I should be able to find her, had I not solemnly assured her that she might depend upon being free from your visits. These assurances I thought I might give her, not only because of your promise, but because it is necessary for you to know where she is, in order to address yourself to her by your friends. Enable me, therefore, to make good to her this my solemn engagement, or adieu to all friendship, at least to all correspondence, with thee for ever. J. Belford. End of Letter 19. Letter 20 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 20. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Tuesday, July 18th, afternoon. I renewed my inquiries after the lady's health in the morning by my servant, and as soon as I had dined, I went myself. I had but a poor account of it, yet sent up my compliments. She returned me thanks for all my good offices, and her excuses, that they could not be personal just then, being very low and faint, but if I gave myself the trouble of coming about 6 this evening, she should be able, she hoped, to drink a dish of tea with me, and would then thank me herself. I am very proud of this condescension, and think it looks not amiss for you, as I am your avowed friend. Methinks I want fully to remove from her mind all doubts of you in this last villanous action. And who knows then what your noble relations may be able to do for you with her, if you hold your mind? For your servant acquainted me with their having actually engaged Miss Howe in their and your favour before this cursed affair happened. And I desire the particulars of all from yourself, that I may the better know how to serve you. She has 2 handsome apartments, a bed chamber and dining room, with light closets in each. She has already a nurse, the people of the house having but one maid, a woman whose care, diligence, and honesty Mrs. Smith highly commends. She has likewise the benefit of a widow gentlewoman, Mrs. Lovick her name, who lodges over her apartment, and of whom she seems very fond, having found something in her, she thinks, resembling the qualities of her worthy Mrs. Norton. About 7 o'clock this morning, it seems, the lady was so ill, that she yielded to their desires to have an apothecary sent for. Not the fellow, thou mayest believe, she had had before at Rowland's, but one Mr. Goddard, a man of skill and eminence, and of conscience too, demonstrated as well by general character as by his prescriptions to this lady. For pronouncing her case to be grief, he ordered for the present only innocent juleps, by way of cordial, and as soon as her stomach should be able to bear it, light kitchen diet, telling Mrs. Lovick that, with air, moderate exercise, and cheerful company, would do her more good than all the medicines in his shop. This has given me, as it seems it has the lady, who also praises his modest behaviour, paternal looks, and genteel address, a very good opinion of the man; and I design to make myself acquainted with him, and, if he advises to call in a doctor, to wish him, for the fair patient's sake, more than the physician's, who wants not practice, my worthy friend Dr. H., whose character is above all exception, as his humanity, I am sure, will distinguish him to the lady. Mrs. Lovick gratified me with an account of a letter she had written from the lady's mouth to Miss Howe, she being unable to write herself with steadiness. It was to this effect, in answer, it seems, to her 2 letters, whatever were the contents of them: that she had been involved in a dreadful calamity, which she was sure, when known, would exempt her from the effects of her friendly displeasure for not answering her first, having been put under an arrest. Could she have believed it? That she was released but the day before, and was now so weak and so low, that she was obliged to account thus for her silence to her, Miss Howe's, 2 letters of the 13th and 16th. That she would, as soon as able, answer them. Begged of her, mean time, not to be uneasy for her, since, only that this was a calamity which came upon her when she was far from being well, a load laid upon the shoulders of a poor wretch, ready before to sink under too heavy a burden. It was nothing to the evil she had before suffered, and one felicity seemed likely to issue from it, which was, that she would be at rest in an honest house, with considerate and kind-hearted people, having assurance given her that she should not be molested by the wretch, whom it would be death for her to see, so that now she, Miss Howe, needed not to send to her by private and expensive conveyances, nor need Collins to take precautions for fear of being dogged to her lodgings, nor need she write by a fictitious name to her, but by her own. You can see I am in a way to oblige you. You see how much she depends upon my engaging for your forbearing to intrude yourself into her company. Let not your flaming impatience destroy all, and make me look like a villain to a lady who has reason to suspect every man she sees to be so. Upon this condition, you may expect all the services that can flow from your sincere well-wisher, J. Belford. End of Letter 20. Letter 21 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 21. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Tuesday night, July 18th. I am just come from the lady. I was admitted into the dining room, where she was sitting in an elbow chair in a very weak and low way. She made an effort to stand up when I entered, but was forced to keep her seat. You'll excuse me, Mr. Belford. I ought to rise to thank you for all your kindness to me. I was to blame to be so loath to leave that sad place; for I am in heaven here, to what I was there; and good people about me too. I have not had good people about me for a long, long time before; so that, with a half smile, I had begun to wonder whither they were all gone. Her nurse and Mrs. Smith, who were present, took occasion to retire; and when we were alone, You seem to be a person of humanity, Sir, said she. You hinted, as I was leaving my prison, that you were not a stranger to my sad story. If you know it truly, you must know that I have been most barbarously treated, and have not deserved it at the man's hands by whom I have suffered. I told her I knew enough to be convinced that she had the merit of a saint and the purity of an angel, and was proceeding, when she said, No flighty compliments, no undue attributes, Sir. I offered to plead for my sincerity, and mentioned the word politeness, and would have distinguished between that and flattery. Nothing can be polite, said she, that is not just. Whatever I may have had, I have now no vanity to gratify. I disclaimed all intentions of compliment. All I had said, and what I should say, was, and should be, the effect of sincere veneration. My unhappy friend's account of her had entitled her to that. I then mentioned your grief, your penitence, your resolutions of making her all the amends that were possible now to be made her; and in the most earnest manner I asserted your innocence as to the last villanous outrage. Her answer was to this effect: It is painful to me to think of him. The amends you talk of cannot be made. This last violence you speak of is nothing to what preceded it. That cannot be atoned for, nor palliated. This may; and I shall not be sorry to be convinced that he cannot be guilty of so very low a wickedness. Yet, after his vile forgeries of hands, after his baseness in imposing upon me the most infamous persons, as ladies of honour of his own family, what other iniquities he is not capable of? I would then have given her an account of the trial you stood with your friends, your own previous resolutions of marriage, had she honoured you with the requested 4 words, all your family's earnestness to have the honour of her alliance, and the application of your 2 cousins to Miss Howe, by general consent, for that young lady's interest with her. But having just touched upon these topics, she cut me short, saying, that was a cause before another tribunal. Miss Howe's letters to her were upon the subject, and as she would write her thoughts to her as soon as she was able. I then attempted more particularly to clear you of having any hand in the vile Sinclair's officious arrest, a point she had the generosity to wish you cleared of. And having mentioned the outrageous letter you had written to me on this occasion, she asked, if I had that letter about me? I owned I had. She wished to see it. This puzzled me horribly; for you must needs think that most of the free things, which among us rakes pass for wit and spirit, must be shocking stuff to the ears or eyes of persons of delicacy of that sex. And then such an air of levity runs through thy most serious letters, such a false bravery, endeavouring to carry off ludicrously the subjects that most affect thee, that those letters are generally the least fit to be seen, which ought to be most to thy credit. Something like this I observed to her, and would fain have excused myself from showing it. But she was so earnest, that I undertook to read some parts of it, resolving to omit the most exceptionable. I know thou'lt curse me for that. But I thought it better to oblige her than to be suspected myself, and so not have it in my power to serve thee with her, when so good a foundation was laid for it, and when she knows as bad of thee as I can tell her. Thou rememberest the contents, I suppose, of thy furious letter. Her remarks upon the different parts of it, which I read to her, were to the following effect. Upon the last 2 lines, All undone, undone, by Jupiter! Zounds, Jack, what shall I do now? A curse upon all my plots and contrivances! Thus she expressed herself. O how light, how unaffected with the sense of its own crimes, is the heart that could dictate to the pen this libertine froth! The paragraph which mentions the vile arrest affected her a good deal. In the next I omitted thy curse upon thy relations, whom thou wert gallanting, and read on the 7 subsequent paragraphs, down to thy execrable wish, which was too shocking to read to her. What I read produced the following reflections from her. The plots and contrivances which he curses, and the exultings of the wicked wretches on finding me out, show me that all his guilt was premeditated. Nor doubt I that his dreadful perjuries and inhuman arts, as he went along, were to pass for fine stratagems, for witty sport, and to demonstrate a superiority of inventive talents. O my cruel, cruel brother! Had it not been for thee, I had not been thrown upon so pernicious and so despicable a plotter. But proceed, Sir, pray proceed. At that part, Canst thou, O fatal prognosticator, tell me where my punishment will end? She sighed. And when I came to that sentence, praying for my reformation, perhaps, Is that there? Said she, sighing again, wretched man! And shed a tear for thee. By my faith, Lovelace, I believe she hates thee not. She has at least a concern, a generous concern for thy future happiness. What a noble creature hast thou injured! She made a very severe reflection upon me, on reading the words, "On your knees for me beg her pardon." You had all your lessons, Sir, said she, when you came to redeem me. You were so condescending as to kneel. I thought it was the effect of your own humanity and good natured earnestness to serve me. Excuse me, Sir. I knew not that it was in consequence of a prescribed lesson. This concerned me not a little. I could not bear to be thought such a wretched puppet, such a Joseph Leman, such a Tomlinson. I endeavoured therefore with some warmth to clear myself of this reflection, and she again asked my excuse. I was avowedly, she said, the friend of a man, whose friendship she had reason to be sorry to say was no credit to any body, and desired me to proceed. I did, but fared not much better afterwards. For on that passage where you say I had always been her friend and advocate, this was her unanswerable remark: I find, Sir, by this expression, that he has always designs against me, and that you all along knew that he had. Would to Heaven you had had the goodness to have contrived some way that might not have endangered your own safety, to give me notice of his baseness, since you approve not of it. But you gentlemen, I suppose, had rather see an innocent fellow creature ruined, than be thought capable of an action which, however generous, might be likely to loosen the bands of a wicked friendship. After this severe but just reflection, I would have avoided reading the following, although I had unawares begun the sentence, but she held me to it. What would I now give had I permitted you to have been a successful advocate? And this was her remark upon it: So, Sir, you see, if you had been the happy means of preventing the evils designed me, you would have had your friend's thanks for it when he came to his consideration. This satisfaction I am persuaded every one, in the long run, will enjoy, who has the virtue to withstand or prevent a wicked purpose. I was obliged, I see, to your kind wishes. But it was a point of honour with you to keep his secret, the more indispensable with you, perhaps, the viler the secret. Yet permit me to wish, Mr. Belford, that you were capable of relishing the pleasures that arise to a benevolent mind from virtuous friendship. None other is worthy of the sacred name. You seem a humane man. I hope, for your own sake, you will one day experience the difference. And when you do, think of Miss Howe and Clarissa Harlowe, I find you know much of my sad story, who were the happiest creatures on earth in each other's friendship, till this friend of yours. And there she stopped, and turned from me. Where thou callest thyself a villanous plotter, to take a crime to himself, said she, without shame! O what a hardened wretch is this man! On that passage where thou sayest, let me know how she has been treated, if roughly woe be to the guilty, this was her remark, with an air of indignation: What a man is your friend, Sir! Is such a one as he to set himself up to punish the guilty? All the rough usage I could receive from them was infinitely less. And there she stopped a moment or two, then proceeding, And who shall punish him? What an assuming wretch! Nobody but himself is entitled to injure the innocent. He is, I suppose, on the earth, to act the part which the malignant fiend is supposed to act below, dealing out punishments at his pleasure to every inferior instrument of mischief. What, thought I, have I been doing? I shall have this savage fellow think I have been playing him booty, in reading part of his letter to this sagacious lady. Yet, if thou art angry, it can only in reason be at thyself. For who would think I might not communicate to her some of thy sincerity, in exculpating thyself from a criminal charge, which thou wrotest to thy friend, to convince him of thy innocence? But a bad heart and a bad cause are confounded things, and so let us put it to its proper account. I passed over thy charge to me, to curse them by the hour, and thy names of dragon and serpents, though so applicable, since, had I read them, thou must have been supposed to know from the first what creatures they were, vile fellow as thou wert, for bringing so much purity among them. And I closed with thy own concluding paragraph, a line, a kingdom for a line, etc. However, telling her, since she saw that I omitted some sentences, that there were further vehemences in it, but as they were better fitted to show to me the sincerity of the writer than for so delicate an ear as hers to hear, I chose to pass them over. You have read enough, said she. He is a wicked, wicked man. I see he intended to have me in his power at any rate, and I have no doubt of what his purposes were, by what his actions have been. You know his vile Tomlinson, I suppose. You know but what signifies talking? Never was there such a premeditated false heart in man. Nothing can be truer, thought I. What has he not vowed? What has he not invented? And all for what? Only to ruin a poor young creature, whom he ought to have protected, and whom he had first deceived of all other protection. She arose and turned from me, her handkerchief at her eyes, and after a pause came towards me again. I hope, said she, I talk to a man who has a better heart; and I thank you, Sir, for all your kind, though ineffectual pleas in my favour formerly.
whether the motives for them were compassion, or principle, or both. That they were ineffectual might very probably be owing to your want of earnestness; and that, as you might think, to my want of merit. I might not, in your eye, deserve to be saved. I might appear to you a giddy creature, who had run away from her true and natural friends, and who therefore ought to take the consequence of the lot she had drawn. I was afraid, for thy sake, to let her know how very earnest I had been, but assured her that I had been her zealous friend, and that my motives were founded upon a merit that, I believed, was never equalled; that, however indefensible Mr. Lovelace was, he had always done justice to her virtue; that to a full conviction of her untainted honour it was owing; that he so earnestly desired to call so inestimable a jewel his; and was proceeding, when she again cut me short. Enough, and too much of this subject, Sir. If you will never more let me behold his face, that is all I have now to ask of him. Indeed, clasping her hands, I never will, if I can by any means not criminally desperate avoid it. What could I say for thee? There was no room, however, at that time, to touch this string again, for fear of bringing upon myself a prohibition, not only of the subject, but of ever attending her again. I gave some distant intimations of money matters. I should have told thee, when I read to her that passage, where thou biddest me force what sums upon her I can get her to take. She repeated, No, several times with great quickness, and I durst no more than just intimate it again, and that so darkly, as left her room to seem not to understand me. Indeed, I know not the person, man or woman, I should be so much afraid of disobliging, or incurring a censure from, as from her. She has so much true dignity in her manner, without pride or arrogance, which, in those who have either, one is tempted to mortify; such a piercing eye, yet softened so sweetly with rays of benignity, that she commands all one's reverence. Methinks I have a kind of holy love for this angel of a woman; and it is matter of astonishment to me, that thou couldst converse with her a quarter of an hour together, and hold thy devilish purposes. Guarded as she was by piety, prudence, virtue, dignity, family, fortune, and a purity of heart that never woman before her boasted, what a real devil must he be (yet I doubt I shall make thee proud) who could resolve to break through so many fences? For my own part, I am more and more sensible that I ought not to have contented myself with representing against, and expostulating with thee upon, thy base intentions; and indeed I had it in my head, more than once, to try to do something for her: but, wretch that I was withheld by notions of false honour, as she justly reproached me, because of thy own voluntary communications to me of thy purposes; and then, as she was brought into such a cursed house, and was so watched by thyself, as well as by thy infernal agents, I thought, knowing my man, that I should only accelerate the intended mischiefs. Moreover, finding thee so much overawed by her virtue, that thou hadst not, at thy first carrying her thither, the courage to attempt her; and that she had more than once, without knowing thy base views, obliged thee to abandon them, and to resolve to do her justice, and thyself honour, I hardly doubted that her merit would be triumphant at last. It is my opinion, if thou holdest thy purposes to marry, that thou canst not do better than to procure thy real aunts, and thy real cousins, to pay her a visit, and to be thy advocates: but if they decline personal visits, letters from them, and from my Lord M., supported by Miss Howe's interest, may perhaps effect something in thy favour. But these are only my hopes, founded on what I wish for thy sake. The lady, I really think, would choose death rather than thee: and the two women are of opinion, though they knew not half of what she has suffered, that her heart is actually broken. At taking my leave, I rendered my best services to her, and besought her to permit me frequently to inquire after her health. She made me no answer, but by bowing her head. End of Letter XXI. Letter XXII Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXII. Mr. Belford, to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Wednesday, July 19th. This morning I took a chair to Smith's, and being told that the lady had a very bad night, but was up, I sent for her worthy apothecary, who, on his coming to me, approving of my proposal of calling in Dr. H., I bid the woman acquaint her with the designed visit. It seems she was at first displeased, yet withdrew her objection, but after a pause asked them what she should do. She had effects of value, some of which she intended, as soon as she could, to turn into money, but till then had not a single guinea to give the doctor for his fee. Mrs. Lovick said, she had 5 guineas by her, they were at her service. She would accept of 3, she said, if she would take that, pulling a diamond ring from her finger. till she repaid her, but on no other terms. Having been told I was below with Mr. Goddard, she desired to speak one word with me before she saw the doctor. She was sitting in an elbow chair, leaning her head on a pillow, Mrs. Smith and the widow on each side of her chair, her nurse with a phial of hartshorn behind her, in her own hand her salts. Raising her head at my entrance, she inquired if the doctor knew Mr. Lovelace. I told her no, and that I believed you never saw him in your life. Was the doctor my friend? He was, and a very worthy and skilful man. I named him for his eminence in his profession, and Mr. Goddard said he knew not a better physician. I have but one condition to make before I see the gentleman, that he refuse not his fees from me. If I am poor, Sir, I am proud. I will not be under obligation, you may believe, Sir, I will not. I suffer this visit, because I would not appear ungrateful to the few friends I have left, nor obstinate to such of my relations as may some time hence, for their private satisfaction, inquire after my behaviour in my sick hours. So, Sir, you know the condition, and don't let me be vexed. I am very ill, and cannot debate the matter. Seeing her so determined, I told her, if it must be so, it should. Then, Sir, the gentleman may come. But I shall not be able to answer many questions. Nurse, you can tell him at the window there what a night I have had, and how I have been for 2 days past. And Mr. Goddard, if he be here, can let him know what I have taken. Pray let me be as little questioned as possible. The doctor paid his respects to her with the gentlemanly address for which he is noted, and she cast up her sweet eyes to him with that benignity which accompanies her every graceful look. I would have retired, but she forbid it. He took her hand, the lily not of so beautiful a white. Indeed, Madam, you are very low, said he. But give me leave to say, that you can do more for yourself than all the faculty can do for you. He then withdrew to the window. And after a short conference with the women, he turned to me and to Mr. Goddard at the other window. We can do nothing here, speaking low, but by cordials and nourishment. What friends has the lady? She seems to be a person of condition, and ill as she is, a very fine woman. A single lady, I presume? I whisperingly told him she was. That there were extraordinary circumstances in her case, as I would have apprized him, had I met with him yesterday. That her friends were very cruel to her. That she could not hear them named, without reproaching herself, though they were much more to blame than she. I knew I was right, said the doctor. A love case, Mr. Goddard. A love case, Mr. Belford. There is one person in the world who can do her more service than all the faculty. Mr. Goddard said he had apprehended her disorder was in her mind, and had treated her accordingly; and then told the doctor what he had done, which she approving of, again taking her charming hand, said, My good young lady, you will require very little of our assistance. You must, in a great measure, be your own assistance. You must, in a great measure, be your own doctress. Come, dear Madam, forgive me the familiar tenderness. Your aspect commands love as well as reverence; and a father of children, some of them older than yourself, may be excused for his familiar address. Cheer up your spirits. Resolve to do all in your power to be well, and you'll soon grow better. You are very kind, Sir, said she. I will take whatever you direct. My spirits have been hurried. I shall be better, I believe, before I am worse. The care of my good friends here, looking at the women, shall not meet with an ungrateful return. The doctor wrote. He would fain have declined his fee, as her malady, he said, was rather to be relieved by the soothings of a friend than by the prescriptions of a physician. He should think himself greatly honoured to be admitted rather to advise her in the one character than to prescribe to her in the other. She answered, that she should be always glad to see so humane a man, that his visits would keep her in charity with his sex, but that, were she able to forget that he was her physician, she might be apt to abate of the confidence in his skill, which might be necessary to effect the amendment that was the end of his visits. And when he urged her still further, which he did in a very polite manner, and as passing by the door 2 or 3 times a day, she said she should always have pleasure in considering him in the kind light he offered himself to her, that might be very generous in one person to offer, which would be as ungenerous in another to accept; that indeed she was not at present high in circumstance; and he saw by the tender, which he must accept of, that she had greater respect to her own convenience than to his merit, or than to the pleasure she should take in his visits. We all withdrew together; and the doctor and Mr. Goddard having a great curiosity to know something more of her story. At the motion of the latter we went into a neighbouring coffee house, and I gave them in confidence a brief relation of it, making all as light for you as I could; and yet you'll suppose that, in order to do but common justice to the lady's character, heavy must be that light. 3 o'clock afternoon. I just now called again at Smith's, and am told she is somewhat better, which she attributed to the soothings of her doctor. She expressed herself highly pleased with both gentlemen, and said that their behaviour to her was perfectly paternal. Paternal, poor lady! Never having been till very lately from under her parents' wings, and now abandoned by all her friends, She is for finding out something paternal and maternal in every one, the latter qualities in Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith, to supply to herself the father and mother her dutiful heart pants after. Mrs. Smith told me, that after we were gone, she gave the keys of her trunk and drawers to her and the widow Lovick, and desired them to take an inventory of them, which they did in her presence. They also informed me, that she had requested them to find her a purchaser for 2 rich dress suits, one never worn, the other not above once or twice. This shocked me exceedingly. Perhaps it may thee a little. Her reason for so doing, she told them, was that she should never live to wear them; that her sister and other relations were above wearing them; that her mother would not endure in her sight any thing that was hers; that she wanted the money; that she would not be obliged to any body, when she had effects by her for which she had no occasion; and yet, said she, I expect not that they will fetch a price answerable to their value. They were both very much concerned, as they owned, and asked my advice upon it; and the richness of her apparel having given them a still higher notion of her rank than they had before, they supposed she must be of quality, and again wanted to know her story. I told them that she was indeed a woman of family and fortune. I still gave them room to suppose her married, but left it to her to tell them all in her own time and manner. All I would say was, that she had been very vilely treated, deserved it not, and was all innocence and purity. You may suppose that they both expressed their astonishment, that there could be a man in the world who could ill treat so fine a creature. As to the disposing of the 2 suits of apparel, I told Mrs. Smith that she should pretend that, upon inquiry, she had found a friend who would purchase the richest of them; but, that she might not mistrust, would stand upon a good bargain; and having 20 guineas about me, I left them with her in part of payment, and bid her pretend to get her to part with it for as little more as she could induce her to take. I am setting out for Edgware with poor Belton, more of whom in my next. I shall return to morrow, and leave this in readiness for your messenger, if he call in my absence. Adieu. End of Letter XXII.
Letter XXIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson, Letter XXIII. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. M. Hall, Wednesday night, July 19th. You might well apprehend that I should think you were playing me booty in communicating my letter to the lady. You ask, who would think you might not read to her the least exceptionable parts of a letter written in my own defence? I'll tell you who. The man who, in the same letter that he asks this question, tells a friend whom he exposes to her resentment, that there is such an air of levity runs through his most serious letters, that those of this are least fit to be seen, which ought to be most to his credit. And now what thinkest thou of thy self-condemned folly? Be, however, I charge thee, more circumspect for the future, that so this clumsy error may stand singly by itself. It is painful to her to think of me, libertine froth, so pernicious and so despicable a plotter, a man whose friendship is no credit to any body, hardened wretch, the devil's counterpart, a wicked, wicked man. But did she, could she, dared she to say or imply all this, and say it to a man whom she praises for humanity and prefers to myself for that virtue, when all the humanity he shows, and she knows it too, is by my direction, so robs me of the credit of my own works? Admirably entitled, all this shows her, to thy refinement upon the words resentment and revenge. But thou art always aiming and blundering at something thou never couldst make out. The praise thou givest to her ingenuousness is another of thy peculiars. I think not as thou dost of her tell-tale recapitulations and exclamations. What end can they answer? Only that thou hast a holy love for her. The devil fetch thee for thy oddity. For it is extremely provoking to suppose one sees such a charming creature stand upright before a libertine, and talk of the sin against her that cannot be forgiven. I wish at my heart that these chaste ladies would have a little modesty in their anger. It would sound very strange, if I, Robert Lovelace, should pretend to have more true delicacy, in a point that requires the utmost, than Miss Clarissa Harlowe. I think I will put it into the head of her nurse Norton and her Miss Howe, by some one of my agents, to chide the dear novice for her proclamations. But to be serious, let me tell thee that severe she is, and saucy in asking so contemptuously, what a man is your friend, sir, to set himself to punish guilty people? I will never forgive the cursed woman, who could commit this last horrid violence on so excellent a creature. The barbarous insults of the 2 nymphs, in their visits to her, the choice of the most execrable den that could be found out, in order, no doubt, to induce her to go back to theirs, and the still more execrable attempt to propose to her a man who would pay the debt, a snare, I make no question,
laid for her despairing and resenting heart by that devilish Sally, thinking her no doubt a woman, in order to ruin her with me, and to provoke me in a fury to give her up to their remorseless cruelty, are outrageous that, to express myself in her style, I never can, never will forgive. But as to thy opinion, and the two women's at Smith's, that her heart is broken, that is the true woman's language. I wonder how thou camest into it, thou who hast seen and heard of so many female deaths and revivals. I'll tell thee what makes against this notion of theirs. Her time of life and charming constitution, the good she ever delighted to do, and fancified she was born to do, and which she may still continue to do, to as high a degree as ever, nay higher, since I am no sordid varlet, thou knowest. Her religious turn, a turn that will always teach her to bear inevitable evils with patience. The contemplation upon her last noble triumph over me, and over the whole crew, and upon her succeeding escape from us all. Her will unviolated, and the inward pride of having not deserved the treatment she has met with. How is it possible to imagine that a woman who has all these consolations to reflect upon will die of a broken heart? On the contrary, I make no doubt, but that as she recovers from the dejection into which this last scurvy villany, which none but wretches of her own sex could have been guilty of, has thrown her, returning love will re-enter her time-pacified mind. Her thoughts will then turn once more on the conjugal pivot. Of course she will have livelier notions in her head, and these will make her perform all her circumvolutions with ease and pleasure, though not with so high a degree of either, as if the dear proud rogue could have exalted herself above the rest of her sex, as she turned round. Thou askest, on reciting the bitter invectives that the lady made against thy poor friend, standing before her, I suppose, with thy fingers in thy mouth, what couldst thou say for me? Have I not, in my former letters, suggested 100 things, which a friend, in earnest to vindicate or excuse a friend, might say on such an occasion? But now to current topics, and the present state of matters here. It is true, as my servant told thee, that Miss Howe had engaged, before this cursed woman's officiousness, to use her interest with her friend in my behalf. And yet she told my cousins, in the visit they made her, that it was her opinion that she would never forgive me. I sent to the enclosed copies of all that passed on this occasion, between my cousins Montague, Miss Howe, myself, Lady Betty, Lady Sarah, and Lord M. I long to know what Miss Howe wrote to her friend, in order to induce her to marry the despicable plotter, the man whose friendship is no credit to any body, the wicked, wicked man. Thou hadst the 2 letters in thy hand. Had they been in mine, the seal would have yielded to the touch of my warm finger, perhaps without the help of the post-office bullet. And the folds, as other placations have done, opened of themselves to oblige my curiosity. A wicked omission, Jack, not to contrive to send them down to me by man and horse. It might have passed that the messenger who brought the second letter took them both back. I could have returned them by another when copied as from Miss Howe, and nobody but myself and thee the wiser. That's a charming girl. Her spirit, her delightful spirit. Not to be married to it. How I wish to get that lively bird into my cage. How would I make her flutter and fly about, till she left a feather upon every wire! Had I begun there, I am confident, as I have heretofore said, that I should not have had half the difficulty with her as I have had with her charming friend. For these passionate girls have high pulses, and a clever fellow may make what sport he pleases with their unevenness. Now too high, now too low. You need only to provoke and appease them by turns, to bear with them, and to forbear to tease and ask pardon, and sometimes to give yourself the merit of a sufferer from them, then catching them in the moment of concession, conscious of their ill usage of you, they are all your own. But these sedate, contemplative girls, never out of temper but with reason, when that reason is given them, hardly ever pardon, or afford you another opportunity to offend. It was in part the apprehension that this would be so with my dear Miss Harlowe, that made me carry her to a place where I believed she would be unable to escape me, although I were not to succeed in my first attempts. Else widow Sorlings's would have been as well for me as widow Sinclair's. For early I saw that there was no credulity in her to graft upon, no pretending to wind myself into her confidence. She was proof against amorous persuasion. She had reason in her love. Her penetration and good sense made her hate all compliments that had not truth and nature in them. What could I have done with her in any other place? And yet how long, even there, was I kept in awe, in spite of natural incitement and unnatural instigations, as I now think them, by the mere force of that native dignity, and obvious purity of mind and manners, which fill every one with reverence, if not with holy love, as thou callest it, the moment he sees her. Else thinkest thou not it was easy for me to be a fine gentleman, and a delicate lover, or at least a specious and flattering one? Lady Sarah and Lady Betty, finding the treaty, upon the success of which they have set their foolish hearts, likely to run into length, are about departing to their own seats, having taken from me the best security the nature of the case will admit of, that is to say, my word, to marry the lady, if she will have me. And after all, methinks thou asked, art thou still resolved to repair? if reparation be put into thy power. Why, Jack, I must needs own that my heart has now and then some retrograde motions upon thinking seriously of the irrevocable ceremony. We do not easily give up the desire of our hearts; and what we imagine essential to our happiness, let the expectation or hope of compassing it be ever so unreasonable or absurd in the opinion of others. Recurrings there will be, hankerings that will, on every but remotely favourable incident, however before discouraged and beaten back by ill success, pop up, and abate the satisfaction we should otherwise take in contrariant overtures. 'Tis ungentlemanly, Jack, man, to lie. But matrimony I do not heartily love, although with a Clarissa, yet I am in earnest to marry her. But I am often thinking, that if now this dear creature, suffering time and my penitence, my relations' prayers and Miss Howe's mediation, to soften her resentments, her revenge thou hast prettily distinguished away, and to recall repulsed inclination, should consent to meet me at the altar, how vain will she then make all thy eloquent periods of execration! How many charming interjections of her own will she spoil! And what a couple of old patriarchs shall we become, going in the mill horse round, getting sons and daughters, providing nurses for them first, governors and governesses next, teaching them lessons their fathers never practised, nor which their mother, as her parents will say, was much the better for! And at last, perhaps, when life shall be turned into the dully sober stillness, and I become desirous to forget all my past rogueries, what comfortable reflections will it afford to find them all revived, with equal or probably greater trouble and expense, in the persons and manners of so many young Lovelaces of the boys, and to have the girls run away with varlets, perhaps not half so ingenious as myself; clumsy fellows, as it might happen, who could not afford the baggages one excuse for their weakness, besides those disgraceful ones of sex and nature. O Belford! Who can bear to think of these things? Who, at my time of life especially, and with such a bias for mischief? Of this I am absolutely convinced, that if a man ever intends to marry, and to enjoy in peace his own reflections, and not be afraid retribution, or of the consequences of his own example, he should never be a rake. This looks like conscience, don't it, Belford? But being in earnest still, as I have said, all I have to do in my present uncertainty is, to brighten up my faculties, by filing off the rust they have contracted by the town smoke, a long imprisonment in my close attendance, to so little purpose on my fair perverse; and to brace up, if I can, the relaxed fibres of my mind, which have been twitched and convulsed like the nerves of some tottering paralytic, by means of the tumult she has excited in it, that so I may be able to present to her a husband as worthy as I can be of her acceptance; or, if she reject me, be in a capacity to resume my usual gaiety of heart, and show others of the misleading sex that I am not discouraged, by the difficulties I have met with from this sweet individual of it, from endeavouring to make myself as acceptable to them as before. In this latter case, one tour to France and Italy, I dare say, will do the business. Miss Harlowe will by that time have forgotten all she has suffered from her ungrateful Lovelace, though it will be impossible that her Lovelace should ever forget a woman, whose equal he despairs to meet with, were he to travel from one end of the world to the other. If thou continuest paying off the heavy debts my long letters, for so many weeks together, have made thee groan under, I will endeavour to restrain myself in the desires I have, importunate as they are, of going to town, to throw myself at the feet of my soul's beloved. Policy and honesty, both joined to strengthen the restraint my own promise, and thy engagement, have laid me under on this head. I would not afresh provoke; on the contrary, would give time for her resentments to subside, that so all that follows may be her own act and deed. Hickman (I have a mortal aversion to that fellow) has, by a line which I have just now received, requested an interview with me, on Friday at Mr. Dormer's, as at a common friend's. Does the business he wants to meet me upon require that it should be at a common friend's? A challenge implied. Is it not, Belford? I shall not be civil to him, I doubt. He has been an intermeddler. Then I envy him on Miss Howe's account; for, if I have a right notion of this Hickman, it is impossible that that virago can ever love him. Every one knows that the mother, saucy as the daughter sometimes is, crams him down her throat. Her mother is one of the most violent spirited women in England. Her late husband could not stand in the matrimonial contention of who should, but tipped off the perch in it, neither knowing how to yield, nor knowing how to conquer. A charming encouragement for a man of intrigue, when he has reason to believe that the woman he has a view upon has no love for her husband.
What good principles must that wife have?
Who is kept in against temptation by a sense of her duty, and plighted faith, where affection has no hold of her. Prithee, let's know, very particularly, how it fares with poor Belton. 'Tis an honest fellow; something more than his Thomasine seems to stick with him. Thou hast not been preaching to him conscience and reformation, hast thou? Thou shouldst not take liberties with him of this sort, unless thou thoughtest him absolutely irrecoverable. A man in ill health, and crop sick, cannot play with these solemn things as thou canst. and be neither better nor worse for them. Repentance, Jack, I have a notion, should be set about while a man is in health and spirits. What's a man fit for? Not to begin a new work, surely, when he is not himself, nor master of his faculties. Hence, as I apprehend,
It is that a death-bed repentance is supposed to be such a precarious
and ineffectual thing. As to myself, I hope I have a great deal of time before me, since I intend one day to be a reformed man. I have very serious reflections now and then, yet am I half afraid of the truth of what my charmer once told me, that a man cannot repent when he will. Not to hold it, I suppose she meant. By fits and starts. I have repented 1,000 times. Casting my eye over the 2 preceding paragraphs, I fancy there is something like contradiction in them, but I will not reconsider them. The subject is a very serious one. I don't at present quite understand it. But now for one more airy. Tourville, Mowbray, and myself pass away our time as pleasantly as possible we can without thee. I wish we don't add to Lord M.'s gouty days, by the joy we give him. This is one advantage, as I believe I have elsewhere observed, that we male delinquents in love matters have of the other sex. For while they, poor things, sit sighing in holes and corners, or run to woods and groves to bemoan themselves on their baffled hopes, we can rant and roar, hunt and hawk, and by new loves banish from our hearts all remembrance of the old ones. Merrily, however, as we pass our time, my reflections upon the injuries done to this noble creature bring a qualm upon my heart very often. But I know she will permit me to make her amends, after she has plagued me heartily. And that's my consolation. An honest fellow still. Clap thy wings and crow, Jack. End of Letter 23.
Letter 24 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 24. Miss Howe, to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Thursday morning, July 20th. What, my dearest creature, have been your sufferings? What must have been your anguish on so disgraceful an insult, committed in the open streets, and in the broad day? No end, I think, of the undeserved calamities of a dear soul, who had been so unhappily driven and betrayed into the hands of a vile libertine. How was I shocked at the receiving of your letter written by another hand, and only dictated by you! You must be very ill. Nor is it to be wondered at. But I hope it is rather from hurry and surprise and lowness, which may be overcome, than from a grief given way to, which may be attended with effects I cannot bear to think of. But whatever you do, my dear, you must not despond. Indeed, you must not despond. Hitherto you have been in no fault, but despair would be all your own, and the worst fault you can be guilty of. I cannot bear to look upon another hand instead of yours. My dear creature, send me a few lines, though ever so few, in your own hand, if possible, for they will revive my heart, especially if they can acquaint me of your amended health. I expect your answer to my letter of the 13th. We all expect it with impatience. His relations are persons of so much honour. They are so very earnest to rank you among them. The wretch is so very penitent. Every one of his family says he is. Your own are so implacable. Your last distress, though the consequence of his former villany, yet neither brought on by his direction, nor with his knowledge, and so much resented by him, that my mother is absolutely of opinion that you should be his, especially if, yielding to my wishes, as expressed in my letter, and those of all his friends, you would have complied, had it not been for this horrid arrest. I will enclose the copy of the letter I wrote to Miss Montague last Tuesday, on hearing that nobody knew what was become of you, and the answer to it, underwritten and signed by Lord M., Lady Sarah Sadleir, and Lady Betty Lawrance, as well as by the young ladies, and also by the wretch himself. I own that I like not the turn of what he has written to me; and before I will further interest myself in his favour, I have determined to inform myself by a friend, from his own mouth, of his sincerity, and whether his whole inclination be, in his request to me, exclusive of the wishes of his relations. Yet my heart rises against him, on the supposition that there is the shadow of a reason for such a question, the woman Miss Clarissa Harlowe. But I think, with my mother, that marriage is now the only means left to make your future life tolerably easy. Happy there is no saying. His disgraces in that case, in the eye of the world itself, will be more than yours; and to those who know you, glorious will be your triumph. I am obliged to accompany my mother soon to the Isle of Wight. My aunt Harman is in a declining way, and insists upon seeing us both; and Mr. Hickman too, I think. His sister, of whom we had heard so much, with her lord, were brought t'other day to visit us. She strangely likes me, or says she does. I can't say but that I think she answers the excellent character we heard of her. It would be death to me to set out for the little island, and not see you first; and yet my mother, fond of exerting an authority that she herself, by that exertion, often brings into question, Insist that my next visit to you must be a congratulatory one as Mrs. Lovelace. When I know what will be the result of the questions to be put in my name to that wretch, and what is your mind on my letter of the 13th, I shall tell you more of mine. The bearer promises to make so much dispatch as to attend you this very afternoon. May he return with good tidings to your ever affectionate Anna Howe. End of Letter 24. Letter 25 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 25. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday afternoon. You pain me, Miss Howe, by the ardour of your noble friendship. I will be brief, because I am not well, yet a good deal better than I was, and because I am preparing an answer to yours of the 13th. But beforehand I must tell you, my dear, I will not have that man. Don't be angry with me, but indeed I won't. So let him be asked no questions about me, I beseech you. I do not despond, my dear. I hope I may say, I will not despond. Is not my condition greatly mended? I thank Heaven it is. I am no prisoner now in a vile house. I am not now in the power of that man's devices. I am not now obliged to hide myself in corners for fear of him. One of his intimate companions is become my warm friend, and engages to keep him from me, and that by his own consent. I am among honest people. I have all my clothes and effects restored to me. The wretch himself bears testimony to my honour. Indeed, I am very weak and ill. But I have an excellent physician, Dr. H., and as worthy an apothecary, Mr. Goddard. Their treatment of me, my dear, is perfectly paternal. My mind, too, I can find, begins to strengthen, and methinks, at times, I find myself superior to my calamities. I shall have sinking sometimes, I must expect such, and my father's maledict. But you will chide me for introducing that, now I am enumerating my comforts. But I charge you, my dear, that you do not suffer my calamities to sit too heavily upon your own mind. If you do, that will be to new point some of those arrows that have been blunted and lost their sharpness. If you would contribute to my happiness, give way, my dear, to your own, and to the cheerful prospects before you. You will think very meanly of your Clarissa, if you do not believe that the greatest pleasure she can receive in this life is in your prosperity and welfare. Think not of me, my only friend, but as we were in times past, and suppose me gone a great, great way off, a long journey. How often are the dearest of friends, at their country's call, thus parted, with a certainty for years, with a probability for ever. Love me still, however, but let it be with a weaning love. I am not what I was when we were inseparable lovers, as I may say. Our views must now be different. Resolve, my dear, to make a worthy man happy, because a worthy man make you so. And so, my dearest love, for the present, adieu. Adieu, my dearest love. But I shall soon write again, I hope. End of Letter 25. Letter 26 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 26. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Thursday, July 20th. I read that part of your conclusion to poor Belton, where you inquire after him, and mention how merrily you and the rest pass your time at M. Hall. He fetched a deep sigh. You are all very happy, were his words. I am sorry they were his words, for, poor fellow, he is going very fast. Change of air, he hopes, will mend him, joined to the cheerful company I have left him in. But nothing, I dare say, will. A consuming malady and a consuming mistress, to an indulgent keeper, are dreadful things to struggle with both together. Violence must be used to get rid of the latter, and yet he has not spirit enough left him to exert himself. His house is Thomasin's house, not his. He has not been within his doors for a fortnight past. Vagabonding about from inn to inn, entering each for a bait only, and staying 2 or 3 days without power to remove, and hardly knowing which to go to next. His malady is within him, and he cannot run away from it. Her boys, once he thought them his, are sturdy enough to shoulder him in his own house as they pass by him. Siding with the mother, they in a manner expel him, and in his absence riot away on the remnant of his broken fortunes. As to their mother, who was once so tender, so submissive, so studious to oblige, that we all pronounced him happy, and his course of life the eligible, she is now so termagant, so insolent, that he cannot contend with her, without doing infinite prejudice to his health. A broken-spirited, defensive, hardly a defensive, therefore, reduced to, and this to a heart, for so many years waging offensive war, not valuing whom the opponent. What a reduction! Now comparing himself to the superannuated lion in the fable, kicked in the jaws, and laid sprawling by the spurning heel of an ignoble ass. I have undertaken his cause. He has given me leave, yet not without reluctance, to put him into possession of his own house, and to place in it for him his unhappy sister, whom he has hitherto slighted, because unhappy. It is hard, he told me, and wept, poor fellow, when he said it, that he cannot be permitted to die quietly in his own house. The fruits of blessed keeping these! Though but lately apprized of her infidelity, it now comes out to have been of so long continuance, that he has no room to believe the boys to be his. Yet how fond did he used to be of them! To what, Lovelace, shall we attribute the tenderness which a reputed father frequently shows to the children of another man? What is that, I pray thee, which we call nature and natural affection? And what has man to boast of as to sagacity and penetration, when he is as easily brought to cover and rear, and even to love, and often to prefer, the product of another's guilt with his wife or mistress, as a hen or a goose the eggs, and even young, of others of their kind? Nay, let me ask, if instinct, as it is called in the animal creation, does not enable them to distinguish their own much more easily than we, with our boasted reason and sagacity, in this nice particular, can do? If some men, who have wives but of doubtful virtue, considered this matter duly, I believe their inordinate ardour after gain would be a good deal cooled, when they could not be certain, though their mates could, for whose children they were elbowing, bustling, griping, and perhaps cheating those with whom they have concerns, whether friends, neighbours, or more certain next of kin, by the mother's side, however. But I will not push this notion so far as it might be carried, because if propagated it might be of unsocial or unnatural consequence, since women of virtue would perhaps be more liable to suffer by the mistrusts and caprices, or bad-hearted and foolish-headed husbands, than those who can screen themselves from detection by arts and hypocrisy, to which a woman of virtue cannot have recourse. And yet, were this notion duly and generally considered, it might be attended with no bad effects, as good education, good inclinations, and established virtue would be the principally sought after qualities, and not money, when a man, not biassed by mere personal attractions, was looking round him for a partner in his fortunes, and for a mother of his future children, which are to be the heirs of his possessions, and to enjoy the fruits of his industry. But to return to poor Belton. If I have occasion for your assistance, and that of our compeers, in reinstating the poor fellow, I will give you notice. Meantime, I have just now been told that Thomasine declares she will not stir, for it seems she suspects that measures will be fallen upon to make her quit. She is Mrs. Belton, she says, and will prove her marriage. If she would give herself these airs in his lifetime, what would she attempt to do after his death? Her boy threatens any body who shall presume to insult their mother. Their father, as they call poor Belton, they speak of as an unnatural one, and their probably true father is for ever there, hostilely there, passing for her cousin, as usual, now her protecting cousin. Hardly ever, I dare say, was there a keeper that did not make keeperess, who lavished away on her kept fellow what she obtained from the extravagant folly of him who kept her. I will do without you if I can. The case will be only, as I conceive, that, like of the ancient Sarmatians, their wives then in possession of their slaves, so that they had to contend not only with those wives, conscious of their infidelity, and with their slaves, but with the children of those slaves, grown up to manhood, resolute to defend their mothers, and their long manumitted fathers. But the noble Sarmatians, scorning to attack their slaves with equal weapons, only provided themselves with the same sort of whips with which they used formerly to chastise them, and attacking them with them, the miscreants fled before them. In memory of which, to this day, the device on the coin in Novogrod, in Russia, a city of the ancient Sarmatia, is a man on horseback, with a whip in his hand. The poor fellow takes it ill that you did not press him more than you did to be of your party at M. Hall. It is owing to Mowbray, he is sure, that he has so very slight an invitation from one whose invitations used to be so warm. Mowbray's speech to him, he says, he never will forgive. Why, Tom, said the brutal fellow with a curse, thou droopest like a pip or roop-cloaking chicken. Thou shouldst grow perter, or submit to a solitary quarantine, if thou wouldst not infect the whole brood. For my own part, only that this poor fellow is in distress, as well in his affairs as in his mind, or I should be sick of you all. Such is the relish I have of the conversation, and such my admiration of the deportment and sentiments of this divine lady, that I would forego a month, even of thy company, to be admitted into hers but for 1 hour. And I am highly in conceit with myself, greatly as I used to value thine, for being able, spontaneously as I may say, to make this preference. It is after all a devilish life we have lived, and to consider how it all ends in a very few years, to see to what a state of ill health this poor fellow is so soon reduced, and then to observe how every one of ye run away from the unhappy being, as rats from a falling house, is fine comfort to help a man to look back upon companions ill chosen, and a life misspent. It will be your turns by and by, every man of ye, if the justice of your country interpose not. Thou art the only rake we have herded with, if thou wilt not accept thyself, who hast preserved entire thy health and thy fortunes. Mowbray indeed is indebted to a robust constitution that he has not yet suffered in his health, but his estate is dwindled away year by year. 3/4 of Tourville's very considerable fortunes are already dissipated, and the remaining fourth will probably soon go after the other 3. Poor Belton, we see how it is with him. His own felicity is, that he will hardly live to want. Thou art too proud and too prudent ever to be destitute; and, to do thee justice, hath a spirit to assist such of thy friends as may be reduced, and wilt, if thou shouldst then be living. But I think thou must, much sooner than thou imaginest, be called to thy account; knocked on the head, perhaps, by the friends of those whom thou hast injured. For if thou escapest this fate from the Harlowe family, thou wilt go on tempting danger and vengeance, till thou meetest with vengeance; and this whether thou marriest or not. For the nuptial life will not, I doubt, till age join with it, cure thee of that spirit for intrigue which is continually running away with thee, in spite of thy better sense and transitory resolutions. Well, then, I will suppose thee laid down quietly among thy worthy ancestors. And now let me look forward to the ends of Tourville and Mowbray. Belton will be crumbled into dust before thee, perhaps, supposing thy early exit has saved thee from gallows intervention. Reduced probably by riotous waste to consequential want, behold them refuge in some obscene hole or garret, obliged to the careless care of some dirty old woman, whom nothing but her poverty prevails upon to attend to perform the last offices for men who have made such shocking ravage among the young ones. Then how miserably will they whine through squeaking organs, their big voices turned into puling, pity-begging lamentations. Their now offensive paws, how helpless then! Their now erect necks, then denying support to their aching heads, those globes of mischief dropping upon their quaking shoulders. Then what wry faces will they make, their hearts in their heads reproaching each other, distended their parched mouths, sunk their unmuscled cheeks, dropped their under jaws, each grunting like the swine he had resembled in his life. O what a vile wretch have I been! O that I had my life to come over again, confessing to the poor old woman who cannot shrive them, imaginary ghosts of deflowered virgins and polluted matrons flitting before their glassy eyes, and old Satan to their apprehensions, grinning behind a looking-glass held up before them, to frighten them with the horror visible in their own countenances. For my own part, if I can get some good family to credit me with a sister or daughter, as I have now an increased fortune, which will enable me to propose handsome settlements, I will desert ye all, marry, and live a life of reason, rather than a life of a brute, for the time to come. End of Letter 26. Letter 27 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 27. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Thursday night. I was forced to take back my 20 guineas. How the women managed it, I can't tell. I suppose they too readily found a purchaser for the rich suit. But she mistrusted that I was the advancer of the money, and would not let the clothes go. But Mrs. Lovick has actually sold, for 15 guineas, some rich lace worth 3 times the sum, out of which she repaid her the money she borrowed for fees to the doctor, in an illness occasioned by the barbarity of the most savage of men. Thou knowest his name. The doctor called on her in the morning, it seems, and had a short debate with her about fees. She insisted that he should take one every time he came, right or not right, mistrusting that he only gave verbal directions to Mrs. Lovick, or the nurse, to avoid taking any. He said that it would be impossible for him, had he not been a physician, to forbear inquiries after the health and welfare of so excellent a person. He had not the thought of paying her a compliment in declining the offered fee, but he knew her case could not so suddenly vary as to demand his daily visits. She must permit him, therefore, to inquire of the women below after her health, and he must not think of coming up, if he were to be pecuniarily rewarded for the satisfaction he was so desirous to give himself. It ended in a compromise for a fee each other time, which she unwillingly submitted to, telling him, that, though she was at present desolate and in disgrace, yet her circumstances were, of right, high, and no expenses could rise so as to be scrupled, whether she lived or died. But she submitted, she added, to the compromise, in hopes to see him as often as he had opportunity, for she really looked upon him and Mr. Goddard, from their kind and tender treatment of her, with a regard next to filial. I hope thou wilt make thyself acquainted with this worthy doctor, when thou comest to town, and give him thy thanks for putting her into conceit with the sex that thou hast given her so much reason to execrate. Farewell. End of Letter 27. Letter 28 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 28. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. M. Hall, Friday, July 21st. Just returned from an interview with this Hickman, a precise fop of a fellow, as starched as his ruffles. Thou knowest I love him not, Jack; and whom we love not, we cannot allow a merit to. Perhaps not the merit they should be granted. However, I am in earnest when I say, that he seems to me to be so set, so prim, so affected, so mincing, yet so cloutily in his person, that I dare engage for thy opinion, if thou dost justice to him, and to thyself, that thou never beheldest such another, except in a pier glass. I'll tell thee how I played him off. He came in his own chariot to Dormer's, and we took a turn in the garden, at his request. He was devilish ceremonious, and made a bushel of apologies for the freedom he was going to take; and after 100 hums and haws, told me, that he came to wait on me, at the request of dear Miss Howe, on the account of Miss Harlowe. Well, Sir, speak on, said I: but give me leave to say, that if your book be as long as your preface, it will take up a week to read it. This was pretty rough, thou'lt say: but there's nothing like balking these formalities at first. When they are put out of their road, they are filled with doubts of themselves, and can never get into it again: so that an honest fellow, impertinently attacked, as I was, has all the game in his own hand, quite through the conference. He stroked his chin, and hardly knew what to say. At last, after parenthesis within parenthesis, apologizing for apologies, in imitation, I suppose, of Swift's digression in praise of digressions: I presume, Sir, you were privy to the visit made to Miss Howe by the young ladies your cousins, in the name of Lord M. and Lady Sarah Sadleir, and Lady Betty Lawrance. I was, Sir, and Miss Howe had a letter afterwards, signed by his Lordship, and by those ladies, and underwritten by myself. Have you seen it, Sir? I can't say but I have. It is the principal cause of this visit: for Miss Howe thinks your part of it is written with such an air of levity, pardon me, Sir, that she knows not whether you are in earnest or not, in your address to her for her interest to her friend. Will Miss Howe permit me to explain myself in person to her, Mr. Hickman? Oh, Sir, by no means. Miss Howe, I am sure, would not give you that trouble. I should not think it a trouble. I will most readily attend you, Sir, to Miss Howe, and satisfy her in all her scruples. Come, Sir, I will wait upon you now. You have a chariot, are alone. We can talk as we ride. He hesitated, wriggled, winced, stroked his ruffles, set his wig, and pulled his neckcloth, which was long enough for a bib. I am not going directly back to Miss Howe, Sir. It will be as well if you will be so good as to satisfy Miss Howe by me. What is it she scruples, Mr. Hickman? Why, Sir, Miss Howe observes, that in your part of the letter you say, but let me see, Sir, I have a copy of what you wrote, pulling it out. Will you give me leave, Sir? Thus you begin: Dear Miss Howe. No offence, I hope, Mr. Hickman? None in the least, Sir, none at all, Sir, taking aim, as it were, to read. Do you use spectacles, Mr. Hickman? Spectacles, Sir? His whole broad face lifted up at me. Spectacles? What makes you ask me such a question? Such a young man as I use spectacles, Sir? They do in Spain, Mr. Hickman, young as well as old, to save their eyes. Have you ever read Prior's Alma, Mr. Hickman? I have, Sir. Custom is every thing in nations, as well as with individuals. I know the meaning of your question, but 'tis not the English custom. Was you ever in Spain, Mr. Hickman? No, Sir. I have been in Holland. In Holland, Sir? Never to France or Italy? I was resolved to travel with him into the land of puzzledom. No, Sir, I cannot say I have as yet. That's a wonder, Sir, when on the continent. I went on a particular affair. I was obliged to return soon. Well, Sir, you was going to read. Pray be pleased to proceed. Again he took aim, as if his eyes were older than the rest of him, and read, After what is written above, and signed by names and characters of such unquestionable honour, to be sure, taking off his eye, nobody questions the honour of Lord M., nor that of the good ladies who signed the letter. I hope, Mr. Hickman, nobody questions mine neither. If you please, Sir, I will read on. I might have been excused signing a name almost as hateful to myself, you are pleased to say, as I know it is to you. Well, Mr. Hickman, I must interrupt you at this place. In what I wrote to Miss Howe, I distinguished the word no. I had a reason for it. Miss Howe has been very free with my character. I have never done her any harm. I take it very ill of her. And I hope, Sir, you come in her name to make excuses for it. Miss Howe, Sir, is a very polite young lady. She is not accustomed to treat any man's character unbecomingly. Then I have the more reason to take it amiss, Mr. Hickman. Why, Sir, you know the friendship. No friendship should warrant such freedoms as Miss Howe has taken with my character. I believed he began to wish he had not come near me. He seemed quite disconcerted. Have you not heard Miss Howe treat my name with great... Sir, I come not to offend or affront you, but you know what a love there is between Miss Howe and Miss Harlowe. I doubt, Sir, you have not treated Miss Harlowe as so fine a young lady deserved to be treated.
And if love for her friend has made Miss Howe take freedoms, as you call them, a mind not ungenerous on such an occasion, will rather be sorry for having given the cause, than I know your consequence, Sir: but I'd rather have this reproof from a lady than from a gentleman. I have a great desire to wait upon Miss Howe. I am persuaded we should soon come to a good understanding. Generous minds are always of kin. I know we should agree in every thing. Pray, Mr. Hickman, be so kind as to introduce me to Miss Howe. Sir, I can signify your desire, if you please, to Miss Howe. Do so. Be pleased to read on, Mr. Hickman. He did, very formally, as if I remembered not what I had written. And when he came to the passage about the halter, the parson, and the hangman, reading it, Why, Sir, says he, does not this look like a jest? Miss Howe thinks it does. It is not in the lady's power, you know, Sir, to doom you to the gallows. Then if it were, Mr. Hickman, you think she would. You say here to Miss Howe, proceeded he, that Miss Harlowe is the most injured of her sex. I know from Miss Howe that she highly resents the injuries you own, insomuch that Miss Howe doubts that she shall never prevail upon her to overlook them. And as your family are all desirous you should repair her wrongs, and likewise desire Miss Howe's interposition with her friend, Miss Howe fears, from this part of your letter, that you are too much in jest, and that your offer to do her justice is rather in compliment to your friend's entreaties, than proceeding from your own inclinations. And she desires to know your true sentiments on this occasion, before she interposes further. Do you think, Mr. Hickman, that if I am capable of deceiving my own relations, I have so much obligation to Miss Howe, who has always treated me with great freedom, as to acknowledge to her what I don't to them? Sir, I beg pardon: but Miss Howe thinks that, as you have written to her, she may ask you by me for an explanation of what you have written. You see, Mr. Hickman, something of me. Do you think I am in jest or in earnest? I see, Sir, you are a gay gentleman, of fine spirits, and all that. All I beg in Miss Howe's name is, to know if you really and bona fide join with your friends in desiring her to use her interest to reconcile you to Miss Harlowe. I should be extremely glad to be reconciled to Miss Harlowe, and should owe great obligations to Miss Howe, if she could bring about so happy an event. Well, Sir, and you have no objections to marriage, I presume, as the condition of that reconciliation? I never liked matrimony in my life. I must be plain with you, Mr. Hickman. I am sorry for it, for I think it a very happy state. I hope you will find it so, Mr. Hickman. I doubt not, but I shall, Sir. And I dare say so would you, if you were to have Miss Harlowe. If I could be happy in it with any body, it would be with Miss Harlowe. I am surprised, Sir. Then, after all, you don't think of marrying Miss Harlowe? After the hard usage. What hard usage, Mr. Hickman? I don't doubt but a lady of her niceness has represented what would appear trifles to any other, in a very strong light. If what I have had hinted to me, Sir, excuse me, had been offered to the lady, she has more than trifles to complain of. Let me know what you have heard, Mr. Hickman. I will very truly answer to the accusations. Sir, you know best what you have done. You own the lady is the most injured, as well as the most deserving of her sex. I do, Sir, and yet I would be glad to know what you have heard, for on that, perhaps, depends my answer to the questions Miss Howe puts to me by you. Why then, Sir, since you ask it, you cannot be displeased if I answer you. In the first place, Sir, you will acknowledge, I suppose, that you promised Miss Harlowe marriage, and all that. Well, Sir, and I suppose what you have to charge me with is, that I was desirous to have all that without marriage. Cot so, Sir. I know you are deemed to be a man of wit. But may I not ask if these things sit not too light upon you? When a thing is done and cannot be helped, 'tis right to make the best of it. I wish the lady would think so too. I think, Sir, ladies should not be deceived. I think a promise to a lady should be as binding as to any other person, at the least. I believe you think so, Mr. Hickman. And I believe you are a very honest, good sort of a man. I would always keep my word, Sir, whether to man or woman. You say well, and far be it from me to persuade you to do otherwise. But what have you further heard? Thou wilt think, Jack, I must be very desirous to know in what light my elected spouse had represented things to Miss Howe, and how far Miss Howe had communicated them to Mr. Hickman. Sir, this is no part of my present business. But, Mr. Hickman, 'tis part of mine. I hope you would not expect that I should answer your questions, at the same time that you refuse to answer mine. What, pray, have you further heard? Why then, Sir, if I must say, I am told that Miss Harlowe was carried to a very bad house. Why, indeed, the people did not prove so good as they should be. What further have you heard? I have heard, Sir, that the lady had strange advantages taken of her, very unfair ones, but what I cannot say. And cannot you say? Cannot you guess? Then I'll tell you, Sir. Perhaps some liberty was taken with her when she was asleep. You think no lady ever was taken at such an advantage? You know, Mr. Hickman, that ladies are very shy of trusting themselves with the modestest of our sex, when they are disposed to sleep. And why so, if they did not expect that advantages would be taken of them at such times? But, Sir, had not the lady something given her to make her sleep? Ay, Mr. Hickman, that's the question. I want to know if the lady says she had. I have not seen all she has written, but by what I have heard, it is a very black affair. Excuse me, Sir.
I do excuse you, Mr. Hickman. But supposing it were so, do you think a lady was never imposed upon by wine, or so? Do you not think the most cautious woman in the world might not be cheated by a stronger liquor for a smaller when she was thirsty, after a fatigue in this very warm weather? And do you think, if she was thus thrown into a profound sleep, that she is the only lady that was ever taken at such an advantage? Even as you make it, Mr. Lovelace, this matter is not a light one. But I fear it is a great deal heavier than as you put it. What reasons have you to fear this, Sir? What has the lady said? Pray let me know. I have reason to be so earnest. Why, Sir, Miss Howe herself knows not the whole. The lady promises to give all the particulars at a proper time, if she lives, but has said enough to make it out to be a very bad affair. I am glad Miss Harlowe has not yet given all the particulars. And since she has not, you may tell Miss Howe from me, that neither she, nor any woman in the world, can be more virtuous than Miss Harlowe is to this hour, as to her own mind. Tell her, that I hope she never will know the particulars, but that she has been unworthily used. Tell her, that though I know not what she has said, yet I have such an opinion of her veracity, that I would blindly subscribe to the truth of every tittle of it, though it make me ever so black. Tell her, that I have but 3 things to blame her for. 1, that she won't give me an opportunity of repairing her wrongs. The second, that she is so ready to acquaint every body with what she has suffered, that it will put it out of my power to redress those wrongs with any tolerable reputation to either of us. Will this, Mr. Hickman, answer any part of the intention of this visit? Why, Sir, this is talking like a man of honour, I own. But you say there's a 3rd thing you blame the lady for. May I ask what that is? I don't know, Sir, whether I ought to tell it you or not. Perhaps you won't believe it, if I do. But though the lady will tell the truth, and nothing but the truth, yet, perhaps, she will not tell the whole truth. Pray, Sir, but it mayn't be proper. Yet you give me great curiosity. Sure there is no misconduct in the lady. I hope there is not. I am sure, if Miss Howe did not believe her to be faultless in every particular, she would not interest herself so much in her favour as she does, dearly as she loves her. I love Miss Harlowe too well, Mr. Hickman, to wish to lessen her in Miss Howe's opinion, especially as she is abandoned of every other friend. But perhaps it would hardly be credited, if I should tell you. I should be very sorry, Sir, and so would Miss Howe, if this poor lady's conduct had laid her under obligation to you for this reserve. You have so much the appearance of a gentleman, as well as are so much distinguished in your family and fortunes, that I hope you are incapable of loading such a young lady as this, in order to lighten yourself. Excuse me, Sir. I do, Mr. Hickman. You say you came not with any intention to affront me. I take freedom, and I give it. I should be very loath, I repeat, to say any thing that may weaken Miss Harlowe in the good opinion of the only friend she thinks she has left. It may not be proper, said he, for me to know your 3rd article against this unhappy lady. But I never heard of any body, out of her own implacable family, that had the least doubt of her honour. Mrs. Howe indeed once said, after a conference with one of her uncles, that she feared all was not right on her side, but else I never heard. Oon, Sir, in a fierce tone, and with an erect mien, stopping short upon him, which made him start back. 'Tis next to blasphemy to question this lady's honour. She's more pure than a vestal, for vestals have often been warmed by their own fires. No age, from the first to the present, ever produced, nor will the future, to the end of the world, I dare aver, ever produce, a young blooming lady, tried as she has been tried, who has stood all trials as she has done. Let me tell you, Sir, that you never saw, never knew, never heard of, such another woman as Miss Harlowe. Sir, I beg your pardon. Far be it from me to question the lady. You have not heard me say a word that could be so construed. I have the utmost honour for her. Miss Howe loves her as she loves her own soul, and that she would not do, if she were not sure she were as virtuous as herself. As herself, Sir? I have a high opinion of Miss Howe, Sir, but I dare say. What, Sir, dare you say of Miss Howe? I hope, Sir, you will not presume to say any thing to the disparagement of Miss Howe. Presume, Mr. Hickman! That is presuming language, let me tell you, Mr. Hickman. The occasion for it, Mr. Lovelace, if designed, is presuming, if you please. I am not a man ready to take offence, Sir, especially where I am employed as a mediator. But no man breathing shall say disparaging things of Miss Howe, in my hearing, without observation. Well said, Mr. Hickman. I dislike not your spirit on such a supposed occasion. But what I was going to say is this, that there is not, in my opinion, a woman in the world who ought to compare herself with Miss Clarissa Harlowe, till she has stood her trials, and has behaved under them, and after them, as she has done. You see, Sir, I speak against myself. You see I do. For, libertine as I am thought to be, I never will attempt to bring down the measures of right and wrong to the standard of my actions. Why, Sir, this is very right. It is very noble, I will say. But 'tis pity that the man who can pronounce so fine a sentence will not square his actions accordingly. That, Mr. Hickman, is another point. We all err in some things. I wish not that Miss Howe should have Miss Harlowe's trials, and I rejoice that she is in no danger of any such from so good a man. Poor Hickman!
He looked as if he knew not whether I meant a compliment or a reflection. But, proceeded I, since I find that I have excited your curiosity, that you may not go away with a doubt that may be injurious to the most admirable of women, I am inclined to hint to you what I have in the third place to blame her for. Sir, as you please, it may not be proper. It cannot be very improper, Mr. Hickman. So let me ask you, what would Miss Howe think if her friend is the more determined against me, because she thinks, to revenge to me, I verily believe that, of encouraging another lover? How, Sir? Sure this cannot be the case. I can tell you, Sir, if Miss Howe thought this, she would not approve of it at all. For, little as you think Miss Howe likes you, Sir, and little as she approves of your actions by her friend, I know she is of opinion that she ought to have nobody living but you,
and should continue single all her life, if she be not yours.
Revenge and obstinacy, Mr. Hickman, will make women, the best of them, do very unaccountable things. Rather than not put out both eyes of a man they are offended with, they will give up one of their own. I don't know what to say to this, Sir, but sure she cannot encourage any other person's address. So soon too! Why, Sir, she is, as we are told, so ill and so weak. Not in resentment weak, I'll assure you. I am well acquainted with all her movements, and I tell you, believe it or not, that she refuses me in view of another lover. Can it be? 'Tis true, by my soul. Has she not hinted this to Miss Howe, do you think? No, indeed, Sir. If she had, I should not have troubled you at this time from Miss Howe. Well, then, you see I am right, that though she cannot be guilty of a falsehood, yet she has not told her friend the whole truth. What shall a man say to these things? Looking most stupidly perplexed. Say? Say? Mr. Hickman! Who can account for the workings and ways of a passionate and offended woman? Endless would be the histories I could give you, within my own knowledge, of the dreadful effects of woman's passionate resentments, and what that sex will do when disappointed. There was Miss Dorrington, perhaps you know her not, who run away with her father's groom, because he would not let her have a half-pay officer, with whom, her passions all up, she fell in love at first sight, as he accidentally passed under her window. There was Miss Savage. She married her mother's coachman, because her mother refused her a journey to Wales, in apprehension that Miss intended to league herself with a remote cousin of unequal fortunes, of whom she was not a little fond, when he was a visiting guest at their house for a week. There was the young widow Sanderson, who, believing herself slighted by a younger brother of a noble family, Sarah Stout-like, took it into her head to drown herself. Miss Sally Anderson, you have heard of her, no doubt, being checked by her uncle for encouraging an address beneath her, in spite threw herself into the arms of an ugly dog, a shoemaker's apprentice, running away with him in a pair of shoes he had just fitted to her feet, though she never saw the fellow before, and hated him ever after, and at last took laudanum to make her forget for ever her own folly. But can there be a stronger instance in point than what the unaccountable resentments of such a lady as Miss Clarissa Harlowe afford us, who at this instant, ill as she is, not only encourages, but, in a manner, makes court to one of the most odious dogs that ever was seen? I think Miss Howe should not be told this, and yet she ought too, in order to dissuade her from such a preposterous rashness. Oh, fie! Oh, strange! Miss Howe knows nothing of this. To be sure she won't look upon her, if this be true. 'Tis true, very true, Mr. Hickman. True as I am here to tell you so. And he is an ugly fellow too. Uglier to look at than me. Than you, Sir? Why, to be sure, you are one of the handsomest men in England. Well, but the wretch she so spitefully prefers to me is a misshapen, meagre varlet, more like a skeleton than a man. Then he dresses. You never saw a devil so bedizened. Hardly a coat to his back, nor a shoe to his foot. A bald pated villain, yet grudges to buy a peruke to his baldness, for he is as covetous as hell, never satisfied, yet plaguy rich. Why, Sir, there is some joke in this, surely. A man of common parts knows not how to take such gentlemen as you. But, Sir, if there be any truth in the story, what is he? Some Jew or miserly citizen, I suppose, that may have presumed on the lady's distressful circumstances, and your lively wit points him out as it pleases. Why, the rascal has estates in every county in England, and out of England too. Some East India governor, I suppose, if there be any thing in it. The lady once had thoughts of going abroad. But I fancy all this time you are in jest, Sir. If not, we must surely have heard of him. Heard of him? Ay, Sir, we have all heard of him. But none of us care to be intimate with him, except this lady, and that, as I told you, in spite of me. His name, in short, is Death! Death, Sir! Stamping and speaking loud and full in his ears, which made him jump half a yard high. Thou never beheldest any man so disconcerted. He looked as if the frightful skeleton was before him, and he had not his accounts ready. When a little recovered, he fribbled with his waistcoat buttons, as if he had been telling his beads. This, Sir, proceeded I, is her wooer. Nay, she is so forward a girl, that she woos him. But I hope it never will be a match. He had before behaved, and now looked with more spirit than I expected from him. I came, Sir, said he, as a mediator of differences. It behoves me to keep my temper. But, Sir, and turned short upon me, as much as I love peace, and to promote it, I will not be ill used. As I had played so much upon him, it would have been wrong to take him at his more than half menace,
Yet I think I owe him a grudge for his presuming to address Miss Howe. You mean no defiance, I presume, Mr. Hickman, any more than I do offence. On that presumption, I ask your excuse. But this is my way. I mean no harm. I cannot let sorrow touch my heart. I cannot be grave 6 minutes together for the blood of me. I am a descendant of old Chancellor More, I believe, and should not forbear to cut a joke, were I upon the scaffold. But you may gather from what I have said, that I prefer Miss Harlowe, and that upon the justest grounds, to all the women in the world. And I wonder that there should be any difficulty to believe from what I have signed, and from what I have promised to my relations, and enabled them to promise for me, that I should be glad to marry that excellent creature upon her own terms. I acknowledge to you, Mr. Hickman, that I have basely injured her. If she will honour me with her hand, I declare that is my intention, to make her the best of husbands. But nevertheless, I must say, that if she goes on appealing her case, and exposing us both, as she does, it is impossible to think the knot can be knit with reputation to either. And although, Mr. Hickman, I have delivered my apprehensions under so ludicrous a figure, I am afraid that she will ruin her constitution, and by seeking death when she may shun him, will not be able to avoid him, when she would be glad to do so. This cool and honest speech let down his stiffened muscles into complaisance. He was my very obedient and faithful humble servant several times over, as I waited on him to his chariot, and I was his almost as often. And so, exit Hickman. End of Letter XXVIII. Letter XXIX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIX. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Friday night, July 21st. I will throw away a few paragraphs upon the contents of thy last shocking letters just brought me, and send what I shall write by the fellow who carries mine on the interview with Hickman. Reformation, I see, is coming fast upon thee. Thy uncle's slow death, and thy attendance upon him through every stage towards it, prepared thee for it. But go thou on in thine own way, as I will in mine. Happiness consists in being pleased with what we do; and if thou canst find delight in being sad, it will be as well for thee as if thou wert merry, though no other person should join to keep thee in countenance. I am, nevertheless, exceedingly disturbed at the lady's ill health. It is entirely owing to the cursed arrest. She was absolutely triumphant over me, and the whole crew before. Thou believest me guiltless of that. So, I hope, does she. The rest, as I have often said, is a common case, only a little uncommonly circumstanced. That's all. Why then all these severe things from her, and from thee? As to selling her clothes, and her laces, and so forth, it has, I own, a shocking sound to it. What an implacable as well as unjust set of wretches are those of her unkindredly kin, who have money of hers in their hands, as well as large arrears of her own estate, yet withhold both, avowedly to distress her. But may she not have money of that proud and saucy friend of hers, Miss Howe, more than she wants? And should not I be overjoyed, thinkest thou, to serve her? What then is there in the parting with her apparel but female perverseness? And I am not sure whether I ought not to be glad, if she does this out of spite to me. Some disappointed fair ones would have hanged, some drowned themselves. My beloved only revenges herself upon her clothes. Different ways of working has passion in different bosoms, as humours or complexion induce. Besides, dost think I shall grudge to replace, to 3 times the value, what she disposes of? So, Jack, there is no great matter in this. Thou seest how sensible she is of the soothings of the polite doctor. This will enable thee to judge how dreadfully the horrid arrest, and her gloomy father's curse, must have hurt her. I have great hope, if she will but see me, that my behaviour, my contrition, my soothings, may have some happy effect upon her. But thou art too ready to give up. Let me seriously tell thee that, all excellence as she is, I think the earnest interposition of my relations, the implored mediation of that little fury Miss Howe, and the commissions thou actest under from myself, are such instances of condescension and high value in them, and such contrition in me, that nothing further can be done. So here let the matter rest for the present, till she considers better of it. But now a few words upon poor Belton's case. I own I was at first a little startled at the disloyalty of his Thomasine. Her hypocrisy to be for so many years undetected. I have very lately had some intimations given me of her vileness, and had intended to mention them to thee when I saw thee. To say the truth, I always suspected her eye. The eye, thou knowest, is the casement at which the heart generally looks out. Many a woman, who will not show herself at the door, has tipped the sly, the intelligible wink from the windows. But Tom had no management at all. A very careless fellow, would never look into his own affairs. The estate his uncle left him was his ruin. Wife or mistress, whoever was, must have had his fortune to sport with. I have often hinted his weakness of this sort to him, and the danger he was in of becoming the property of designing people. But he hated to take pains. He would ever run away from his accounts, as now, poor fellow, he would be glad to do from himself. Had he not had a woman to fleece him, his coachman or valet would have been his prime minister, and done it as effectually. But yet, for many years, I thought she was true to his bed. At least, I thought the boys were his own. For though they are muscular and big-boned, yet I suppose the healthy mother might have furnished them with legs and shoulders, for she is not of a delicate frame. And then Tom some years ago looked up, and spoke more like a man than he has done of late, squeaking inwardly, poor fellow, for some time past, from contracted quail pipes, and wheezing from lungs half spit away. He complains, thou sayest, that we all run away from him. Why, after all, Belford, it is no pleasant thing to see a poor fellow one loves dying by inches, yet unable to do him good. There are friendships which are only bottle deep. I should be loath to have it thought that mine for any of my vassals is such a one. Yet with gay hearts, which become intimate because they were gay, the reason for their first intimacy ceasing, the friendship will fade. But may not this sort of friendship be more properly distinguished by the word companionship? But mine, as I said, is deeper than this. I would still be as ready as ever I was in my life, to the utmost of my power, to do him service. As one instance of this my readiness to extricate him from all his difficulties as to Thomasine, dost thou care to propose to him an expedient that is just come into my head? It is this. I would engage Thomasine and her cubs, if Belton be convinced they are neither of them his, in a party of pleasure. She was always complaisant to me. It should be in a boat, hired for the purpose to sail to Tilbury, to the Isle Sheppy, or pleasuring up the Medway. And 'tis but contriving to turn the boat bottom upward. I can swim like a fish. Another boat shall be ready to take up whom I should direct, for fear of the worst. And then, if Tom has a mind to be decent, one suit of mourning will serve for all three. Nay, the hostler cousin may take his plunge from the steerage. And who knows but they may be thrown up on the beach, Thomasine and he, hand in hand. This, thou'lt say, is no common instance of friendship. Meantime, do thou prevail on him to come down to us. He never was more welcome in his life than he shall be now. If he will not, let him find me some other service, and I will clap a pair of wings to my shoulders, and he shall see me come flying in at his windows at the word of command. Mowbray and Tourville each intend to give thee a letter, and I leave to those rough varlets to handle thee as thou deservest, for the shocking picture thou hast drawn of their last ends. Thy own past guilt has stared thee full in the face, one may see by it, and made thee, in consciousness of thy demerits, sketch out these cursed outlines. I am glad thou hast got the old fiend to hold the glass before thy own face so soon. Thou must be in earnest, surely, when thou wrotest it, and have severe conviction upon thee, for what a hardened varlet must he be, who could draw such a picture as this in sport. As for thy resolution of repenting and marrying, I would have thee consider which thou wilt set about first. If thou wilt follow my advice, thou shalt make short work of it. Let matrimony take place of the other, for then thou wilt, very possibly, have repentance come tumbling in fast upon thee, as a consequence, and so have both in one. End of Letter XXIX. Letter XXX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson, Letter XXX. Mr. Belford, to Mr. Robert Lovelace, Esq. Friday noon, July 21st. This morning I was admitted, as soon as I sent up my name, into the presence of the divine lady. Such I may call her, as what I have to relate will fully prove. She had had a tolerable night, and was much better in spirits, though weak in person, and visibly declining in looks. Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith were with her, and accused her, in a gentle manner, of having applied herself too assiduously to her pen for her strength, having been up ever since 5. She said she had rested better than she had done for many nights. She had found her spirits free, and her mind tolerably easy; and having, as she had reason to think, but a short time, and much to do in it, she must be a good housewife of her hours. She had been writing, she said, a letter to her sister, but had not pleased herself in it, though she had made 2 or 3 essays, but that the last must go. By hints I had dropped from time to time, she had reason, she said, to think that I knew every thing that concerned her and her family, and if so, must be acquainted with the heavy curse her father had laid upon her, which had been dreadfully fulfilled in one part, as to her prospects in this life,
and that in a very short time, which gave her great apprehensions of the other part. She had been applying herself to her sister to obtain a revocation of it. I hope my father will revoke it, said she, or I shall be very miserable. Yet, and she gasped as she spoke, with apprehension, I am ready to tremble at what the answer may be, for my sister is hard-hearted. I said something reflecting upon her friends, as to what they would deserve to be thought of, if the unmerited imprecation were not withdrawn. Upon which she took me up, and talked in such a dutiful manner of her parents, as must doubly condemn them, if they remain implacable, for their inhuman treatment of such a daughter. She said, I must not blame her parents. It was her dear Miss Howe's fault to do so. But what an enormity was there in her crime, which could set the best of parents (they had been to her, till she disobliged them) in a bad light, for resenting the rashness of a child, from whose education they had reason to expect better fruits? There were some hard circumstances in her case, it was true: but my friend could tell me, that no one person, throughout the whole fatal transaction, had acted out of character but herself. She submitted therefore to the penalty she had incurred. If they had any fault, it was only that they would not inform themselves of such circumstances which would alleviate a little her misdeed; and that, supposing her a more guilty creature than she was, they punished her without a hearing. Lord! I was going to curse thee, Lovelace. How every instance of excellence in this all excelling creature condemns thee! Thou wilt have reason to think thyself of all men the most accursed, if she die. I then besought her, while she was capable of such glorious instances of generosity and forgiveness, to extend her goodness to a man, whose heart bled in every vein of it for the injuries he had done her, and who would make it the study of his whole life to repair them. The women would have withdrawn when the subject became so particular; but she would not permit them to go. She told me, that if after this time I was for entering with so much earnestness into a subject so very disagreeable to her, my visits must not be repeated. Nor was there occasion, she said, for my friendly offices in your favour, since she had begun to write her whole mind upon that subject to Miss Howe, in answer to letters from her, in which Miss Howe urged the same arguments, in compliment to the wishes of your noble and worthy relations. Mean time, you may let him know, said she, that I reject him with my whole heart. Yet, that although I say this with such a determination as shall leave no room for doubt, I say it not however with passion. On the contrary, tell him, that I am trying to bring my mind into such a frame as to be able to pity him. Poor perjured wretch! What has he not to answer for? And that I shall not think myself qualified for the state I am aspiring to, if, after a few struggles more, I cannot forgive him too. And I hope, clasping her hands together, uplifted as were her eyes, my dear earthly father will set me the example my heavenly one has already set us all, and by forgiving his fallen daughter, teach her to forgive the man who then, I hope, will not have destroyed my eternal prospects, as he has my temporal. Stop here, thou wretch! But I need not bid thee, for I can go no farther. End of Letter 30. Letter 31 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 31. Mr. Belford, in continuation. You will imagine how affecting her noble speech and behaviour were to me, at the time when the bare recollecting and transcribing them obliged me to drop my pen. The women had tears in their eyes. I was silent for a few moments. At last, matchless excellence, inimitable goodness, I called her, with a voice so accented, that I was half ashamed of myself, as it was before the women. But who could stand such sublime generosity of soul in so young a creature, her loveliness giving grace to all she said? Methinks, said I, and I really in a manner involuntarily bent my knee, I have before me an angel indeed. I can hardly forbear prostration, and to beg your influence to draw me after you to the world you are aspiring to. Yet, but what shall I say? Only, dearest excellence, make me, in some small instances, serviceable to you, that I may, if I survive you, have the glory to think I was able to contribute to your satisfaction while among us. Here I stopped. She was silent. I proceeded. Have you no commission to employ me in, deserted as you are by all your friends, among strangers, though I doubt not, worthy people? Cannot I be serviceable by message, by letter writing, by attending personally, with either message or letter, your father, your uncles, your brother, your sister, Miss Howe, Lord M., or the ladies his sisters? Any office to be employed to serve you, absolutely independent of my friend's wishes, or of my own wishes to oblige him? Think, Madam, if I cannot. I thank you, Sir, very heartily I thank you. But in nothing that I can at present think of, or at least resolve upon, can you do me service. I will see what return the letter I have written will bring me. Till then, my life and my fortune, interrupted I, are devoted to your service. Permit me to observe, that here you are, without one natural friend; and, so much do I know of your unhappy case, that you must be in a manner destitute of the means to make friends. She was going to interrupt me, with a prohibitory kind of earnestness in her manner. I beg leave to proceed, Madam. I have cast about 20 ways how to mention this before, but never dared till now. Suffer me now, that I have broken the ice, to tender myself, as your banker only. I know you will not be obliged. You need not. You have sufficient of your own, if it were in your hands; and from that, whether you live or die, will I consent to be reimbursed. I do assure you, that the unhappy man shall never know either my offer or your acceptance. Only permit me this small, and down behind her chair dropt a bank note of 100 which I had brought with me, intending somehow or other to leave it behind me; nor shouldst thou ever have known it, had she favoured me with the acceptance of it, as I told her. You give me great pain, Mr. Belford, said she, by these instances of your humanity: and yet, considering the company I have seen you in, I am not sorry to find you capable of such. Methinks I am glad, for the sake of human nature, that there could be but one such man in the world, as he you and I know. But as to your kind offer, whatever it be, if you take it not up, you will greatly disturb me. I have no need of your kindness. I have effects enough, which I never can want, to supply my present occasion; and, if needful, can have recourse to Miss Howe. I have promised that I would. So pray, Sir, urge not upon me this favour. Take it up yourself. If you mean me peace and ease of mind, urge not this favour. And she spoke with impatience. I beg, Madam, but one word. Not one, Sir, till you have taken back what you have let fall. I doubt not either the honour or the kindness of your offer: but you must not say one word more on this subject. I cannot bear it. She was stooping, but with pain. I therefore prevented her, and besought her to forgive me for a tender which I saw had been more discomposing to her than I had hoped, from the purity of my intentions, it would be. But I could not bear to think that such a mind as hers should be distressed, since the want of the conveniencies she was used to abound in might affect and disturb her in the divine course she was in. You are very kind to me, Sir, said she, and very favourable in your opinion of me: but I hope that I cannot now be easily put out of my present course. My declining health will more and more confirm me in it. Those who arrested and confined me, no doubt, thought they had fallen upon the most ready method to distress me, so as to bring me into all their measures. But I presume to hope, that I have a mind that cannot be debased, in essential instances, by temporal calamities. Little do those poor wretches know of the force of innate principles (forgive my own implied vanity, was her word) who imagine that a prison, or penury, can bring a right turned mind to be guilty of a wilful baseness, in order to avoid such short lived evils. She then turned from me towards the window, with a dignity suitable to her words, and such as showed her to be more of soul than of body, at that instant. What magnanimity! No wonder a virtue so solidly founded could baffle all thy arts; and that it forced thee, in order to carry thy accursed point, to have recourse to those unnatural ones, which robbed her of her charming senses. The women were extremely affected, Mrs. Lovick especially, who said whisperingly to Mrs. Smith, We have an angel, not a woman, with us, Mrs. Smith. I repeated my offers to write to any of her friends, and told her that, having taken the liberty to acquaint Dr. H. with the cruel displeasure of her relations, as what I presumed lay nearest to her heart, he had proposed to write himself, to acquaint her friends how ill she was, if she would not take it amiss. It was kind in the doctor, she said, but begged that no step of that sort might be taken without her knowledge or consent. She would wait to see what effects her letter to her sister would have. All she had to hope for was, that her father would revoke his malediction, previous to the last blessing she should then implore. For the rest, her friends would think she could not suffer too much; and she was content to suffer, for now nothing could happen that could make her wish to live. Mrs. Smith went down, and soon returning, asked, if the lady and I would not dine with her that day; for it was her wedding day. She had engaged Mrs. Lovick, she said, and should have nobody else, if we would do her that favour. The charming creature sighed, and shook her head. Wedding day! repeated she. I wish you, Mrs. Smith, many happy wedding days. But you will excuse me. Mr. Smith came up with the same request. They both applied to me. On condition the lady would, I should make no scruple, and would suspend an engagement, which I actually had. She then desired they would all sit down.
You have several times, Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith, hinted your wishes, that I would give you some little history of myself. Now, if you are at leisure, that this gentleman, who, I have reason to believe, knows it all, is present, and can tell you if I give it justly or not, I will oblige your curiosity. They all eagerly, the man Smith too, sat down; and she began an account of herself, which I will endeavour to repeat, as nearly in her own words as I possibly can; for I know you will think it of importance to be apprized of her manner of relating your barbarity to her, as well as what her sentiments are of it, and what room there is for the hopes your friends have in your favour for her. At first, when I took these lodgings, said she, I thought of staying but a short time in them; and so, Mrs. Smith, I told you. I therefore avoided giving any other account of myself than that I was a very unhappy young creature, seduced from good, and escaped from very vile wretches. This account I thought myself obliged to give, that you might the less wonder at seeing a young creature rushing through your shop into your back apartment, all trembling and out of breath, an ordinary garb over my own, craving lodging and protection, only giving my bare word that you should be handsomely paid, all my effects contained in a pocket handkerchief. My sudden absence for 3 days and nights together when arrested must still further surprise you. And although this gentleman, who perhaps knows more of the darker part of my story than I do myself, has informed you, as you, Mrs. Lovick, tell me, that I am only an unhappy, not a guilty creature, yet I think it incumbent upon me not to suffer honest minds to be in doubt about my character. You must know, then, that I have been, in one instance, I had like to have said but in one instance, but that was a capital one, an undutiful child to the most indulgent of parents; for what some people call cruelty in them, is owing but to the excess of their love, and to their disappointment, having had reason to expect better from me. I was visited, at first with my friend's connivance, by a man of birth and fortune, but of worse principles, as it proved, than I believed any man could have. My brother, a very headstrong young man, was absent at that time; and when he returned, from an old grudge, and knowing the gentleman, it is plain, better than I knew him, entirely disapproved of his visits, and having a great sway in our family, brought other gentlemen to address me; and at last, several having been rejected, he introduced one extremely disagreeable, in every indifferent person's eyes disagreeable. I could not love him. They all joined to compel me to have him; a rencounter between the gentlemen my friends were set against, and my brother, having confirmed them all his enemies. To be short, I was confined, and treated so very hardly, that, in a rash fit, I appointed to go off with the man they hated. A wicked intention, you'll say; but I was greatly provoked. Nevertheless, I repented, and resolved not to go off with him. Yet I did not mistrust his honour to me neither, nor his love, because nobody thought me unworthy of the latter, and my fortune was not to be despised. But foolishly, wickedly and contrivingly, as my friends still think, with a design, as they imagine, to abandon them, giving him a private meeting, I was tricked away; poorly enough tricked away, I must needs say; though others who had been first guilty of so rash a step as the meeting of him was, might have been so deceived and surprised as well as I. After remaining some time at a farm house in the country, and behaving to me all the time with honour, he brought me to handsome lodgings in town, till still better provision could be made for me. But they proved to be, as he indeed knew and designed, at a very vile creature's, though it was long before I found her to be so, for I knew nothing of the town or its ways. There is no repeating what followed, such unprecedented vile arts, for I gave him no opportunity to take me at any disreputable advantage. And here, half covering her sweet face, with her handkerchief put to her tearful eyes, she stopped. Hastily, as if she would fly from the hateful remembrance, she resumed. I made escape afterward from the abominable house in his absence, and came to yours; and this gentleman has almost prevailed on me to think that the ungrateful man did not connive at the vile arrest, which was made, no doubt, in order to get me once more to those wicked lodgings; for nothing do I owe them, except I were to pay them. She sighed, and again wiped her charming eyes, adding in a softer, lower voice, for being ruined. Indeed, Madam, said I, guilty, abominably guilty, as he is in all the rest, he is innocent of this last wicked outrage. Well, and so I wish him to be. That evil, heavy as it was, is one of the slightest evils I have suffered. But hence you'll observe, Mrs. Lovick, for you seem this morning curious to know if I were not a wife, that I never was married. You, Mr. Belford, no doubt knew before that I am no wife, and now I never will be one. Yet I bless God that I am not a guilty creature. As to my parentage, I am of no mean family. I have in my own right, by the intended favour of my grandfather, a fortune not contemptible, independent of my father, if I had pleased: but I never will please. My father is very rich. I went by another name when I came to you first; but that was to avoid being discovered to the perfidious man, who now engages by this gentleman not to molest me. My real name you now know to be Harlowe, Clarissa Harlowe. I am not yet 20 years of age. I have an excellent mother as well as father, a woman of family and fine sense, worthy of a better child. They both doted upon me. I have 2 good uncles, men of great fortune, jealous of the honour of their family, which I have wounded. I was the joy of their hearts; and with theirs and my father's, I had 3 houses to call my own: for they used to have me with them by turns, and almost kindly to quarrel for me; so that I was 2 months in the year with the one, 2 months with the other, 6 months at my father's, and 2 at the houses of others of my dear friends, who thought themselves happy in me. And whenever I was at any one's, I was crowded upon with letters by all the rest, who longed for my return to them. In short, I was beloved by every body. The poor I used to make glad their hearts. I never shut my hand to any distress, wherever I was. But now I am poor myself. So, Mrs. Smith, so, Mrs. Lovick, I am not married. It is but just to tell you so. And I am now, as I ought to be, in a state of humiliation and penitence, for the rash step which has been followed by so much evil. God, I hope, will forgive me, as I am endeavouring to bring my mind to forgive all the world, even the man who has ungratefully, and by dreadful perjuries, poor wretch, he thought all his wickedness to be wit, reduced to this a young creature, who had his happiness in her view, and in her wish even beyond this life, and who was believed to be of rank and fortune and expectations considerable enough to make it the interest of any gentleman in England to be faithful to his vows to her. But I cannot expect that my parents will forgive me. My refuge must be death, the most painful kind of which I would suffer, rather than be the wife of one who could act by me, as the man has acted, upon whose birth, education, and honour I had so much reason to found better expectations. I see, continued she, that I, who once was every one's delight, am now the cause of grief to every one. You, that are strangers to me, are moved for me, 'tis kind: but 'tis time to stop. Your compassionate hearts, Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Lovick, are too much touched. For the women sobbed, and the man was also affected. It is barbarous in me, with my woes, thus to sadden your wedding day. Then turning to Mr. and Mrs. Smith, may you see many happy ones, honest, good couple! How agreeable is it to see you both join so kindly to celebrate it, after many years are gone over you! I once but no more. All my prospects of felicity, as to this life, are at an end. My hopes, like opening buds or blossoms in an over forward spring, have been nipped by a severe frost, blighted by an eastern wind. But I can but once die; and if life be spared me, but till I am discharged from a heavy malediction, which my father in his wrath laid upon me, and which is fulfilled literally in every article relating to this world, that, and a last blessing, are all I have to wish for; and death will be welcomer to me than rest to the most wearied traveller that ever reached his journey's end. And then she sunk her head against the back of her chair, and hiding her face with her handkerchief, endeavoured to conceal her tears from us. Not a soul of us could speak a word. Thy presence, perhaps, thou hardened wretch, might have made us ashamed of a weakness which, perhaps, thou wilt deride me in particular for, when thou readest this. She retired to her chamber soon after, and was forced, it seems, to lie down. We all went down together, and for an hour and a half dwelt upon her praises, Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Lovick repeatedly expressing their astonishment, that there could be a man in the world capable of offending, much more of wilfully injuring such a lady, and repeating that they had an angel in their house. I thought they had, and that as assuredly as there is a devil under the roof of good Lord M. I hate thee heartily. By my faith I do. Every hour I hate thee more than the former. J. Belford. End of Letter XXXI.
Letter XXXII Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXII. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Saturday, July 22. What dost hate me for, Belford? And why more and more? Have I been guilty of any offence thou knewest not before? If pathos can move such a heart as thine, Can it alter facts? Did I not always do this incomparable creature as much justice as thou canst do her for the heart of thee, or as she can do herself? What nonsense then thy hatred, thy augmented hatred, when I still persist to marry her, pursuant to word given to thee, and to faith plighted to all my relations? But hate if thou wilt, so thou dost but right. Thou canst not hate me so much as I do myself: and yet I know, if thou really hatedst me, thou wouldst not venture to tell me so. Well, but after all, what need of her history to these women? She will certainly repent, some time hence, that she has thus needless exposed us both. Sickness palls every appetite, and makes us hate what we loved. But renewed health changes the scene, disposes us to be pleased with ourselves, and then we are in a way to be pleased with every one else. Every hope then rises upon us. Every hour presents itself to us on dancing feet. And what Mr. Addison says of liberty may with still greater propriety be said of health. For what is liberty itself without health? It makes the gloomy face of nature gay, gives beauty to the sun, and pleasure to the day. And I rejoice that she is already so much better as to hold with strangers such a long and interesting conversation. Strange, confoundedly strange, and as perverse, that is to say womanly, as strange, that she should refuse, and sooner choose to die! Oh, the obscene word! And yet how free does thy pen make with it to me, than be mine, who offended her by acting in character, while her parents acted shamefully out of theirs, and when I am now willing to act out of my own to oblige her. Yet I am not to be forgiven, they to be faultless with her, and marriage the only medium to repair all breaches, and to salve her own honour. Surely thou must see the inconsistence of her forgiving unforgiveness, as I may call it. Yet, heavy varlet as thou art, thou wantest to be drawn up after her. And what a figure dost thou make with thy speeches, stiff as Hickman's ruffles, with thy aspirations and protestations, unused thy weak head to bear the sublimities that fall, even in common conversation, from the lips of this ever charming creature. But the prettiest whim of all was, to drop the bank note behind her chair, instead of presenting it on thy knees to her hand: to make such a woman as this doubly stoop, by the acceptance, and to take it from the ground. What an ungrateful benefit conferrer art thou! How awkward to take it into thy head, that the best way of making a present to a lady was to throw the present behind her chair! I am very desirous to see what she has written to her sister, what she is about to write to Miss Howe, and what return she will have from the Harlowe Arabella. Canst thou not form some scheme to come at the copies of these letters, or the substance of them at least, and of that of her other correspondencies? Mrs. Lovick, thou seemest to say, is a pious woman. The lady, having given such a particular history of herself, will acquaint her with every thing. And art thou not about to reform? Won't this consent of minds between thee and the widow? What age is she, Jack? The devil never trumped up a friendship between a man and a woman of any thing like years, which did not end in matrimony, or in the ruin of their morals. Won't it strike out an intimacy between ye, that may enable thee to gratify me in this particular? A proselyte, I can tell thee, has great influence upon your good people. Such a one is a saint of their own creation, and they will water and cultivate and cherish him as a plant of their own raising, and this from a pride truly spiritual. One of my lovers in Paris was a devotee. She took great pains to convert me. I gave way to her kind endeavours for the good of my soul. She thought it a point gained to make me profess some religion. The Catholic has its conveniencies. I permitted her to bring a father to me. My reformation went on swimmingly. The father had hopes of me. He applauded her zeal. So did I. And how dost thou think it ended? Not a girl in England reading thus far but would guess. In a word, very happily. For she not only brought me a father, but made me one. And then being satisfied with each other's conversation, we took different routes. She into Navarre, I into Italy, both well inclined to propagate the good lessons in which we had so well instructed each other. But to return. One consolation arises to me from the pretty regrets which this admirable creature seems to have in indulging reflections on the people's wedding day. I once, thou makest her break off with saying, she once. What, O Belford? Why dost thou not urge her to explain what she once hoped? What once a woman hopes in love matters, she always hopes, while there is room for hope. And are we not both single? Can she be any man's but mine? Will I be any woman's but hers? I never will. I never can. And I tell thee that I am every day, every hour, more and more in love with her; and at this instant have a more vehement passion for her than ever I had in my life, and that with views absolutely honourable, in her own sense of the word. Nor have I varied, so much as in wish, for this week past, firmly fixed, and wrought into my very nature, as the life of honour, or of generous confidence in me, was, in preference to the life of doubt and distrust. That must be a life of doubt and distrust surely, where the woman confides nothing, and ties up a man for his good behaviour for life,
taking church and state sanctions in aid of the obligation she imposes upon him. I shall go on Monday to a kind of ball, to which Colonel Ambrose has invited me. It is given on a family account, I care not on what: for all that delights me in the thing is, that Mrs. and Miss Howe are to be there. Hickman, of course, for the old lady will not stir abroad without him. The Colonel is in hopes that Miss Arabella Harlowe will be there likewise, for all the men and women of fashion round him are invited. I fell in by accident with the Colonel, who, I believe, hardly thought I would accept of the invitation: but he knows me not, if he thinks I am ashamed to appear at any place where women dare show their faces. Yet he hinted to me that my name was up on Miss Harlowe's account. But to allude to one of Lord M.'s phrases, if it be, I will not lie abed when any thing joyous is going forward. As I shall go in my Lord's chariot, I would have had one of my cousins Montague to go with me, but they both refused; and I shall not choose to take either of thy brethren. It would look as if I thought I wanted a body guard. Besides, one of them is too rough, the other too smooth, and too great a fop for some of the staid company that will be there, and for me in particular. Men are known by their companions, and a fop, as Tourville, for example, takes great pains to hang out a sign by his dress of what he has in his shop. Thou, indeed, art an exception, dressing like a coxcomb, yet a very clever fellow. Nevertheless, so clumsy a beau, that thou seemest to me to owe thyself a double spite, making thy ungracefulness appear the more ungraceful by thy remarkable tawdriness when thou art out of mourning. I remember, when I first saw thee, my mind laboured with a strong puzzle, whether I should put thee down for a great fool, or a smatterer in wit. Something I saw was wrong in thee by thy dress. If this fellow, thought I, delights not so much in ridicule that he will not spare himself, he must be plaguy silly to take so much pains to make his ugliness more conspicuous than it would otherwise be. Plain dress for an ordinary man or woman implies at least modesty, and always procures a kind quarter from the censorious. Who will ridicule a personal imperfection in one that seems conscious that it is an imperfection? Whoever said an anchoret was poor? But who would spare so very absurd a wrong head, as should bestow tinsel to make his deformity the more conspicuous? But although I put on these lively airs, I am sick at my soul. My whole heart is with my charmer. With what indifference shall I look upon all the assembly at the Colonel's, my beloved in my ideal eye, and engrossing my whole heart! End of Letter XXXII. Letter XXXIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXIII. Miss Howe to Miss Arabella Harlowe, Thursday, July 20th. Miss Harlowe, I cannot help acquainting you, however it may be received coming from me, that your poor sister is dangerously ill, at the house of one Smith, who keeps a glover's and perfume shop in King Street, Covent Garden. She knows not that I write. Some violent words, in the nature of an imprecation from her father, afflict her greatly in her weak state. I presume not to direct you what to do in this case. You are her sister. I therefore could not help writing to you, not only for her sake, but for your own. I am, Madam, your humble servant, Anna Howe. End of Letter XXXIII. Letter XXXIV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXIV. Miss Arabella Harlowe, Thursday, July 20th. Miss Howe, I have yours of this morning. All that has happened to the unhappy body you mentioned is what we foretold and expected. Let him, for whose sake she abandoned us, be her comfort. We are told he has remorse, and would marry her. We don't believe it, indeed. She may be very ill. Her disappointment may make her so, or ought. Yet is she the only one I know who is disappointed. I cannot say, Miss, that the notification from you is the more welcome, for the liberties you have been pleased to take with our whole family for resenting a conduct that it is a shame any young lady should justify. Excuse this freedom occasioned by greater. I am, Miss, your humble servant, Arabella Harlowe. End of Letter XXXIV. Letter XXXV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXV. Miss Howe, Friday, July 21st. Miss Arabella Harlowe, if you had half as much sense as you have ill nature, you would, notwithstanding the exuberance of the latter, have been able to distinguish between a kind intention to you all, that you might have the less to reproach yourselves with, if a deplorable case should happen, and an officiousness I owed you not, by reason of freedoms at least reciprocal. I will not, for the unhappy body's sake, as you call a sister you have helped to make so, say all that I could say. If what I fear happen, you shall hear, whether desired or not, all the mind of Anna Howe. End of Letter XXXV. Letter XXXVI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXVI. Miss Arabella Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday, July 21st. Miss Anna Howe, your pert letter I have received. You, that spare nobody, I cannot expect should spare me. You are very happy in a prudent and watchful mother. But else mine cannot be exceeded in prudence. But we had all too good an opinion of somebody to think watchfulness needful. There may possibly be some reason why you are so much attached to her in an error of this flagrant nature. I helped to make a sister unhappy! It is false, miss. It is all her own doings, except indeed what she may owe to somebody's advice. You know who can best answer for that. Let us know your mind as soon as you please. As we shall know it to be your mind, we shall judge what attention to give it. That's all. From, etc. Arabella Harlowe. End of Letter XXXVI. Letter XXXVII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXVII. Miss Howe to Miss Arabella Harlowe, Saturday, July 22nd. It may be the misfortune of some people to engage every body's notice. Others may be the happier, though they may be the more envious, for nobody's thinking them worthy of any. But one would be glad people had the sense to be thankful for that want of consequence, which subject them not to hazards they would heartily have been able to manage under. I own to you, that had it not been for the prudent advice of that admirable somebody, whose principal fault is the superiority of her talents, and whose misfortune to be brothered and sistered by a couple of creatures who are not able to comprehend her excellencies, I might at one time have been plunged into difficulties. But pert, as the superlatively pert may think me, I thought not myself wiser, because I was older, nor for that poor reason qualified to prescribe to, much less to maltreat, a genius so superior. I repeat it with gratitude, that the dear creature's advice was of very great service to me, and this before my mother's watchfulness became necessary. But how it would have fared with me, I cannot say, had I had a brother or sister who had deemed it their interest, as well as the gratification of their sordid envy, to misrepresent me. Your admirable sister, in effect, saved you, miss, as well as me, with this difference, you against your will, me with mine, and but for your own brother and his own sister, would not have been lost herself. Would to Heaven both sisters had been obliged with their own wills! The most admirable of her sex would never then have been out of her father's house. You, miss, I don't know what had become of you; but let what would have happened, you would have met with the humanity you have not shown, whether you had deserved it or not, nor, at the worst, lost either a kind sister or a pitying friend in the most excellent of sisters. But why run I into length to such a poor thing? Why push I so weak an adversary, whose first letter is all low malice, and whose next is made up of falsehood and inconsistence, as well as spite and ill manners? Yet I was willing to give you a part of my mind. Call for more of it. It shall be at your service, from one who, though she thanks God she is not your sister, is not your enemy, but that she is not the latter, is withheld but by two considerations: one, that you bear, though unworthily, a relation to a sister so excellent; the other, that you are not of consequence enough to engage any thing but the pity and contempt of A. H. End of Letter XXXVII. Letter XXXVIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXVIII. Mrs. Harlowe to Mrs. Howe, Saturday, July 22nd. Dear Madam, I send you enclosed copies of 5 letters that have passed between Miss Howe and my Arabella. You are a person of so much prudence and good sense, and, being a mother yourself, can so well enter into the distresses of all our family, upon the rashness and ingratitude of a child we once doted upon, that I dare say you will not countenance the strange freedoms your daughter has taken with us all. These are not the only ones we have to complain of, but we were silent on the others, as they did not, as these have done, spread themselves out upon paper. We only beg that we may not be reflected upon by a young lady who knows not what we have suffered, and do suffer by the rashness of a naughty creature, who has brought ruin upon herself, and disgrace upon a family which she had robbed of all comfort. I offer not to prescribe to your known wisdom in this case, but leave it to you to do as you think most proper. I am, Madam, your most humble servant, Charlotte Harlowe. End of Letter XXXVIII. Letter XXXIX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXIX. Mrs. Howe, Saturday, July 22. Dear Madam, I am highly offended with my daughter's letters to Miss Harlowe. I knew nothing at all of her having taken such a liberty. These young creatures have such romantic notions, some of love, some of friendship, that there is no governing them in either. Nothing but time and dear experience will convince them of the absurdities in both. I have chidden Miss Howe very severely. I had before so just a notion of what your whole family's distress must be, that, as I told your brother, Mr. Antony Harlowe, I had often forbid her corresponding with the poor fallen angel: for surely never did young lady more resemble what we imagine of angels, both in person and mind. But tired out with her headstrong ways, I am sorry to say this of my own child, I was forced to give way to it again. And indeed so sturdy was she in her will, that I was afraid it would end in a fit of sickness, as too often it did in fits of sullens. None but parents know the trouble that children give. They are happiest, I have often thought, who have none. And these women-grown girls, bless my heart! How ungovernable! I believe, however, you will have no more such letters from my Nancy. I have been forced to use compulsion with her upon Miss Clary's illness, and it seems she is very bad, or she would have run away to London to attend upon her. And this she calls doing the duty of a friend, forgetting that she sacrifices to her romantic friendship her duty to her fond, indulgent mother. There are 1,000 excellencies in the poor sufferer, notwithstanding her fault: and, if the hint she has given to my daughter be true, she has been most grievously abused. But I think your forgiveness and her father's forgiveness of her ought to be all at your own choice, and nobody should intermeddle in that, for the sake of due authority in parents. And besides, as Miss Harlowe writes, it was what every body expected, though Miss Clary would not believe it till she smarted for her credulity. And for these reasons I offer not to plead any thing in alleviation of her fault, which is aggravated by her admirable sense, and a judgment above her years. I am, Madam, with compliments to good Mr. Harlowe, and all your afflicted family, your most humble servant, Annabella Howe. I shall set out for the Isle of Wight in a few days, with my daughter. I will hasten our setting out, on purpose to break her mind from her friend's distresses, which afflict us as much nearly as Miss Clary's rashness has done you. End of Letter XXXIX. Letter XL of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XL. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday, July 22. My dearest friend, we are busy in preparing for our little journey and voyage, but I will be ill. I will be very ill, if I cannot hear you are better before I go. Rogers greatly afflicted me by telling me the bad way you are in. But now you have been able to hold a pen, and as your sense is strong and clear, I hope that the amusement you will receive from writing will make you better. I dispatch this by an extraordinary way, that it may reach you time enough to move you to consider well before you absolutely decide upon the contents of mine of the 13th, on the subject of the 2 Mrs. Montague's visit to me, since, according to what you write, must I answer them. In your last, conclude very positively that you will not be his. To be sure, he rather deserves an infamous death than such a wife. But as I really believe him innocent of the arrest, and as all his family are such earnest pleaders, and will be guarantees for him, I think the compliance with their entreaties and his own will be now the best step you can take, your own family remaining implacable, as I can assure you they do. He is a man of sense, and it is not impossible but he may make you a good husband, and in time may become no bad man. My mother is entirely of my opinion; and on Friday, pursuant to a hint I gave you in my last, Mr. Hickman had a conference with the strange wretch; and though he liked not, by any means, his behaviour to himself, nor indeed had reason to do so, yet he is of opinion that he is sincerely determined to marry you, if you will condescend to have him. Perhaps Mr. Hickman may make you a private visit before we set out. If I may not attend you myself, I shall not be easy except he does. And he will then give you an account of the admirable character the surprising wretch gave of you, and of the justice he does to your virtue. He was as acknowledging to his relations, though to his own condemnation, as his two cousins told me. All he apprehends, as he said to Mr. Hickman, is that if you go on exposing him, wedlock itself will not wipe off the dishonour to both; and moreover, that you would ruin your constitution by your immoderate sorrow, and by seeking death when you might avoid it, would not be able to escape it when you would wish to do so. So, my dearest friend, I charge you, if you can, to get over your aversion to this vile man. You may yet live to see many happy days, and be once more the delight of all your friends, neighbours, and acquaintance, as well as a stay, a comfort, and a blessing to your Anna Howe.
I long to have your answer to mine of the 13th.
Pray keep the messenger till it be ready. If he return on Monday night, it will be time enough for his affairs, and to find me come back from Colonel Ambrose's, who gives a ball on the anniversary of Mrs. Ambrose's birth and marriage both in one. The gentry all round the neighbourhood are invited this time, on some good news they have received from Mrs. Ambrose's brother, the governor. My mother promised the Colonel for me and herself in my absence. I would fain have excused myself to her, and the rather as I had exceptions on account of the day. But she is almost as young as her daughter, and thinking it not so well to go without me, she told me. And having had a few sparring blows with each other very lately, I think I must comply. For I don't love jingling when I can help it, though I seldom make it my study to avoid the occasion, when it offers of itself. I don't know, if either were not a little afraid of the other, whether it would be possible that we could live together. I all my father, my mamma, what? All my mother. What else should I say? O my dear, how many things happen in this life to give us displeasure! How few to give us joy! I am sure I shall have none on this occasion, since the true partner of my heart, the principle of the one soul that it used to be said animated the pair of friends, as we were called, you, my dear, who used to irradiate every circle you set your foot into, and to give me real significance in a second place to yourself, cannot be there. 1 hour of your company, my ever instructive friend, I thirst for it. How infinitely preferable would it be to me to all the diversions and amusements with which our sex are generally most delighted. Adieu, my dear. A. Howe. End of Letter 40.
Letter 41 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 41. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Sunday, July 23rd. What pain, my dearest friend, does your kind solicitude for my welfare give me! How much more binding and tender are the ties of pure friendship, and the union of like minds, than the ties of nature! Well might the sweet singer of Israel, when he was carrying to the utmost extent the praises of the friendship between him and his beloved friend, say that the love of Jonathan to him was wonderful, that it surpassed the love of women. What an exalted idea does it give of the soul of Jonathan, sweetly attempered for the sacred band, if we may suppose it but equal to that of my Anna Howe for her fallen Clarissa! But although I can glory in your kind love for me, think, my dear, what concern must fill a mind not ungenerous, when the obligation lies all on one side, and when, at the same time that your light is the brighter for my darkness, I must give pain to a dear friend, to whom I delighted to give pleasure, and not pain only, but discredit, for supporting my blighted fame against the busy tongues of uncharitable censures. This is that makes me, in the words of my admired exclaimer, very little altered, often repeat, O that I were as in months past, as in the days when God preserved me, when his candle shined upon my head, and when by his light I walked through darkness, as I was in the days of my childhood, when the Almighty was yet with me, when I was in my father's house, when I washed my steps with butter, and the rock poured me out rivers of oil. You set before me your reasons, enforced by the opinion of your honoured mother, why I should think of Mr. Lovelace for a husband. And I have before me your letter of the 13th, containing the account of the visit and proposals, and kind interposition of the two Misses Montague,
in the names of the good Ladies Sadleir and Betty Lawrance, and in that of my Lord M. Also your's of the 18th, demanding me, as I may say, of those ladies, and of that family, when I was so infamously and cruelly arrested, and you knew not what was become of me. The answer likewise of those ladies, signed in so full and generous a manner by themselves, and by that nobleman, and those two venerable ladies, and, in his light way, by the wretch himself. These, my dearest Miss Howe, and your letter of the 16th, which came when I was under arrest, and which I received not till some days after, are all before me. And I have as well weighed the whole matter, and your arguments in support of your advice, as at present my head and my heart will let me weigh them. I am moreover willing to believe, not only from your own opinion, but from the assurances of one of Mr. Lovelace's friends, Mr. Belford, a good-natured and humane man, who spares not to censure the author of my calamities, I think, with undissembled and undesigning sincerity, that that man is innocent of the disgraceful arrest. And even, if you please, in sincere compliment to your opinion, and to that of Mr. Hickman, that, over persuaded by his friends, and ashamed of his unmerited baseness to me, he would in earnest marry me, if I would have him. Well, and now what is the result of all? It is this, that I must abide by what I have already declared, and that is, don't be angry at me, my best friend, that I have much more pleasure in thinking of death than of such a husband. In short, as I declared in my last, that I cannot, forgive me if I say I will not, ever be his. But you will expect my reasons, I know you will, and if I give them not, will conclude me either obstinate or implacable, or both. And those would be sad imputations, if just, to be laid to the charge of a person who thinks and talks of dying. And yet, to say that resentment and disappointment have no part in my determination, would be saying a thing hardly to be credited. For I own I have resentment, strong resentment, but not unreasonable ones, as you will be convinced, if already you are not so, when you know all my story, if ever you do know it. For I begin to fear so many things more necessary to be thought of than either this man or my own vindication have I to do, that I shall not have time to compass what I have intended and in a manner promised you. I have one reason to give in support of my resolution that I believe yourself will allow of. But having owned that I have resentments, I will begin with those considerations in which anger and disappointment have too great a share, in hopes that, having once disburdened my mind upon paper, and to my Anna Howe, of those corroding uneasy passions, I shall prevent them for ever from returning to my heart, and to have their place supplied by better, milder, and more agreeable ones. My pride then, my dearest friend, although a great deal mortified, is not sufficiently mortified, if it be necessary for me to submit to make that man my choice, whose actions are, and ought to be, my abhorrence. What! Shall I, who have been treated with such premeditated and perfidious barbarity, as is painful to be thought of, and cannot with modesty be described, think of taking the violator to my heart? Can I vow duty to one so wicked, and hazard my salvation by joining myself to so great a profligate, now I know him to be so? Do you think your Clarissa Harlowe so lost, so sunk at least, as that she could, for the sake of patching up, in the world's eye, a broken reputation, meanly appear indebted to the generosity, or perhaps compassion, of a man who has by means so inhuman robbed her of it? Indeed, my dear, I should not think my penitence for the rash step I took any thing better than a specious delusion, if I had not got above the least wish to have Mr. Lovelace for my husband. Yes, I warrant, I must creep to the violator, and be thankful to him for doing me poor justice. Do you not already see me, pursuing the advice you give, with a downcast eye appear before his friends, and before my own, supposing the latter would at last condescend to own me, divested of that noble confidence which arises from a mind unconscious of having deserved reproach? Do you not see me creep about mine own house, preferring all my honest maidens to myself, as if afraid too to open my lips, either by way of reproof or admonition, lest their bolder eyes should bid me look inward, and not expect perfection from them? And shall I entitle the wretch to upbraid me with his generosity and his pity, and perhaps to reproach me for having been capable of forgiving crimes of such a nature? I once indeed hoped, little thinking him so premeditatedly vile a man, that I might have the happiness to reclaim him. I vainly believed that he loved me well enough to suffer my advice for his good, and the example I humbly presumed I should be enabled to set him, to have weight with him, and the rather, as he had no mean opinion of my morals and understanding. But now, what hope is there left for this my prime hope? Were I to marry him, What a figure should I make, preaching virtue and morality to a man whom I had trusted with opportunities to seduce me from all my own duties? And then, supposing I were to have children by such a husband, must it not, think you, cut a thoughtful person to the heart to look round upon her little family, and think she had given them a father destined, without a miracle, to perdition, and whose immoralities, propagated among them by his vile example, might, too probably, bring down a curse upon them? And after all, who knows but that my own sinful compliances with a man who might think himself entitled to my obedience might taint my own morals, and make me, instead of a reformer, an imitator of him? For who can touch pitch, and not be defiled? Let me then repeat, that I truly despise this man. If I know my own heart, indeed I do. I pity him. Beneath my very pity as he is, I nevertheless pity him. But this I could not do, if I still loved him: for, my dear, one must be greatly sensible of the baseness and ingratitude of those we love. I love him not, therefore. My soul disdains communion with him. But, although thus much is due to resentment, yet have I not been so far carried away by its angry effects, as to be rendered incapable of casting about what I ought to do, and what could be done, if the Almighty, in order to lengthen the time of my penitence, were to bid me to live. The single life at such times has offered to me, as the life, the only life, to be chosen. But in that, must I not now sit brooding over my past afflictions, and mourning my faults till the hour of my release? And would not every one be able to assign the reason why Clarissa Harlowe chose solitude, and to sequester herself from the world? Would not the look of every creature who beheld me appear as a reproach to me? And would not my conscious eye confess my fault, whether the eyes of others accuse me or not? One of my delights was, to enter the cots of my poor neighbours, to leave lessons to the boys, and cautions to the elder girls. And how should I be able, unconscious and without pain, to say to the latter, fly the delusions of men, who had been supposed to have run away with one? What then, my dear and only friend, can I wish for but death? And what, after all, is death? 'Tis but a cessation from mortal life. 'Tis but the finishing of an appointed course, the refreshing in after a fatiguing journey, the end of a life of cares and troubles, and, if happy, the beginning of a life of immortal happiness. If I die not now, it may possibly happen that I may be taken when I am less prepared. Had I escaped the evils I labour under, it might have been in the midst of some gay, promising hope, when my heart had beat high with the desire of life, and when the vanity of this earth had taken hold of me. But now, my dear, for your satisfaction let me say, that, although I wish not for life, yet would I not, like a poor coward, desert my post when I can maintain it, and when it is my duty to maintain it. More than once, indeed, was I urged by thoughts so sinful, but then it was in the height of my distress, and once particularly, I have reason to believe, I saved myself by my desperation from the most shocking personal insults, from a repetition, as far as I know, of his vileness. The base women, with so much reason dreaded by me present, to intimidate me, if not to assist him. O my dear, you know not what I suffered on that occasion. Nor do I what I escaped at the time, if the wicked man had approached me to execute the horrid purposes of his vile heart. As I am of opinion that it would have manifested more of revenge and despair than of principle, had I committed a violence upon myself, when the villany was perpetrated, so I should think it equally criminal, were I now wilfully to neglect myself, were I purposely to run into the arms of death, as that man supposes I shall do, when I might avoid it. Nor, my dear, whatever are the suppositions of such a short-sighted, such a low-souled man, must you impute to gloom, to melancholy, to despondency, nor yet to a spirit of faulty pride, or still more faulty revenge, the resolution I have taken never to marry this, and if not this, any man. So far from deserving this imputation, I do assure you, my dear and only love, that I will do every thing I can to prolong my life, till God, in mercy to me, shall be pleased to call for it. I have reason to think my punishment is but the due consequence of my fault, and I will not run away from it, but beg of Heaven to sanctify it to me. When appetite serves, I will eat and drink what is sufficient to support nature. A very little, you know, will do for that. And whatever my physicians shall think fit to prescribe, I will take, though ever so disagreeable. In short, I will do every thing I can to convince all my friends, who hereafter may think it worth their while to inquire after my last behaviour, that I possessed my soul with tolerable patience, and endeavoured to bear with the lot of my own drawing. For thus, in humble imitation of the sublimest exemplar, I often say, Lord, it is thy will, and it shall be mine. Thou art just in all thy dealings with the children of men, and I know thou wilt not afflict me beyond what I can bear. And if I can bear it, I ought to bear it. And thy grace assisting me, I will bear it. But here, my dear, is another reason, a reason that will convince you yourself that I ought not to think of wedlock, but of a preparation for a quite different event. I am persuaded, as much as that I am now alive, that I shall not long live. The strong sense I have ever had of my fault, the loss of my reputation, my disappointments, the determined resentment of my friends, aiding the barbarous usage I have met with where I least deserved it, have seized upon my heart, seized upon it before it was so well fortified by religious considerations, as I hope it now is. Don't be concerned, my dear, but I am sure, if I may say it with as little presumption as grief, that God will soon dissolve my substance, and bring me to death, and to the house appointed for all living. And now, my dearest friend, you know all my mind, and you will be pleased to write to the ladies of Mr. Lovelace's family, that I think myself infinitely obliged to them for their good opinion of me; and that it has given me greater pleasure than I thought I had to come in this life, that, upon the little knowledge they have of me, and that not personal, I was thought worthy, after the ill usage I have received, of an alliance with their honourable family; but that I can by no means think of their kinsman for a husband. And do you, my dear, extract from the above such reasons as you think have any weight with them. I would write myself to acknowledge their favour, had I not more employment for my head, my heart, and my fingers, than I doubt they will be able to go through. I should be glad to know when you set out on your journey, as also your little stages, and your time of stay at your aunt Harman's, that my prayers may locally attend you, whithersoever you go, and wherever you are. Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XLI. Letter XLII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 7, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XLII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Sunday, July 23rd. The letter accompanying this, being upon a very particular subject, I would not embarrass it, as I may say, with any other. And yet, having some further matters upon my mind, which will want your excuse for directing them to you, I hope the following lines will have that excuse. My good Mrs. Norton, so long ago as in a letter dated the 3rd of this month, hinted to me that my relations took amiss some severe things you were pleased, in love to me, to say to them. Mrs. Norton mentioned it with that respectful love which she bears to my dearest friend, but wished, for my sake, that you would rein in a vivacity which, on most other occasions, so charmingly becomes you. This was her sense. You know that I am warranted to speak and write freer to my Anna Howe than Mrs. Norton would do. I durst not mention it to you at that time, because appearances were so strong against me, on Mr. Lovelace's getting me again into his power, after my escape to Hampstead, as made you very angry with me when you answered mine on my second escape. And soon afterwards I was put under that barbarous arrest, so that I could not well touch upon the subject till now. Now, therefore, my dearest Miss Howe, let me repeat my earnest request, for this is not the first time by several that I have been obliged to chide you on this occasion, that you will spare my parents, and other relations, in all your conversations about me. Indeed, I wish they had thought fit to take other measures with me. But who shall judge for them? The event has justified them, and condemned me. They expected nothing good of this vile man. He had not therefore deceived them. But they expected other things from me, and I have. And they have the more reason to be set against me, if, as my aunt Hervey wrote formerly, they intended not to force my inclinations in favour of Mr. Solmes, and if they believe that my going off was the effect of choice and premeditation. I have no desire to be received to favour by them. For why should I sit down to wish for what I have no reason to expect? Besides, I could not look them in the face, if they would receive me. Indeed, I could not. All I have to hope for is, first, that my father will absolve me from his heavy malediction; and next, for a last blessing. The obtaining of these favours are needful to my peace of mind. I have written to my sister, but have only mentioned the absolution. I am afraid I shall receive a very harsh answer from her. My fault in the eyes of my family is of so enormous a nature, that my first application will hardly be encouraged. Then they knew not, nor perhaps will believe, that I am so very ill as I am. So that, were I actually to die before they could have time to take the necessary informations, you must not blame them too severely. You must call it a fatality. I know not what you must call it; for, alas! I have made them as miserable as I am myself. And yet sometimes I think that, were they cheerfully to pronounce me forgiven, I know not whether my concern for having offended them would not be augmented; since I imagine that nothing can be more wounding to a spirit not ungenerous than a generous forgiveness. I hope your mother will permit our correspondence for 1 month more, although I do not take her advice as to having this man. When catastrophes are winding up, what changes that make one's heart shudder to think of, may 1 short month produce? But if she will not, why then, my dear, it becomes us both to acquiesce. You can't think what my apprehensions would have been, had I known Mr. Hickman was to have had a meeting on such a questioning occasion as must have been his errand from you, with that haughty and uncontrollable man. You give me hope of a visit from Mr. Hickman. Let him expect to see me greatly altered. I know he loves me, for he loves every one whom you love. A painful interview, I doubt. But I shall be glad to see a man whom you will one day, and that on an early day I hope, make happy; whose gentle manners and unbounded love for you will make you so, if it be not your own fault. I am, my dearest, kindest friend, the sweet companion of my happy hours, the friend ever dearest and nearest to my fond heart, your equally obliged and faithful CLARISSA HARLOWE. End of Letter XLII.